So, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto has all 5 chakra natures. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and want next part, let me know before starting the video, comment down below. Please support for more awesome what if content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So without wasting time, let's start the video. Chapter 1. Life. I want to run. At the demon. Don't let him escape. I want to hide. He's right over there. Corner him. I want to tear down the walls that hold me inside. Alright. We've got him now. I want to reach out and touch the flame. Boy kid, you're gonna die if this keeps up. Kill him. Kill the demon. Blue eyes brightened with intensity, glaring at all those who dared come near him. His muscles tensing, his whole body filled with chakra, rage was clearly felt throughout the street. I want to feel sunlight on my face. Yet, why? The mob were confused. Why was the face filled with sorrow? I watched the dust cloud disappear, without a trace. Some in the crowd left, apparently overwhelmed by the pain emitted from the boy, and guilt filled their hearts, making them reconsider their opinions and thoughts. I want to take shelter from the poison rain, but the rest of them, consumed by hatred and anger, attacked me. Kit. It's October the 10th, my birthday. Kicks and punches rained down on the poor kid, villagers beating him from all directions, some even used iron pipes, and the involved had gone as far as using brass knuckles. You bastards. Kit. Hang in there. Why? Why is this happening to me? You don't deserve to live, you filth. Just because the Kyuubi is sealed within me? You're a demon. Or just because the whole village is too ignorant to look past the basics? Die. I'm just a 7-year-old kid. Some of the mob had turned their attention to the kid's apartment and began to vandalize it, destroy it, and they dare call me a demon? Foolish mortals. Should I feel sad? Should I feel hatred? Should I feel anger? They had broken into his house and began smashing up the interior. Yes, I should, but I won't. I will not give up. All of a sudden, gasps were heard and in front of them stood a livid old man wearing a hat with a kanji shadow on it. I will believe in those that are precious to me, to save me and accept me. Hokage-sama. We're just. Silence. You, how could you? How could you do this to a mere boy? How could you? I trust them with all my heart. Look at him, is he the demon you are so afraid of? Is that the state of the almighty Kyuubi? Look at him. I will overcome this. You insolent fools. Taking out your anger on a child and disrespecting the legacy of Yondaime. Despicable. I will become Hokage and protect everyone. Take them away, lock them up for a week and send them to Ibiki for punishment. Strip them of their shinobi titles. Now go. Hi, Hokage-sama. Because I am Uzumaki Naruto. And that was the last thought that came to mind as the blonde-haired boy fell into a blissful darkness. He felt calm and peaceful, something he had not felt for a long time. He had decided, ever since the old man told him what Hokage stands for, he has vowed to work as hard as he could to protect the village. This village, Hanahagakure. I will believe it. Scene change. Where am I? What no? What did you say? Stammered the girl with pale blonde hair. I'm not your friend anymore. Goodbye. Her lips quivered and she rushed at him, grabbing his arm, but why? Why won't you play with me anymore? Did I do anything? I'm sorry. No, you did nothing. Don't ask why. I just can't. No. The girl could do nothing as she watched her best friend dash away from her, running down the streets. She didn't understand why, and tears were flowing freely as she dropped onto the ground, on her knees and cried. No. That's not what I wanted. No. Where are you going? Asked the pink-haired girl, whom he had just saved. I can't tell you, but just remember, always treasure your friends. Come on, there's a girl that really needs you. Please don't not again. But what about you? I want to be friends with you. The boy merely shook his head sadly as he ran off once again, leaving the dumbfounded girl on her own with another girl who was playing with the slides all by herself. I'm sorry. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Are you alright? The white ceiling came into view as his eyes flashed open, his breathing rough and his heart beating at a ridiculously quick pace as he took in his surroundings. So, I'm in the hospital again. He took in the worried face of the Hokage and the tense stances of the Anbu behind him and gave a genuine smile before calming himself down. Oji-san, I'm fine. Sandaime Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Guilt and pain tore through his heart as he remembered the desperate cries of the boy, begging for forgiveness and yelling that he was sorry. What kind of a Hokage am I if I cannot even protect him? Naruto examined himself and chuckled bitterly. Well, looks like I'm back to normal. When can I be released? The old man sighed as he took another puff out of his pipe and replied, you're free to go anytime you want, but given the state of your house, I'm fine with it. Those words flew out of his mouth, causing shocked looks to be sent at him. But he didn't care. He just wanted to be alone for now. The guilt was wrecking him, and he didn't want to worry the Hokage over trivial matters like this. Sarutobi looked at him before giving a slight nod, alright then. But Naruto-kun, please be careful. And also, could you drop by my office tomorrow, there is something I want to give you. Naruto gave a slight grin before edging himself off the bed and as painful as it was, forced himself to limp back towards his house, or what's left of it. The dog-masked Anbu made a motion to help him but was stopped by the Hokage, no. Let him be. But Hokage-sama. The state he is in, surely he should stay. I know Kakashi. But what he needs right now isn't rest. He wants to be alone, he needs time to think and forget. Half an hour later, Naruto arrived in front of his apartment, ignoring the graffiti and the broken door. He made his way in and stared at the scene in front of him before he made his way into the bedroom. Gently prying away the debris on the floor, he reached under his bed and pulled out a small box. He bit his lips and slowly opened it, taking out a scarf and a fox plushie he got for his birthday last year. It was one of the best ones he had. He chuckled as he wrapped the scarf tenderly around the fox plushie, then, he carried it in his arms and sat on his bed. Tears were brimming in his eyes, yet it wasn't because of all that he had been through an hour ago. No, it was because he had broken a promise. Kit. Naruto gave a sigh before placing the plushie down and got into his meditation position. Alright, I'm back Fox, what do you want? HMPH, this is the tone I get after healing your injuries. It was your fault that I'm even getting injuries in the first place. TCH, whatever. Look, I don't usually do this. But I want you to know that I sympathize with you. Just take it easy, Kit. I mean never mind. Never was any good at this kind of stuff anyway. Thanks Fox. I really appreciate it. Well, I would be dead if it weren't for you. Now, as we agreed, you shall now be able to work on your chakra nature manipulation. But for now, just a rest Kit. Don't want you to overstress yourself. The old man must have something to give you. Might even be a good birthday present. GRRR what the hell do I care about? I swear you've been rubbing off on me. Well, next time then. Bye. Wait, Kit. Happy 7th birthday. Thanks Fox. And with that, Naruto left the cage and returned back to reality. He sighed as he got up, knowing that he was going to have to clean this all up. And just like before, he searched out a snap broom and a dustpan and began the tedious cleaning procedure. Welcome to my life. Chapter 2. Surprise. Help. Help. Anybody. Don't worry, I'm fine cough. But you're bleeding and. He gave her a wide smile before slowly pushing himself up off the ground. Really, I'm fine. He tried to make a pose, but soon stopped due to the immense pain it was causing. Really? Her beautiful cerulean eyes widened. He chuckled and nodded before asking her, you alright then? She quickly nodded, but that worried expression just would not leave her face. Mum says that injured people have to go to the hospital. No. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. He was caught by surprise when the girl hugged him tightly, shouting, don't lie. You're hurt. Yeah, I guess I am. Breeing. His eyes flashed open, the loud noise echoing in his brain, scattering his thoughts as he was awakened abruptly by his stupid alarm clock. GRR if only I could get one that's less annoying he grumbled as he stopped it and stood up, thinking about his dream, or rather, never mind. He sighed before remembering, oh right, the old man wants me. Better hurry. He took a quick shower, pulled on his clothes and made a dash for the Hokage Tower. There they were again, those hateful glares, those disgusting leers. Naruto willed himself to run faster, closing his eyes as he rushed through the streets, not wanting his day ruined first thing in the morning. At the Hokage Tower, holy was all Naruto could manage as he saw the huge line outside the door of the Hokage's office. He slumped his shoulders, oh you've got to be kidding me. And he sighed as he accepted his fate and stepped behind the 151st person and waited for the line to move on. Yet, just then, his savior appeared. It turned out to be the Hokage's secretary. Ah. Naruto-kun. Hokage-sama is waiting for you. Come now, run along. Her smile was genuine. Naruto loved this lady. She held no grudge against him whatsoever, seeing him for who he was and treated him with respect even. Arigato, Izumi ni-chan. And with his trademark grin, he accepted her hand and allowed her to lead him. He knew when not to act like a dumb idiot, now was definitely the time, especially when 150 diplomats were eyeing you with jealousy and contempt for being in front of them when they had waited for 2 hours at least. The door opened and he immediately changed back to his usual vigor just so that the Hokage didn't worry about him. Jai-san. What do you want to see me for? The Hokage smiled warmly at the presence of this blob of energy as he would call him. He was afraid that the event before would have traumatized the boy. However, it seemed that he surprised him this time. Indeed, there wasn't a time where I didn't get surprised by him. And with that thought in mind, he chuckled as he took off his hat. Naruto returned it with a grin because he felt more at ease now that the old man stopped worrying. He already had so much on his shoulders, he shouldn't have to worry about minor stuff like me, so what's he up to? Sarutobi motioned for him to follow and activated a seal on the wall. Kai. And with a poof, a door appeared, giving it access to Hokage's library of. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of all those scrolls in front of him, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to tell himself that it was indeed the real deal. He looked at the old man questioningly, wondering what the hell he was up to. Sarutobi merely smiled before ruffling his hair. Go on, pick one scroll from each section. Treat this as your birthday present. All the scrolls here are not forbidden, and though they are pretty much C rank and above, I'm sure you'll have no problem learning them with the help of. Naruto gaped, really 3 scrolls, any 3. Sarutobi laughed at the boy's enthusiasm, indeed, any 3. But first, it can only be chosen by you, no help allowed from the fox. Treat this as a test. Are we clear, Naruto-kun? Naruto nodded without hesitation, mentally reaching out to his tenant. Oi, Baka Kitsune. You heard that right? Yes, I heard him. Now shut up and let me sleep. Naruto then grinned and gave a thumbs up, signaling an okay sign to the Hokage. He was literally giddy with excitement. Finally. One actual Taijutsu kata. And ninjutsu. Oh yeah. Sarutobi couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's excitement. Just like his father, jumping at every opportunity to learn a. Naruto took a deep breath before going over to the ninjutsu section and peered over at the huge amount of scrolls laid in front of him. He had been taught by Inu-san before on the basics of ninjutsu and had since found out that he had more types of chakra affinities than anyone in Konoha. However, that makes things pretty complicated yet useful at the same time. He remembered his words. Now, Naruto, having all 5 affinities is something extremely rare. I had expected wind, however, lightning and fire were the ones where I thought you might get, whereas earth and water were, well, unexpected. But still, you have this rare ability to control chakra natures, thanks to a certain tenet of yours. The ability to mix the natures shall give you an advantage in the future. But for now, let's get on with the basics. Naruto almost sweat-dropped when he remembered what Inu-san had told him. God, he had spent an hour lecturing him on the basis of chakra and why it was so important. He was bored to death at the end of it and had never been so glad to get rid of the Anbu. However, he still learned a fair lot. He had come to acknowledge the fact that lightning, water and earth were underlying affinities that are hidden in a way. Fire and wind basically were his primary elements. He chose for a while before settling on a mid-B rank defensive wind, Fuetin. K's no Fukumin wind element. Wind Veil. He noticed the amused glance in the Hokage's eyes as he chose that one and knew he had made a logical choice. Hell, he should have. Since the age of 5, Naruto had come into contact with Kyuubi and had the shock of his life. His intellect and reflexes had increased drastically due to constant mind quarreling with the stupid fox when the Kyuubi finally gave up and trying to act all nasty, seeing how this was going nowhere. Naruto chuckled as he remembered the look on Kyuubi's face. Think about it anymore and I won't give you one drop of my chakra when you need it. Ha. You have to give it to me, whether you like it or not. Seal. Damn you. Arg. Annoying brat. Meh, like a tenant, like a host. What the hell was that? Yeah, just shut up. I swear, one day, when I get out, you'll be the first to die. You mean it? Ha. I knew you didn't. Why you? Naruto snapped out of his consciousness and quickly rushed over to the section, not wanting to waste more of the Hokage's time. This part was fairly simple, he already had in mind what he wanted. He picked up a low B rank ninpo. Akaraka Joseki Ninja Arts. Clear Trace. Ho, just what he needed to help with his pranks. This technique allows the user to completely mask one's trace, as the name suggests. Technically, one becomes invisible, however, it can only be used for a short period of time, and though useful, one has to completely lower their chakra levels, making it quite troublesome to perform a straight after. This technique is mainly used for infiltration purposes. Infiltration indeed. Hope the Hyuga stuck-ups enjoy it. But better not push it, Hiashi-san seemed pretty angry after that last trick. Lucky he can't prove it was me. And finally, the long-awaited section of Taijutsu. Interestingly, there were quite a number. However, Naruto instantly caught sight of a place in the area. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, looking over at the Hokage, seemingly asking him what the hell is going on. Sarutobi smiled as he watched Naruto figure out his puzzle. He nodded and gave him the go-ahead sign, wanting to see if he could dispel it. Naruto focused, just like Inu-san instructed. Concentrate, blow off the surrounding chakra layer quickly, in one swift motion. Now. Hi. And at once, they faded, leaving the originally empty table with a huge scroll on it. He walked over to it and inspected the title, Taikai Juisen Shiki Taikai Fist, 13 Styles. He looked it over, the scroll seemed old. The faded ink marks on the sides showed that it was recently unsealed. Kit, accept it. The old man actually allowed you to learn this style. HMPH, good decision. About time too. Can't stand the way those bullies see through your punches. Naruto ignored the snide remark and picked the scroll up, no longer hesitating, and walked back into the Hokage's office. Saratobi motioned for him to sit and began, in a very serious tone, "Naruto-kun, do you know why I allowed you to pick 3 scrolls from this library of mine?" Naruto scrunched up his face, trying to remember, but in the end, answered with a no. Saratobi grinned, just like him to forget all that he did for others. "Well, Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hiashi has not forgotten how you helped save his daughter." At that, Naruto slapped his hand onto his head, "Of course. Hinata-chan. How can I forget?" Flashback. 5-year-old Naruto was taking a stroll in the forest on the west side of Konoha, trying to digest all those ramen he ate. He was happily enjoying nature when suddenly, he saw a huge man carrying a small bundle. He got curious and asked Kyuubi about it. Kyuubi immediately recognized the bundle as a girl from the Hyuga clan. He then advises the kid to try and stall the man for time, whilst the actual Hyuga guards arrive. Naruto didn't even think twice about it and charged at the man yelling, "Put her down. You thief." Now, coming from a 5-year-old was as bad a curse as it could get. The Kumo nin sneered at him and brushed him aside with a strong punch, or tried to. It had taken all of Naruto's chakra to stick himself onto the arm of the Kumo nin. As the nin looked stupefied at his performance, he took the chance to use a chakra-enhanced punch and smashed it right into the cheek of the Kumo nin. Even though it didn't seem much, it hurt like hell. Kyuubi had intentionally sent some of his chakra to amplify the power of the punch. Naruto quickly grabbed the girl from Kumo nin's arms before he smashed into a tree. He tried desperately to wake her up, recognizing her as the girl that was so very shy, one of his first ever friends to be made at the playground. "Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan." In his anxious acts to wake up the poor girl, Naruto forgot one vital fact. The Kumo nin was still able to move. Hibana. Thunder element. Spark. Instantly, a huge blast of electricity blasted Naruto off the ground, launching him into the air. Luckily, his reflexes allowed him to push Hinata out of the way in the nick of time. But then, he was in the air, totally defenseless. "HMPH, teach you to mess with me, brat. It's over." Shigeki. Thunder element. Shock, and once again, as that familiar feeling of paralysis filled his body, he gritted his teeth and willed the Kyuubi to heal his wounds, if only temporarily, and with some difficulty, he managed to land back onto the ground, though somewhat awkwardly. He was panting and gasping for breath, yet he took out that kunai Hokage-sama had given to him as a present just a month ago. He held it in front of him, glaring intensely at the Kumo nin, as though daring him to take a step forward. His gaze was filled with life and determination that the Kumo nin stopped his onslaught. He knew those eyes. They looked so familiar. He began to tremble. "No way, no. He's dead already. No way." Naruto had no idea what the heck he was talking about, but knew it was his chance. Desperately trying to remember the correct way of flinging a kunai, he took one quick step forward and placed all his remaining strength into that one throw and whoosh. The Kumo nin reacted just in time, however, the kunai still embedded itself in his right shoulder, causing an angry scream to be emitted from him. His temporary fear seemed to disappear and he roared, "You'll pay for that." Naruto held out his arms, standing protectively in front of Hinata as he watched the Kumo nin charge at him, full speed. He closed his eyes, as though waiting for the inevitable, when suddenly, a loud scream of pain was heard, and a thump followed. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, only to find a beautiful woman with long blue hair and pale eyes, without pupils staring at him in concern. He could handle it no longer. He fainted. Flashback end. Naruto scratched his head as he chuckled lightly, clearly embarrassed at his defeat. The Hokage watched on, amused. Now, Naruto-kun, there is no need to be humble. As a 5-year-old, you held your own against a 30-year-old Kumo for 15 minutes. That's an honorable achievement. The Hyuga never forget, be it those that harm them or those that help them. Till this date, Hyuga Hitomi still insists that you live with them." Naruto immediately shook his head, his serious nature kicking in. "You know I can't, Jai-san. I'll just cause them more trouble. Hitomi-sama has been very kind to me over the past 2 years, and even before that, she helped me whenever she could." Saratobi nodded. "Good choice, even if I hate to admit it. It will indeed cause them problems with the council, and so, Hiashi-san thought up another way of repaying you. Look at that Taijutsu scroll once more." Naruto opened it slightly, reading the first few lines. "Taikai Juisin Shiki, combination of strength, speed, defense and fluidity." He raised an eyebrow and looked at Saratobi, expecting answers. "Now, Naruto-kun. Hyuga clan specializes in their Taijutsu Jukin Gentle Fist. That style originated from the style you have in front of you. Taikai. However, it merely picked the soft aspects of that style. As you know, the Hyuga clan deemed themselves a smart clan, preferring technique over raw power, and therefore, refined several aspects of their chakra control, combined it with a part of Taikai, to form the Jukin." Naruto's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates after hearing that the scroll he had in front of him was even better than the Jukin. "Now, Naruto-kun, this scroll is dedicated to you, and only you. You may teach others if you want, but only after you've completely mastered this style. Also, I'm expecting a couple of surprises from you. Don't let me down. Naruto grinned and gave a bow. Hi. Hokage-sama. And was just about to go before the Hokage stopped him. Oh dear, I am getting old. You'll need this to help you. It's an air rank that's perfect for you. Naruto opened it. Huh? Kage Bunshin no shadow clone technique. Indeed, now its uses are for me to know and you to find out. Get training, young man. Hahaha. And with that, he dismissed the young blonde and sighed as he realized that he had to now listen to 150 possibly more arguments, treaties, suggestions blah blah blah. With Naruto, boy fox, which one should I study first? How would I know? I had no need for your petty, all I required was my chakra and my chakra natures. All shall burn before me. Whatever, are you mocking me? HMPH, one day, I'll show you what I can do. HN, maybe by destroying you. Alright, cool down. Geez, just a remark. Now, which one should I begin with? Willie reckon you should try the one that the old senile just gave you. Sounds very useful. Try it. Naruto gave an unconscious nod before speeding over to his usual training ground, number 15. It was isolated, on the east side of the village, with hardly anyone going there due to its lack of facilities. Yet, the vast amount of space was just what Naruto needed. He placed the scroll down and began studying over the first scroll. Page Bunshin no, air rank, offensive, requires maximum chakra and medium chakra control. Down in class. Whoa, old man must trust me to give me this one. But I reckon it's simple. Huh? One seal yes. This is going to be easy. I doubt it, you couldn't even do a single Bunshin. DFT, you just shut up and watch. Naruto quickly read over the instructions of how to direct his chakra flow, and within 5 minutes, he had gotten an overall idea of it. He formed a cross mark with 2 fingers from each hand, focusing, directing all his chakra to that specific point, visualizing duplicates of himself, before shouting, Kage Bunshin no. And as expected, a huge cloud of smoke covered the area, just like what happened when he did the basic Bunshin, yet last time, there were only sickly and frail visions of the clones. This time, whoa. I got to hand it to you, this is perfect for you. Indeed it was, for standing in front of him were 2 exact copies of, well, him. He stared at them. They stared back. So, you're me? No, that's my question. Hell no. I'm the real one here. Whatever. You're just a clone. Hey. I have feelings, you know. So? They don't last. Oh, you're going down. Try it. You're on. If there's one person on this planet that could have an argument with himself, that person would be my dumb Visel. Surprising indeed, Uzumaki Naruto. And so, a very ferocious spar ensued, and amidst the fighting and laughing and fun that Naruto was having, he couldn't help but thank whoever it was that helped him so. The tears that filled his eyes were actually due to happiness, even if it was due to sad Memorish had gained something precious once again. Thanks for letting me remember what it feels like to play with friends once again. Chapter 3. Family. Hey, are you alone? The girl asked curiously as she watched the blonde boy sighing on the swing all by himself. Huh? Oh, you see, he looked at her, hesitating whether or not to tell her. Well. The girl smiled a little, putting on a gentle expression as she waited patiently for him to answer. I have no friends. No one likes me. That's why. He mumbled, not wanting her to see the pain behind his eyes. He quickly faked a grin, but don't worry, I'm alright. The girl pouted and placed her hands on her hip, but you're not. The boy looked at her, surprised. What? Everybody needs friends. Come on. Let's play together. I'm into. You can call me Ino-chan. I'll be your friend. The girl smiled widely as she held out her hand, genuinely accepting the boy. The boy looked shocked for a moment before his lips quivered. You want to be me friend? Really? You would do that? The girl gave an enthusiastic nod, of course. Well, what's your name? The boy finally smiled, but this time, with a few tears in his eyes as he spoke out loud, I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you, Ino-chan. You really need to do something about this dream of yours. Wokai-ubi, what the? Yep, and you need to do it fast. I know how much she means to you, but can't you see that pushing people away is not the solution? I'm not pushing people away. Least, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not strong enough. I can't protect those that are precious to me. Well, then I'll just have to make sure you train harder now, don't I? I refuse to let my vessel drown himself in misery. I'll never live it down. Aquadiver. But yeah, should I up my gravity capacity? Well, currently, you're undergoing level 5. I reckon you could jump straight to 8 today. We need to focus on getting the styles right. Sure thing, alright, time to wake up and get some training done. It's been 2 months since Naruto last got the scrolls from Sandaime Hokage. He has currently mastered the Akuraka Jiseki clear trace, and he had been so kind to decorate the Hokage monuments, using that even the Anbu had no idea who had done it. Kyuubi had done his part by teaching him gravity seals. Level 1 is the basis for all shinobi, meaning they train under normal gravity. Every time you increase your level, it doubles the gravity field, forcing your muscles to adjust. Normally, this would be suicide training, however, with Kyuubi's healing factors, it worked wonders. No longer was there baby fat on Naruto's face, his arms and legs were much more muscular than before, and he had found that it even helped with his chakra control exercises a lot. Page Bunshin had been an immense help. Naruto figured out the trick behind it very quickly. However, it was by pure luck that he stumbled upon the godlike opportunities this technique presented. Flashback: Naruto had summoned a Kage Bunshin to keep him company as he began his training. He would spar with the other him as he worked through all the styles of Taijutsu, one by one. Ryu Dragon, Tora Tiger, Kijuuki Crane, Hibi Snake, Shishi Lion, Sarah Monkey, Washi Eagle, Kujira Whale were the basic styles. The advanced section, or basically, the styles that mix up all the above mentioned into 4 more complicated and powerful styles, would be Ryusei Meteor, Tsuki Moon, Taiyu Sun, and finally, Tentu Heaven. Ryu, Tora, Shishi, Washi focus on strength and power. Kijuuki, Hibi and Sarah focus on fluidity, flexibility, technique and speed. Kujira focuses solely on defense, stamina and to train one's mind. Ryusei is a combination of Tora, Washi and Seru. Tsuki is a combination of Shishi, Kijuuki and Kujira. Taiyu is a combination of Washi, Hibi and Ryu. And Tentu, a combination of Ryu, Kijuuki, Kujira and Tora. Haikai Juisin Shiki combines speed and agility with strength and defense, totally different from the original Taikai Fist. Chapter 1 clearly states that to master all the styles would be foolish, for one's body can only adapt to so many types of training, and if beyond a certain point, muscles will contract and relax at the most inopportune moments and eventually cause the whole body to break down. The final 4 styles act as a guideline to show the combinations possible. And it is highly recommended that one trains in no more than 4 styles at the most. However, there has yet to be one to master the Tentu style, for within it, it contains the essence of all aspects of combat. And of course, Naruto, being his stubborn old self, immediately decided to train the Tentu style. And so he started straight away, carefully reading up the positions and ways to use the strength. Currently, Naruto had no problem with Tora and Kujira, seeing that his stamina was off the charts and his strength was good enough, to say the least. However, Ryu proved to be challenging as it used more than just power. It required precision, accuracy and above all, control. Kijuuki was even harder. Control was the main issue. Fluidity was okayish for Naruto, and speed was acceptable. Today, he was working on Ryu no Kami Dragon style, and his clone was helping out when he accidentally used too much power, smashing the clone into another tree, causing it to go poof in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto sighed as he walked over to the tree and looked at the damage he caused. However, before he even reached there, Wado, so that's why I blasted him off. Control went off on that strict you at a minute. How did I know that? And then came the brilliant discovery. Kage Bunshin's shadow clones transfer whatever information they gain during their existence to the user once they are dismissed. And this if used for Treninguo. Flashback end. And so, Naruto began. He first created 5 clones, getting 3 of them to work on the Kijuuki no Kami, whereas he himself and the other 2 continued to go crazy over the frustrating Ryu no Kami. 5 clones became 10, 10 became 20, 20 became 50. And in just 2 months, Naruto was able to efficiently train alongside 50 clones, gaining an immense amount of knowledge every time they disappear. The rush of information to his head was handled by Kyuubi, preventing the data overload from affecting his nervous system. It had sorted out everything as quickly as it could, and soon, Naruto found that he was on the verge of mastering Tentu style. And he wasn't exactly surprised. What's more, Kyuubi had informed him that the pinnacle of Taijutsu was to be able to use one's chakra nature to help him out. As for Naruto, Kyuubi had merely smirked and guffawed before telling the kid to leave him alone and hurry his training. Oh, surprises, surprises. And so, he trains 8 hours a day. 8 times 51 gives 408 hours a day. And 408 times 61 days. 24,888 Hershey. That's a lot of training done in a mere 2 months. His usually crappy chakra control has been refined by Kujira no Kami to the point where he could stick himself onto surfaces and not slip. Now, that worked brilliantly on the Hokage when he walked into the office via the ceiling. His chakra capacity increased daily, and having the gravity seals on was just an added bonus in his training regime. The calories he burnt off due to training got them back by eating at least 10 bowls of ramen at Ichiraku every day. His allowance from the Hokage increases over the years until he is deemed able to make a living for himself, i.e. when he becomes a genin. There was one place, however, that he would visit quite frequently. The Hyuga Manor. And here he was again, back at his second home, as he would call it. He had just finished a day of training and had decided to drop in for a visit. The Bunky Branch family guards knew him well and treated him as an equal. Now coming from the almighty Hyuga clan, as Naruto would call them, was a big thing. However, Naruto detests the laws implemented on both the Soke main family and the Bunki members. In his opinion, the seal was just downright cruel, and the main family members have to train themselves to the point of exhaustion just to make sure they do not dishonor their clan. However, not once did Naruto voice his opinions, but everyone could see his apparent disapproval whenever he's visiting. Like right now, as he passed by several rooms, the intense training undergone by the members could be seen clearly. It was unnerving. And how some even have the nerve to blame it all on fate. That just totally puts me off. He had seen Hyuga Neji, who had ignored him from the start, determined that he, Naruto, was a mere weakling who had chanced upon an opportunity to rescue Hinata-sama and therefore had the backing of Hiashi-sama, and it was all because of fate. Honestly, Naruto had never heard so much bullcrap from anyone since he was born. After that speech, Naruto could only stuff his fist inside his mouth to prevent himself from screaming out in rage at the pure stupidity and cowardice that this guy was showing. And the way he was treating Hinata and Hanabi was no better. He treated them like dirt. Manners, yes he has them, but his glare was enough to show that whatever polite terms he had used were totally insincere. He could not understand why Hinata just had to be so kind and poor Hanabi, not even understanding why her cousin was so angry. She was still a toddler, yet already, she was beginning to train under her father. He had heard something about how Niji's father died, but never ventured any further upon seeing the hurt in Hiashi's eyes. Naruto sighed as he shook his head, damn I think too much, oh here we are. And sure enough, there he was, standing outside the room, waiting for permission to enter. Which of course, he got within a second, but that's beside the point. Come on in Naruto-kun. Naruto obliged and quietly slid open the door. Hyuga Hitomi was 31 years old, with long flowing navy blue hair tied up in a white ribbon. Her skin was silky white, something that Hinata picked up. Her eyes were kind and her touch was always gentle. She was the most caring person Naruto has ever known, besides Sandaime Jisen of course. She wasn't stiff and strict like Hiashi was half the time, no, she genuinely cared about people's well-being. She treats Naruto as a son, and that is something Naruto will never forget. Whenever he had troubles, he confided them to her. She was definitely one of his precious people. Hinata and Hanabi would follow close behind, especially Hanabi, who had taken to him immediately, grabbing his blonde hair and giggling as she played with it. Hinata was like a younger sister to her, and he swore that he would protect her if anything ever happened to her. One thing that never changes for Naruto is the fact that he always keeps his promise. And because of that, he has gained the trust of the Hyuga sisters and their parents. As he was indulged in his train of thoughts, Hitomi smiled and said, "So, what brings you here Naruto-kun?" He snapped out of his trance and gave a tired smile, "Well, something's bothering me." Hitomi knew that smile. It was his goddamnit, life sucks smile. If you could even call that a smile. She sighed and motioned for him to come closer, before hugging him gently and listening to his woes. Naruto had told her before, those dreams he had. She and all the other parents knew the truth behind what he did and wanted to explain to their own children, but Naruto shook his head, telling Hitomi that it would just make things worse. The problem with Naruto-ish thinks about the others too much. Not just that, he rarely cares about himself. So selfless, so gentle and caring. You wouldn't expect such quality in a boy at his age. Naruto-kun, why don't you accept Ino as your friend once again? I'm sure she'll forgive. No. Two can't. Last time we were friends, they were about to beat her up as well. I like her Hitomi-sama, I really do. Butin Sakura-chan too can't do this to them. This is my burden, so I'll carry it myself. This is my story and no one else can change it but me. I'll do whatever I can to protect them, even if it means that they'll end up hating male do it. Naruto's eyes shone with such determination that Hitomi couldn't help chuckling at. He's so much like him, like they said, like father, like son. Okay then, Naruto-kun. Well, do you feel better now? Naruto grinned and gave a big nod, yup. Arigato, Hitomi-sama. Hitomi sighed and gently tapped his forehead. How many times have I told you, there is no need to call me Sama. I'm not that old you know. Well, Abasan isn't any better in my opinion oh. Hey. Aka Hitomi then took out a brush and began to gently comb his hair. Naruto-kun, I've always wondered what having a son was like. Naruto froze, his heart threatened to stop beating any momentous she. I would lick you to become my son even if we're not related by blood. I would still like to be able to call you my Sachi-san. Do you accept me as a sort of surrogate mother? Can I have the honor of you calling me your mother? Naruto began to tremble, he was just about to speak before Hitomi spoke once again. No, Naruto-kun, I know what you're thinking. You told me once that you do not want to be adopted and that you like the freedom you have, and I agree with you and respect your decision, but don't you think that even the mightiest of birds would need to return to their very own nest to rest their wings? Tears were threatening to fall any second, he bit his lips, but the council. Hitomi shook her head, you are not of the Hyuga clan, they can't do anything about it, we can't adopt you, even though I've been trying for years to be able to do that, but that doesn't mean I can't love you as a son now, does it? She smiled warmly. Besides, I'm sure Hinata would like to have you as a brother. Hanabi too. They adore Naruto-kun. Hitomi now, come on, Hiashi, say something. Naruto whirled around, shock evident in his eyes as the leader of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiashi was standing right there, smiling slightly. What is your surname, Naruto? Naruto raised an eyebrow before answering, Uzumaki, sir. Do you have any blood relationships with the Hyuga clan? No sir. Have you been taken into our custody? Not that I know of. Well, then, I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, come on Hinata, Hanabi, say hello to your new brother. Hiashi stepped aside, revealing two girls who smiled brightly before dashing into the room and latching themselves onto Naruto, Ani-chan. Older brother. Naruto gave a slight yelp at the sudden weight increase on his body and fell onto the floor, with Hanabi giggling non-stop, cuddling him like her teddy bear, whereas Hinata merely hugged him gently and gave him a genuine smile. Hitomi and Hiashi laughed at the scene before them, especially when Hanabi began to plait Naruto's spiky hair. It was hilarious, in the end, Naruto had allowed her to do it. However, whenever his gaze met with the two of them, a mutual understanding was established. Arigataka-san, we love you Naruto-kun, as much as Hinata and Hanabi. Never ever forget that there will always be ones who care for you. Never forget that. And even though it might not have seemed very special to the Hyugas, seeing how they were already treating him as a part of the family, Naruto had found something precious once again. He had 4 more precious people to protect and that made him happy to no end. So what do you say? Be friends with me? Ino-chan. Arigato Naruto-kun, Ken will you be my friend? Sakura-chan. Yes, I will. But not yet. I will train to be stronger until I'm sure that I can protect you, but for now, please forgive me for not being able to return your friendship. Chapter 4. Mayhem. Smash. Not bad but it still needs refining, I reckon. But great job so far. Your form and nature manipulation definitely came a long way. Naruto was panting as he eyed the damage done to the poor tree by his very own original. It was incredible, and he was proud, however, he knew that wasn't all. They had the potential to end up as an AR rank assassination. The speed it requires to charge and execute was a lot faster than some other. Kyuubi had told him where his fire affinity came from. And from 8, where he met her, he began to train like crazy, doubling the number of cage bunshin he would use, now averaging around 200 a day. It was a magnificent way of training. Fuzurg, I'm exhausted. Groaned Naruto as he slowly sat down on the forest ground, resting against a tree, as his mentor grinned sadistically, Uo, come now, you don't want me to double your training regime do you? Naruto sighed, look, leave me alone for just 2 minutes okay? I'm not kidding. She raised an eyebrow, HMPH, seems like you have a limit too. But nevertheless, I am amazed at your progress, Naru-chan, how much further do you think this can go? Naruto grunted at his nickname and replied, I reckon I may finish it sometime soon, a few days maybe don't call me that. She smirked widely, oh, is little Naru-chan all grown up and independent now? Is he so strong that he can ignore his oh-so-caring Nichan? Naruto snorted, you've got to be kidding me. Caring? Right, you didn't seem to mind that you were throwing 50 per minute at me when I was just an 8-year-old. And making me run around this crazy forest, trying to stop you from literally killing me, can you still call yourself caring? Yup. And with that, she took out another stick of dango and began to eat it, clearly ignoring Naruto's earlier comment. Naruto growled in frustration, if there ever was such a freaking annoying woman in the world, that I absolutely have no idea how to get her off my nervous it would be Mitarashi Ankoth Hanabi and Hinata, following closely behind. However, said woman was happily engorging herself in the pleasures of consumption and couldn't care less about what was going through his mind. It all started the year before. Flashback, Naruto was training in the patch of forest just next to the fenced-off area named Training Area Number 44. He had already got his Tentu style down and began training on his ninjutsu. His Futen. K's no Fukuman Wind Element. Wind Veil can now be executed in the blink of an eye. Kyuubi is now guiding him through the ways of manipulating chakra nature, mainly how to control fire. Naruto was exhilarated when he managed to create a blue flame in his palm. He created a small C rank fire for himself and had even gotten the Hokage to approve it. He named it Kaiten. Shikaku Fire Element. Crimson Flame Ball, due to the fact that it was literally creating a small ball of fire within your palm, you can adjust its size depending on your control and chakra capacity, and let's say, you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Yes, and that was the start of his very own collection of originals. He currently had 2 on the list, well, technically 1.5, but meh, details, who needs them? And so here he was, training diligently, trying to think of another that could help him, and that was when he saw 2 Kunoichis appear on the side of Training Area 44, arguing intensely. From what Naruto could pick up due to his slightly enhanced senses, it seemed as though the black-haired woman was ranting about how she finally had the chance to get revenge and how the snake bitch was going down. And without warning, the purple-haired female was struck right in the chest, and just as she was about to block, her friend had slammed a kunai into her shoulder, pinning her to the tree. Naruto raged at the sight of that. He hated those who looked down on others, and he did what he thought was right. He charged up his Shikakyu and took aim. Haha. Didn't see it coming now, did you, Anko? Even the Hokage got fooled by me. All I had to do was pretend to be a goody girl, and he let me team up with you. That old senile. Now die. And just as the psycho was about to plunge the kunai into her heart, Naruto flung his fireball as hard as he could, right into her back. The fiery chakra ball detonated on contact and sent the kunoichi flying into the fences surrounding the area, effectively knocking her unconscious. Naruto actually forgot to gape at his jutsu's power and rushed to help the purple-haired woman pinned to the tree. He had inwardly yelled at Kyuubi for help, and the fox had grumbled the reply back to him. So he did as he was told. He channeled some fire nature chakra to his fingers and tapped multiple spots that Kyuubi had pointed out. The woman looked surprised at Naruto's ability to temporarily close nerve points to lessen the pain. What's more, the fiery feeling she got was oddly comforting, soothing her nerves. And when he pulled the kunai out, it didn't even hurt. Little did Naruto know, he had just learned one of the most effective ways of treating a kunai wound. It was Anbu class, and a definite knowledge required. Of course, it was rarely used in times of combat, seeing how you do not have the leisure to be busy tapping yourself when the enemy could be throwing more at you. But off the battlefield, it was a necessity. The woman watched on amused as the kid busied himself in getting the kunai off and muttered, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Naruto merely grinned as he successfully removed the obstacle and placed her onto the ground. He gave a sigh of relief before wiping off the sweat on his head. "Inu-san. I know you're there." And as expected, said Anbu jumped into the clearing and ruffled Naruto's hair. "I swear you're getting better at this every day. Now, Naruto, I need you and Anko to come with me to see the Hokage for a moment." 5 minutes later, he got the shock of his life. He had just assisted in an air rank mission. Him. An 8-year-old kid. Woohoo. The purple-haired brunette turned out to be a Takebetsu Jounin special Jounin, Mitarashi Anko. Inu-san was supposed to lead his squad as backup. It was a plot to capture that spy from Iwagakure hidden village of stone. The Hokage had commended him for his help and said, "Now, Naruto, a few days ago, remember when I asked you whether you would like a mentor to help you in your training?" After receiving a very enthusiastic nod, Sarutobi smiled. "Well, since you both met, I guess introductions are in order." Naruto's eyes widened to the size of Platish just saved his new sensei. "Whoa. Yo, you did pretty well back there. What's the name?" "Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage." "Oh, ambitious aren't we?" "Yep. Well, guess it's you and me now. You ready? I won't take it easy on you." "No prob." Flashback end. And that was how Naruto came to add another precious person to his list. Mitarashi Anko turned out to be quite the protective sister. Her ways of showing affection were inadequate. Let's end it at that. Alright brat. Break's over. Now, time to check up on your reflexes. What do you say? Anko was fingering a very sharp kunai with that mischievous glint in her eyes and that sadistic smirk on her face. "Oh crap, here we go again." And indeed, the next few hours of Naruto's training need not be reveled. Few hours later, Naruto was dragging his battered body back to his apartment where he took a quick shower and changed into a clean set of clothes before setting off for the Hyuga mansion. Today was the day where he promised little Hanabi that he would take her on a trip to that little forest just outside of Konoha. It was Hitomi who suggested it, and Hinata would go as well, along with a branch member, Kureko-san, as an escort. Hanabi had been bugging him for a while, and so he had agreed to this plan. After all, he did need to relax for a while after enduring that torture session. How can you even call that training? Crazy. Yo. Kureki-san. I assume we're all ready to go. Naruto grinned as he looked up at one of the strongest females in the clan, not to mention one of the prettiest. Kureki smiled lightly and gave a nod before replying, "Hanabi-sama is just getting dressed, Hinata-sama is in the living room, saying goodbye." "Ah, here they are. Naruto Nai-chan. Boo off," was the only reaction she got as she tackled her brother onto the ground. Naruto grumbled, "Geez, Hanabi-chan, you really need to stop this. You could have killed me." He grabbed at his heart in mock pain. "Meanie?" pouted Hanabi as she crossed her arms, trying to look like her father and failing miserably. She was just too cute that way. Naruto couldn't help it and hugged her gently before carrying her in his arms and setting her on his shoulders. "Okay, I'm sorry. Here, for the rest of the night, you get to enjoy the Sugoi Takebetsu Naruto Kake amazing special Naruto view. How's that sound?" Hanabi gave a squeal and glee as she made herself comfortable by flopping the upper half of her body onto Naruto's hair, snuggling in its warmth. For some unfathomable reason, Hanabi just can't get enough of Naruto's hair. Is it the shampoo? Must be he. is she sniffingrio? She's pulling Radot honestly, what is so damn special about my hair? Just then, a soft voice called out, maybe it's because it's so randomly arranged in Spikita. Konbanha good evening Naruto Nai-san. Naruto gave her his usual foxy grin and gave her a quick hug before greeting Hitomi at the doors. Kasan, don't worry, I'll protect those two if it's the last thing I do. Well, we're off. Just then, another male branch member appeared at the doors, along with Hiashi. Just a minute, Hitomi-sama, I feel that having two guards is a safer bet, please, allow me to accompany them. I've already gotten Hiashi-sama's consent. Hitomi narrowed her eyes slightly before looking at her husband. She saw his gaze and reluctantly gave a nod. This guy's name was Akisu, one of the guys that Naruto hated instantly. And Naruto frowned at the new addition to the team. He gazed at Hitomi, only to see her smile slightly, tilting her head as usual, giving him reassurance, and that was all he needed. Gareki didn't know Akisu too well, but disliked him due to his pompous attitude and his bad temper. He had been acting a bit weird lately and has always eyed the two heirs to the clan with contempt, why then, was he volunteering? However, upon seeing Hiashi-sama's glance, she gave a nod before they set off, with her leading the front and Akisu flanking the rear. Naruto was right behind her, entertaining Hanabi and Hinata as they went. Now, the forest they were going to was special. How? Well, it was the place where the waterfall was the most famous place to sightsee in the Fire Country. It was beautiful, with pebbles glittering under the soft moonlight, and the soft whispers of the water were able to calm your tense nerves in a matter of moments. The moonlight silhouette added a mysterious feel to the whole place, not to mention that it was a great place to stargaze. It was chosen by Naruto, after some research and pestering with the Hokage and Hitomi couldn't have been more satisfying. And as expected, Hinata and Hanabi totally adored their destination. It was gorgeous. Naruto had to admit, it looked even better than some of the pictures taken. Gareki gave a sigh as she made herself comfortable under a tree, and whilst keeping an eye on the children, she too relaxed under the quiet moon. Hinata and Hanabi played lightly with the water, gently spraying each other a little here and there, with Naruto laughing and playing with them. It was tranquil yet Naruto couldn't help but frown, something was off. Boy, Kitsune, do you sense anything? That Akisu guy just ticks me off. HMPH, that tone will not get you anywhere, and I care because. You're fine. I'm going to sleep. Okay, I'm kidding. Now honestly, what is up with that guy? Just be on your guard. Treat this as a sort of mission, and respect it. Nothing should go wrong. Okay then. Thanks. Did I hear right? This ungrateful brat just said. I take it back. Shame. And with that, he cut off the link and resumed his fun and laughter. Akisu merely stood there, stone-faced, totally serious. He activated his secret and smirked when he saw them coming. Oh yeah, it's time. Time to die demons come. Oh, not to mention those disgusting main house brats. Hope they enjoy their afterlife without their precious eyes. He walked casually towards Kareki and pretended as though there was something behind her. Hey. Look out. Kareki's eyes shot open and she spun around, only to feel an immense pain in her back as she felt the kunai plunge into her body, eliciting a scream from her. Naruto's head shot up at that and saw Kareki being punched right into the cliff beside the waterfall, temporarily disabling her. His sadistic smirk was all Naruto needed to tell that something very, very bad was about to happen. Indeed, without warning, a fist lodged itself firmly in his cheek, blasting him into the trees, making him cough up blood. Hanabi screamed as the guy that assaulted them grabbed her roughly and struck several pressure points, temporarily paralyzing her. The man turned out to be a Kumo missing nin, seeing how there was a slash on his headband. Hinata was just about to rush over when Akisu slapped her right in the face before giving her a punch straight in the stomach, rendering her helpless as she kicked him away. Hey. Muraki. All done. That will teach them to disrespect me. Now, as planned, should we kill her? Mumbled Akisu to the missing nin as he jerked his thumb towards Kareki to find that she wasn't there. Scum! Yelled Kareki as she slammed a Juken strike right in his side before following up with a kick, only to find that it was blocked by the missing nin. Muraki sneered as he slammed his fist down on her leg, breaking the bones and using his immense strength, he flung her away. Kareki was doing all she could to not faint from the pain she was put through. This was unreal. A normal play trip transformed into an A-rank protection mission. What's worse, she's on the losing end. Akisu activated his and rushed in to challenge her. Kareki, needless to say, was subdued after a few strikes, seeing how she was severely injured. Akisu took out a kunai and smashed it into her shoulder, pinning her to the tree. Her screams were ignored as Akisu didn't so much as look at her before walking over to Naruto. HMPH, demon brat, I finally got to kill you. Think of all the honor I will get. Naruto suddenly went poof into a cloud of smoke and that was when Akisu knew he was in trouble. Take that. Yelled Naruto as he drove his fist right in his gut, administering Tora no Kami. He continued the combo with an uppercut, sending him into the air before gathering chakra into his feet. He too leapt into the air with 2 roundhouse kicks, he bashed Akisu right in the head and was about to finish him off when all of a sudden, Raiden. Rakurai. Thunder element. Lightning bolt. And before Naruto could even react, a huge bolt of electricity coursed through his body, sending spasms through his nervous system, totally messing up his coordination, not to mention it hurt like crazy. Naruto Nisen. Screamed Hinata as Akisu held a kunai to her throat. Demon. Either you let me kill you, or I kill her. Your choice. Muraki. Take that girl and run. I'm sure that someone would have noticed the explosion you caused by now. Go. Muraki merely glared but did as he was told. However, before he could take even one step, he frowned as a dozen or so clones were surrounding him, determined on not letting him go. Hanabi felt helpless, she hated seeing her beloved brother in pain. What's worse, she was indirectly the cause of it. If only she had trained harder, if only she hadn't pestered him, if only they didn't come on this stupid trip. The tears in her eyes caused a wave of sadness to Naruto's heart. He growled as he yelled, Hanabi. Hinata. Trust me. I will save you. Or I'll die trying. Akisu inched the kunai slightly towards her throat, causing a tiny bit of blood to escape, his menacing smirk plastered on his face all the while. Hinata merely closed her eyes and mouthed, run. Pox, done. Go wild kid. However, what surprised the two enemies the most was when Naruto formed a bird and a ram seal, and the purple light that glowed on the ground he was standing on. Yurioku Tsumitsuki, Juuchi Taira, Kai. Gravity Black Seal, 11th level, release, and as he was formed, his chakra flared intensely for a moment before slowly dying down, and soon, the same feeling of lightness came upon Naruto, and muttering the words, Shunpo. Flash step, he dashed off at speeds deemed unattainable for an 8-year-old kid. In just one move, he got right up in front of Akisu and smashed his fist right into his face, blasting him through the trees. The cage buncheons on the other hand, have successfully rescued Hanabi and are now doing their best to contain the missing nin. Kureki stared in awe as Naruto handled the situation, it was unbelievable. Naruto gave Hinata a quick hug before charging up his fireball, Kaiten. Shikakyu. Fire element. Crimson flame ball this time however, he charged it to twice its normal size and with extreme accuracy, lodged directly onto Akisu, causing him to scream in agony as the flame engulfed him. The fact that Kyuubi's fiery chakra made up 90% of it assured his defeat. It was then that Naruto bit his thumb and smudged some blood onto his palm, Ninpo. Kuchius. Emerge from the shadows, Shinku. Ninja arts, summoning and answering his call, a medium-sized crimson kitsune appeared with his 2 tails in all his glory. You called, Naruto-sama. Shinku, I need you to immobilize him just for a few seconds, if possible, keep him away from Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. Said Fox nodded before dashing into the fray, aiding the cage buncheons. Naruto however, took the chance to rush over to Kureki and placed his hand on her leg, concentrating, Kureki-san, it might sting, but please, just bear with it. And slowly, to Kureki's amazement, blood-red chakra began to seep into her wound, healing it at an amazing rate. She felt the energy coursing through her, she felt revitalized. In just a minute, her major wound was no longer bleeding. Kureko-san, I've tried the best I can, it's going to be fine for now. I need your help. My chakra supplies are depleting rapidly and I have just enough for that one attack. Please, get Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan when you have the chance and quickly run back to Konoha first. I'll try and stall for time. You and I are in no real condition to be battling, so please, trust me. Kureki hated to admit it, but that seemed like the only solution. Her leg was cured and she was ready to go. Naruto-kun, thank you. Naruto gave her that confident grin before charging right at Muraki, getting his attention away from the 2 helpless girls and using his cage buncheons, he got them to Kureki. Hurry, Kureko-san. And as expected, the clone went poof, disappearing due to the lack of chakra. Kureki focused immediately and sent one last gaze at the brave boy before forming a ram seal, Shunshin no, and in a cloud of smoke, she disappeared. Naruto sighed in relief as he witnessed their departure. Muraki too saw it and was furious. You brat. You just ruined my meat ticket back to Kumagakure. You're going down. Raiden. Electric shock. In an instant, electricity was emitted in all directions, promptly destroying all the clones. Naruto gasped as the Kumonin engaged him in close combat. He too, kept his cool and held his opponent off pretty well using the Tentu style, however, due to his rapidly diminishing chakra, he knew that he wasn't going to last too long. Just then, Shinku snapped at the Kumonin with his sharp jaws, buying Naruto some time. Back in Konohagakure, Hokage-sama. Yelled Kureki with the last of her strength as she shunshin Ed into the Hokage's office. She wasn't surprised to see Hiashi there as she knew they had a meeting. Sarutobi and Hiashi stood up abruptly at the sight of the 2 unconscious girls with blood all over their clothes. What happened? Where is Naruto? Asked Hiashi urgently, refusing to believe what he feared had come true. He's holding them off. He told me to bring Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama back first. Please hurry, it's Kumo's Muraki. What? Izumi. Get me Anko right now. Roared Sarutobi as he let the word sink in. Muraki Igaram, B rank missing nin, averaging between high and low in terms of Taijutsu and Ninjutsu respectively. This wasn't looking good at all. Okage-sama. What's the matter? Anko, I need you to follow Kureki-san here. Naruto's in danger. He's fighting Muraki. Anko's eyes widened before she gritted her teeth. Hi. Kureki signaled for her to follow, and with that, they dashed out into the night. During all the ruckus, the girls have woken up and stared at their surroundings, only to find themselves pulled into a huge hug by their father. Oh, thank God you're both alright. Come, we're going to the hospital. Chichiroya father, where is Nai-san? Is he alright? Hinata asked timidly, whereas Hanabi began to cry. The Ashi sighed as he stared at the Hokage, before turning back to his daughters. He will be certain of it. Back with Naruto. Rain. Shigeki. Thunder element. Shock. Arg. Screamed Naruto as once again, he was hit by that. Things have definitely gone downhill since Kureki left. Naruto found out that the guy he was fighting had an old injury that was apparently slowing him down and tried to exploit that weakness. However, his opponent wasn't a B-rank missing nin for nothing and had much more experience than him. All the attacks were nullified and now, it was all Naruto could do to dodge. If the reinforcements don't arrive in 2 minutes, then I'm toast. Naruto yelped as once again, he narrowly dodged the attack. Shinku was trying his best to help, blasting fireballs every now and then to help deflect the attack, but the pure strength of the Kumo missing nin was overwhelming, even for Shinku, and he too, found that his chakra was depleting. The fox had sustained a fair amount of hits as well, and he looked ready to fall any time now. Naruto knew it was now or never. He had to risk it. Shinku. Grab him and make sure he stays in that place. I'm going to finish it now. And the fox leapt at the Kumo nin again. This time however, he played smart and tripped the guy whilst biting him, using one of his tails, he wrapped it around his neck whilst his jaws lodged firmly on his arm. Naruto formed the seals, praying to God that he could get the control and power right. He was going to use that, his second ever original one. The one he had practiced all day before this dreadful event. Tori, Ryu, Ohitsuji, Tora, Yuma, Usagi, Inu, Ryu. Alright, come on. Naruto concentrated all his remaining chakra and onto his palm, the pure intensity of it made it possible for the chakra to be seen. He then manipulated the chakra, forcing it to accumulate into a huge fireball enveloping his right fist. It was a magnificent sight, his fist was on fire, literally, with a scorching hot blue flame dancing around his fist, it was crackling every now and then, and finally, he was ready. Arg. Shunpo. And in flash, he dashed off towards his enemy, the flames growing wilder by the second, gaining power as the wind spurred them on, his eyes roaring with determination as he appeared right in front of the Kumo missing nin, fist drawn back, it's over. Keen Furia. Blaze flare. And with his final strength, he drove his fist of flame right into Muraki's chest, melting the skin surrounding it, ignoring the armor plates he wore, burning right through his body. But it wasn't over, this technique was special in the sense that it consisted of 2 parts. The first was to stun the opponent where the second one was the real deal. Normally, Naruto would never use the second half of it, but now, he couldn't care less. He ignored the screams of agony coming from Muraki and firmly grasped his right arm using his left hand and focused the flames into the shape of a blade and aiming it right at Muraki's heart, he yelled, Haketsu. Reject and boom. The flame projectile smashed through the enemy's heart, blasting him away as a huge explosion took place. Naruto's arm was jerked back due to the sheer power of the explosion, and he too was sent tumbling to the ground. He had done it. There was no way Muraki could have survived it. He gasped as his eyes struggled to stay open. He could faintly hear cries of Naruto in the distance, but he couldn't help it. Aha, I did it. I protected them. The last thing he saw was that familiar blob of purple hair as he drifted off into the darkness, embraced by the tranquility of it and finally getting some well-deserved rest. However, that gentle smile never left his face and little did Naruto know that he had just taken a huge step towards the future. Chapter 5. Savior. Wait up. Hey? Sakura-chan. What's wrong? What is it? Grinned the boy. The pink-haired girl blushed before shoving a plushie into his arms. Thanks for helping me. The boy's eyes widened for a moment before shaking his head. I did what I should, there is no need to give this to me. Besides, don't you like him? The boy pointed at the fox plushie, all the while smiling gently. The girl shook her head, I want you to have it. The boy sighed, alright, but here, how about we do it this way? The girl tilted her head to the side, huh? The boy grinned before saying, I'll keep it as a token of our friendship, but if you ever feel that I'm not a good friend, I'll give it back to you straight awave. Don't say that. Don't say that. Naruto is my best friend. You're not allowed to say that. The pink-haired girl cried into his chest before staring up with intense determination. If that's the case, then I never want it back. I want you to always be my friend. Forever and ever and ever. The boy just stood there, dumbfounded, before slowly, a smile took over his face, a pure naive smile as he held out his pinky, shake on it. The girl immediately did so, and as she left, the boy yelled, Sakura-chan. Don't forget it. It's a promise of a lifetime. I won't. Wake up, Naruto. Wake up. Wake up. What Yuo's calling me? Odd, why isn't he waking up? Is that Anko? Calm down, the doctors are trying their best, all you're doing is delaying his healing process. Nai-chan. I'm sorry. Are you angry at me? I'm sorry. I promise I'll never pester you again. Please wake up. Hanabi, Naruto Nai-san. Oh no, Hahaoya mother please help him. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Hitomi-kasan. Well, Kit, looks like you did find some people to care about you after all. But do I need to bloody kill you for using such a freaking risk, or do I just let it go? That is the stupidest dilemma I've ever heard of. You sure you are not going senile, you dumb fox? Are you trying to piss me off? No need to try, you know. Shut the hell up. But if I do that, how will you get back in there? Bri, we're pushing it. Alright, calm down. Right, I'll talk later, but now, I really gotta go back. TCH, whatever Kit. Just stay alive. Will do. Look, his eyes. Naruto. Indeed, ignoring the bright lights and the whiteness of the surroundings, he opened his eyes and started to get up. He placed his palm on his forehead, trying to sort out his memories. I remember beating the Kumo guy and then Anko came and saved me, I reckon. At that moment, he was enveloped in a strong hug by Hitomi. Thank goodness, you have no idea how worried we were. I swear, if you take those kinds of risks again. No, Naruto, her eyes were filled with tears, yet there was no sadness in them, only joy, pure elation that her son had pulled through. Naruto chuckled and gave a small smile. Gomen, sorry, I'll be more careful next time. He scratched his head before saying, where's Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan? Are they okay? Just then, the door flew open and before he knew it, two soft figures were already hugging the life out of him. Nai-san. You're back. Were you angry at Hanabi? Was that why you wouldn't come back? If that's so, I'm sorry. I really am. Naruto immediately looked down, and sure enough, there she was, with her lips quivering, her eyes all teary and her expression just downright cute. He gently lifted her into his arms and hugged her back. No, Hanabi-chan, I'll never be angry at you. I was away, Bekase had some stuff to do, but hey. I got back as quick as I could, didn't I? He grinned. Hanabi, upon seeing that famous foxy grin, couldn't help but giggle before snuggling in Naruto's chest, happy and content that her brother was back. Hinata, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh at Naruto's smart way of handling it. She had been trying to calm Hanabi down for the past 15 minutes, to no avail, yet here comes Naruto, in just 2 seconds, made Hanabi all happy and smiley, and for some reason, Hinata thinks it's not only because of Naruto being the cause of Hanabi's tantrum, it's just, his posture just reassures you in a way. Hinata-chan, I wasn't strong enough to protect. Don't say that. It was my fault. If only I had been stronger. Both of you stop this nonsense. But Kasan. No buts. Naruto-kun, you are not even a genin yet. No one expects you to be able to take down a B-rank missing nin. So don't go around thinking that you are supposed to be able to take enemies of this sort all day long. Are we clear? Hitomi gazed straight into his eyes, wanting to make sure that the message was sent across. Naruto sighed, before replying, yeah. Crystal. Hitomi shook her head and gave a sigh of exasperation before gathering all 3 of her children into a big hug. Bacchus, you are all my little bakas. Even Hiashi couldn't help but chuckle at this statement. Indeed, Naruto was howling with laughter at the statement. Little Hanabi was jumping on the bed with glee, whereas Hinata was laughing softly in her mother's hug. It was finally over. Sandame Jai-san, where's Anko Ni-chan? Ah, she is currently worrying about her little brother and is currently interrogating the Hyuga stupid enough to fight her brother. She was waiting along with us for you to wake up, however, seeing how she really needed some stress relief, I reckon that maybe a distraction is appropriate. Sarutobi chuckled as he remembered how much sadism Anko had shown at the mention of the words Akisu and interrogation. Ooh, oh boy, you do not want to be near her at this very moment. Honestly, Anko is the only woman in the village to make full use of the words looks can kill. Akisu is probably wetting his pants at this very moment just by staring at Anko. Now, Naruto-kun, I'm sad to say that I must take my leave as there are other matters that I have to discuss with Hiashi-san. I wish you a quick recovery and all the best in your training. Ah, that's right, before I forget, please, come to my office when you're discharged. That'll be all. And with that, he ruffled Naruto's blonde spiky locks gently before leaving with Hiashi. Naruto thought for a moment before turning to Hitomi. Kasan, could you do me a favor? Hitomi huffed at the question, of course. Why would I refuse you? Naruto chuckled at her, knowing that she was trying to cheer him up. Could you go to my apartment and fish out a box under my bed? There's a fox plushie and a yellow-orange scarf in it. Could you get it for me? Hitomi's eyes softened and gave a nod. Okay, just wait a while, okay? I'll be right back. Hinata and Hanabi will look after you, won't they? Hi. Two unanimous voices rang clear in his ears and he couldn't help but smile. And so, Hitomi left as well, knowing what those two items meant. Naruto sighed and gave a yawn, fatigue getting the best of him. Hinata noticed it and quickly tucked him in, wanting him to be as comfortable as possible. And so, with a quiet thanks, Naruto drifted off to sleep once again. How are you today? Fine, I guess. It's getting cold though, are you sure you're wearing enough, Ino-chan? Yup. Mom made me very warm before coming out. Say, Naru-kun, supposedly, someone gave you a scarf, what would you say to her? The boy thought for a while, before answering, well, I would thank her very much, but then, I doubt any girl would care that much about me. The girl seemed to pout. Oh? That's what you think of me as well. No, no, no. I never meant you, Ino-chan. You're the most polite and kind girl I know. Definitely. Come on, forgive me. Oh Naru-kun, you're too fun to tease. And with that, she whipped out a wrapped box from behind her back. Tada. Come on, open it. The boy's eyes widened for a moment before staring at the girl. For me? Yep. Smiled the girl. The boy lowered his head for a moment, his lips quivering, before his head shot back up, with that same big grin on his face. Thanks. Ino-chan. Wow, a scarf. Orange too. My favorite. Now, Naru-kun, you won't be cold anymore. Well, even if you still are, just think of the times when we were together, that way, you would feel better. That's what my mum said. Ino-chan, arigato. I will. Whenever I put this on, I'll think of you. I won't forget it. It's a promise. And amidst the fun and laughter they had that day, the scarf was now the first ever precious possession the boy had. Margaret Watia, it's just a dream, sigh. Why can't I get those memories out of my head? Naruto muttered bitterly to himself. He hated it. All these good memories just made the bad ones stand out even more. Ah, looks like I fell asleep for 2 hours, Hanabi-chan, and Hinata-chan went home already with Kasen. Oh well, at least Foxy is Heribert's getting cold, and with a swift move, he wrapped the orange scarf around his neck and cuddled the plushie to his chest. Yo kid. Feeling better? He guess. Oh, thanks for helping me out again. Appreciate it. HMPH, you better. But then, if you die, I die. Not much of a choice. Haha, true. But it's not every day you get a nine-tailed kitsune to save you now, is it? Keep dreaming and it might come true. You just saved me, didn't you? That doesn't count. Man, Kyuubi, one would think demon lords were smart. What happened to? You don't want to finish that sentence. Hey, chill. Just stating a fact. Why what was that? What was what? Shut up, you numbskull, I'm trying to concentrate. That sent it must be them, you better hurry, kid. What? What's wrong? Not another. I'm just saying that your precious friends are currently undergoing some intense trouble there. What? Yeah, so should we go? Your choice. Stupid fox, isn't it obvious? Well, fine by me, I've strengthened your muscles temporarily as best as I could. Hope it lasts. Now go. I'll tell you the directions. And with that, the link was cut and in a flash, Naruto was out of the door, rushing down the corridors. Gasps were heard everywhere and he could still hear the doctors yelling at him to come back, something about how he hasn't recovered yet. But now, he couldn't care less. He rushed out of the main lobby and out into the streets, and as he ran closer to the destination, sure enough, voices could be heard their voice. Oh how he missed them. At the playground. Haha. You skunk. Dirt, like you should know their places. Now bend and lick my shoes like you're supposed to. Yelled a big boy, literally, seeing how he was twice the height of that poor girl with that pale blonde ponytail. Shut up. Arg. She was once again pushed to the grounds. I won't let you beat me. Hang in there, Sakura. Ha. What do you think you can do to us? Demon lovers like you should just die like the filth you are. Mama told me that demons should die, so if you love demons, you should die as well. Muttered the big genin sadistically. He whipped out a kunai and swiped it gently across the girl's arm, drawing a thin line of blood, causing a yelp to come from the girl. Ino? Cried the pink-haired girl as she was trying her best to push off the boys who were trying to beat her up. Sadly, she was failing miserably. Haha. Your parents won't be here to save you now. There's a council meeting right now, so no one will blame us. My dad's a council member, and if I said that you demon lovers attacked me first like the crazy sluts you are, he would praise me. Now, should I slice you up one by one or piece by piece? That maniacal gleam in his eyes terrified the girls to no end. True, their parents had left them there to play with each other because there was a council meeting and their parents were part of the shinobi council half, whereas the other half were made up of civilians. They were just happily making a sandcastle when suddenly this boy just charged in with his gang of bullies and proceeded to attack them. He was the notorious new genin, Kigamaru, the bully of the neighborhood. However, because his father was a civilian council member, the other people didn't dare to punish him for fear of his father's power over them. And as expected, Kigamaru turned out to be the biggest ass there ever was, loving to pick on the weak, especially girls. He had tried to get those two girls to play with him, but they merely scoffed at his disgusting attempts at perversion, and so he was angry and ordered his gang to attack them. Sakura. She yelled desperately as she tried to get away from the crazy genin. She hated to admit it, but she knew that he would do it. One thing was certain, Kigamaru always gets what he wants. That was the law in the children's neighborhood. Anyone that dares defy him would get a beating or threatening. Only one person dared to stand up to him, however, that current person isn't here, and Ino was trying to think of a solution to handle this. Haha, why don't you use your special, you think I don't know about them? You Yamanakas and Harunos are no good clans. My father said so. You demon lovers. Die. And with all his might, he flung his only two at the girls, seeing how they were cornered. He felt no remorse. They were just two bugs, ready to be squashed. HMPH, teach them to mess with the great Kigamaru-sama. Ino grabbed Sakura's hand tightly as she saw them appear. They were cornered. They couldn't escape. If she hadn't been caught off guard the first time, she wouldn't have wasted so much chakra trying to get to Sakura, but even then it proved pointless, for the boys were just bigger than them and much stronger. She gave a sigh and looked at Sakura, only to find the girl looking back at her. She gave a nod, and both girls grasped each other's hand tightly, waiting for the inevitable, yet all the while thinking of how they couldn't even get to see their other best friend just once more. Splash. They were right on target. They plunged right into the chest and blood splattered into the air. Now, that would seem normal to Kigamaru, however, not in this case. No. See, there was something wrong in this picture. 1. It was a boy who took the Kunesa's hit. 2. He wasn't falling onto the ground, much less dead. 3. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and was wearing hospital clothes. 4. The boy was snarling at him. Diva is Uzumaki Naruto. To say Kigamaru was scared was an understatement. With Naruto mustering all the killer intent he could gather and directing them right at the bully, scared couldn't even begin to describe the situation. He had pissed his pants straight away when the demon boy had glared at him with such contempt. One could literally feel the power and chakra oozing off him, and the fact that the chakra was red. How dare you touch them? How dare you even try to attack them? I'm going to rip you to pieces. Snarled the Kyuubified Naruto as he rushed at the dumbass who started this whole ordeal and gave him one strong punch right in the face, effectively breaking his nose and causing at least 5 of his teeth to be dislodged from his jaw. Not to mention the fact that Kigamaru crashed right through a tree due to the sheer force of the impact. The other bullies just stood there. Fear had them rooted to their spots. They couldn't do anything. It was just too overwhelming. Victory had tasted so sweet, if you could even call that a victory, and all of a sudden, their worst nightmare arrived. If you vermin even dare so much as touch them once again, I swear I'll make you regret it, growled Naruto as he pointed to Kigamaru. Now get that guy out of here and out of my sight, or else. Did they need to be told a second time? No, they don't. So what did they do? They did the smart thing and rushed Kigamaru to the hospital, all of them trembling all the way and tripping over the roads and stuff. The chakra slowly died down, and accompanying Naruto's rapid panting, 2 simultaneous gasps were heard. Naruto slowly pulled out his chest and for once, thanked the gods for having Kyuubi within him. He didn't dare turn around. He didn't want to see the looks on their faces. It was too painful. He took a step forward, but couldn't help but fall as the strength left his body. See, here was a perfect example where he totally forgot how he just fought a B-rank missing nin, plus a Hyuga traitor, and is suffering from multiple injuries. No, he can't face them. Yet even so, he couldn't help but turn his face slightly as he felt 2 pairs of arms hugging him tightly, never wanting to let go. Naru-kun. Naruto-kun. He could see so clearly, the tears in their eyes, the sorrow and joy deep within them. He owed them so much. I'm so sorry was all Naruto would say as he once again felt that familiar fatigue catch up to his body. SHH, Yare, we're going to be alright. Yeah, come on, you promised us you'd be fine. At those words, his heart was torn even further as he remembered how he had done the exact opposite of what he promised. He couldn't help himself, as much as he told himself that he was not to involve himself with his 2 best friends, as much as he reminded himself that as long as he was with them, they would get hurt. Couldn't help it. His tears were running freely as well as he pulled the 2 of them into a hug. I missed you guys so much. He cried as he felt them with him once again. The 2 girls responded similarly and hung on to him even harder, for to them, it was as if this was all a dream. Never would they have thought that Naruto would speak with them again, much less save them. I'm so sorry for not being there. I'm sorry. Naruto couldn't stand it any longer. Never had he felt so negative in life before, but now, as he looked over his best friend's injuries, he hated himself for what he did before. He knew that no amount of apologies could possibly heal the wounds in the girl's heart. Ino bit her lips before she ran her fingers through his soft blonde locks and bending her head, she whispered ever so gently into his left ear, "Don't worry, it wasn't your fault as long as you're here with us, like, you promise Eddie don't care anymore." Sakura grabbed his hand and caught his gaze, "The past doesn't matter, you kept your promise all along, he knew you would come for Yusi, he never doubted you, Naruto-kun." Their gaze, so soft, so answering, so comforting, it was like the old times, Naruto would protect them whilst they did all the patching up for him later on. And so, with one last grin, he finally lost consciousness, giving in to the fatigue that's been plaguing him for way too long. Yet the girls heard it clearly, and their hearts soared as he whispered the words, "I'm here to stay, never to leave again." Chapter 6. Guardian. I swear, Naru-chan, if there's one person that can get himself sent to the hospital twice within such a short period of time. Okay, I get the picture. Can we go now? Mumbled a pouting Naruto as Anko came to fetch him. Apparently, Sakura and Ino's mums came and after seeing him in such a condition, sent him to the hospital immediately. And so, he had to stay for another 3 days. Hitomi was absolutely furious, she too, like Anko, could not believe what a knucklehead Naruto was. "Can't you just stop your hero act for 1 minute and just rest, how many times must I tell you that?" Blah blah blah. And so on. Naruto was pretty much fighting to stay awake due to her extremely boring and obvious backhand. He had been stupid enough to comment on it, which had led to another lecture of why he did not do as she said. Yeah, mothers are scary. Ino and Sakura came to visit him and were overjoyed to see him all healthy. Ino's mother, Yukiko, came with them and thanked him for saving her daughter. It was quite a new experience for Naruto, receiving thanks from someone else. Well, from someone he didn't know, more like. She had been very polite and apologized for Sakura's mother's absence, Naoki, and explained that Naoki had a meeting she needed to attend. Naruto had given his famous foxy grin and accepted the thanks humbly before motioning to Ino and Sakura. He sighed and apologized once again for his stupid actions before, yet he stopped when he found that both girls were hugging him tightly, shaking gently as they sobbed, calling him a baka for being a Linari. Naruto felt really weird at that part, but then Yukiko had comforted all 3 of them and after some chatting, they left, leaving the flowers back in his hospital room. Ever since that day, Anko had teased him non-stop about how he had acquired 2 girlfriends. He had no idea what that meant and had even laughed at Anko for stating such an obvious fact. "Of course they're my girlfriends. What are you on about? They are my friends and they are girls." "Man, Anko, I know I'm ignorant, but come on, that is too easy." And Anko had merely stared at him, gaping at his stupidity or ignorance depending on which way you look at it. At first, she thought he was joking, but then, she realized that he really thought that the term girlfriend was meant that way, and even though in a way, it was true literally. She had then given him a very thorough explanation on the relationships between a boy and a girl and how a girl can then come to be known as the boy's girlfriend. Needless to say, poor Naruto had to answer certain questions posted by one blonde and one pink-haired girl, who were very intent on asking why he was blushing every time they looked at him. "Scythe, it was downright embarrassing. And to think I was stuttering all along." And so, here he was, finally ready to be discharged. Anko was told to bring him directly to the Hokage, and she did, but not before teasing him first. He gritted his teeth, trying to stop himself from snarling at his annoying Ni-san in front of the Hokage. But then, seeing the amused look on the Hokage wasn't much better at Urges. Well, Naruto-kun, I do believe you are very intent on becoming Hokage in the future, but still, I'm sure there was no need to." Sarutobi began, smirking as he said that. Okay, I got the picture," mumbled Naruto grumpily. It wasn't nice being to said Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi's whole attitude changed. Naruto immediately stood at attention, knowing that this was where the Hokage transforms into his business mode. "Hi. Due to your assistance in capturing a C-rank Hyuga trader and defeating a B-rank Kumo missing nin on your own, I hereby provide you with this scroll and the bounty on both of them. Here, it's yours to keep." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I'm not going crazy, right? He's just gonna give me a scroll and some pocket money. Geez, thanks Nat." Apparently, Sarutobi saw his look and chuckled. "Naruto-kun, I suggest you look at the amount before saying anything and the use of the scroll, I'll tell you in a minute." Naruto was still pouting as he approached the table, but when he got the check, his eyeballs nearly flew out of their sockets. Gaju Go Man Ryo 55,000 Ryo, a currency used in ancient Japan, his jaw crashed onto the floor as he stared at that piece of paper in his hand, not believing his eyes. If not for Sarutobi's experience in hiding one's emotions, he would have burst out laughing, maybe even roll on the floor for a while. But, he was the Hokage, and he was basically an old man, and old Hokages do not act like 3-year-olds, so he merely settled for a slight chuckle as he witnessed Naruto's childish acts. "Sugoi. Amazing. I have never seen so much money in my life." He was rambling now. Holy crap, I knew I was going to get some reward, but this, ahem, I fainting. What he didn't know was, a certain nine-tailed fox was currently roaring with laughter inside his body. He suddenly stopped and thought for a moment, before looking at the Hokage. "Nah, Oji-san, Kareki-san was Kareki okay?" His face suddenly filled with concern. Sarutobi gave a gentle smile, "Don't worry, she's fine. She is currently resting back at the Hyuga Manor." Why the sudden question? Naruto then sighed, before looking at Sarutobi. "Nah, this money is mine now, right? Meaning I can do whatever I want now, eh?" Sarutobi gave a nod, wondering why on earth he was asking this question. Naruto quickly pocketed the check, making sure it's safe, before turning back to the Hokage. "Well, what does this scroll do?" "Ah, right. Now, Naruto-kun, this is a special scroll. You see, only those who have done the village great honors can possess this scroll. It allows the holder one personal request from the Hokage, and the Hokage would have to do his or her best to help. Of course, it can't be something ridiculous or beyond the power of a Hokage. To put it simply, think of it as a way of proving that I owe you a big favor." Naruto blinked, rubbed his ears, then blinked again. "Yao me a favor?" Sarutobi chuckled at his naive acts. The boy still has much to learn. He ruffled Naruto's hair gently. "Come now, surely you didn't expect me to take it for granted that a 9-year-old should be able to take on a B and C rank missing nin. Treat this scroll with respect if you think it is valuable. Come now, are there any other questions?" Naruto jolted out of his shock and was just about to ask a question when the door was flung open, and in came the fattest woman, if you can call her a woman, Naruto has ever seen. And she had makeup on her face too much of Idaga took all Naruto had to not puke right there. The perfume she had on equates to the smell of a skunk that says anything about her fashion sense. "Okage-sama. I demand that you punish that atrocious brat for touching my baby boy. This is outrageous. Look at him, look at his face. His future is ruined." She yelled whilst tears ran down her face more like giant waterfalls. Naruto peered behind her back, only to find a mummified Kigame. Apparently, her mother deemed it necessary to bandage a. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the Hokage, only to find him sighing in exasperation. "Mrs. Chishio, I'm sure I told you yesterday, the day before and the day before that, now I refuse to repeat it after this. Your son is the one at fault. He dares to bully in this village, he shall face the consequences. Now get out of this office before I have you under arrest." The fat woman continued to wail whilst dragging her son out of the room, and just as she passed Naruto, she muttered, "You filthy demon. You just wait." Naruto snorted and concentrated, remembering the times he fought in life and death situations that Kigated. And at once, the malicious killing intent was emitted from Naruto, directly at the fat woman, rooting her to the spot. Naruto smirked as he watched the woman begin to tremble and start shrieking like a banshee before running out of the office. Did I mention she was dragging her son all over the place? As in literally dragging. Naruto grinned widely and held back his kai. Sarutobi finally gave in and laughed to his heart's content. Naruto joined in immediately, glad that he could provide some stress relief for the old man. "Well, Oji-san, let's get back on track. I have something to ask, it is regarding my taijutsu." Sarutobi gave an inward grin. "Oh?" Naruto scratched his head, then frowned. "Well, it's just that, Taikai Juisin Shiki Taikai 13 styles doesn't really seem like an actual style. I don't know how to say it, but it's as though that it's just a plan to get me into the feel of things, like the essence of Taikai and other styles. I don't know what's going on." He mastered the Tentu Heathen in chakra capacity, and control increased greatly, however, the actual stylus it doesn't really help against enemies. Sarutobi gave a sigh of relief. Good job, Naruto-kun. Looks like you figured it out faster than I expected." Naruto blinked at him. Indeed, Taikai Juisin Shiki can be viewed as the predecessor of taijutsu styles. "Which styles have you mastered?" Naruto cupped his chin. "Tora Tiger, Washi Eagle, Tsuru Crane, Ryu Dragon, Kujira Whale, Hibi Snake. I'm currently working on Shishi Lion and Sarah Monkey, and I would have finished the scroll. The last 4 are mere combinations, and I've basically understood the concepts." Sarutobi barely concealed his shock from his face. Who would have known that a 9-year-old kid could master the basics in such a short period of time? He then said, "Well, then Naruto-kun, I can only say this much, when the time comes to fully reveal those styles, you'll know. For now, concentrate on them over and over, make sure you get them. Good day." And with that, he ushered Naruto out of his office and left a very confused Naruto in the corridor. He then sighed and turned to the secretary. "Izumi-san, please tell Hokage Jason that I said thanks. Bye." And with a slight bow, he left, with a smiling Izumi promising to convey the message. Once Naruto got onto the streets, he went straight to the Hyuga Manor. "No, I'm here to visit Kareki-nisan, can I go in?" The guard seemed to hesitate for a second, before giving him a nod. "I'll take you there. Come along." Naruto noticed a tense expression on his face, and couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Just as they reached outside of Kareki's room, 2 voices could be heard. The guard merely nodded and told him to wait, and went back to his position. Naruto raised an eyebrow before identifying the voices to be Hitomi and Kareki's. Hire-chan, feeling better lately? It was Hitomi's gentle voice. Ah, Hitomi ni-chan, stop calling me that. It's embarrassing. Naruto blinked. Chan, are you kidding me? Ah, but I don't see you complaining when he calls you that. A sigh was heard. Na-chan, how's my injury coming? Injury? Why would she need to ask? Can't she tell by herself? Naruto wondered. And before he could even understand what happened, Hitomi had muttered, Byakugan. And once again, Naruto felt that familiar pricking sensation as he activated. It's healing, gradually it is healing. I have to thank him next time he sends these herbs again. Who is this him? Now Naruto-kun, I know you're out there, come on in. Naruto gave a small yelp and entered the room. He grinned awkwardly as he took a seat and immediately said, I wasn't eavesdropping, I just happened to come here to visit Kareki-ni-san, and the guard told me to wait out here. Kareki chuckled, don't worry Naruto-kun, we're not blaming you. Naruto scratched his head, earn it to be rude or anything, but are you really sisters? Hitomi giggled at his expression and nodded, yes we are. I'm older than her by 8 years. Naruto's eyes nearly flew out of his sockets. 8 years, whoa. Kareki saw that and laughed, yeah, it's a big difference isn't it? But back in those days, it wasn't that big a deal. Anyway, Naruto-kun, what are you here for? Naruto quickly took out his check and placed it in front of Kareki and grinned, well, I wanted to thank you for protecting me that night. So I figured that you should have this. Kareki tilted her head and Naruto suddenly had flashes of a certain female in his memory. Frowned, wondering where on earth it came from. Kareki took the check and smiled warmly before motioning for Naruto to come forward. She pulled him in for a gentle embrace and kissed his forehead, arigato, Naruto-kun. But I shall not keep this money. No, wait just a moment, I heard from Hokage-sama that you've been studying Taikaijutsu and Shiki. So how is it going? Naruto repeated what he said to Sarutobi and at the end of it, to say Kareki was shocked was an understatement. Even Hitomi looked amazed. Naruto-kun, do you have any idea how long it normally takes to just learn one style? Naruto scratched his head, Urtwo days. Kareki rolled her eyes, try 500 times that. Naruto laughed, well, I use Kage Bunshin now to help me, so no worries. Kage Bunshin? Where did you learn this? Oh, Sandame Jaisen gave me a scroll on it, said it was perfect for me. Kareki seemed to think for a while, before looking at Hitomi, ni-chan, looks like I can finally start my job once again. Hitomi immediately frowned, no. You're still injured. Your chakra system can cut short your lifespan if more accidents like last time occur. I will not allow it. It was incredible. The mistress of the Hyuga clan was pouting. Kareki chuckled lightly before kneeling in front of Naruto and closing her eyes, she whispered, Naruto, do you accept me as a guardian? Naruto nearly bolted out of the door at this sentence. What is with all the serious them today? He looked towards Hitomi, who was just about to interrupt when Kareki said again, Hitomi, let him think for himself. I want to see if I'm right Naruto-kun, will you allow me to protect you? Naruto immediately answered, of course. Why wouldn't I? I would trust you with my life Kareki-na-san. His face was determined, his lips puckered together, pouting at the distrust shown by this question. A smile grew on Kareki's lips before she hugged Naruto and stared into his eyes, cuddling him, alright. I, Hyuga Kareki, upon my honor as Konoha's Byakko White Tigress, hereby fulfill my oath 9 years ago. She then motioned for Naruto to lift up his shirt and show his seal. Naruto did as he was told, unsure of what the hell was going on, and all of a sudden, Kareki bit her finger and using the blood, she wrote the letter Shiro wide on the left side of the seal and muttered, Tenyo Fuin. Kai. Celestial Maiden Seal. Release. Instantly, Naruto felt that his chakra flowed soothingly throughout all of his time, from his head to his toes, and it felt really comfortable. All his muscles were relaxing, and his chakra capacity felt a little larger. Kareki then began coughing right after she finished the ritual, and Naruto quickly patted her on the back, trying to make her feel better. Hitomi sighed and muttered, Shosen no mystical palm technique, and placed her glowing hand on Kareki's back. Naruto stood back for a while. Go grab a bucket, hurry. Naruto quickly nodded and rushed off to find one. Kareki continued coughing, though she seemed better by the second, go gomen na chandimo. But, Hitomi sighed, I know, this is something you have to dosiarily miss him don't you Baka's stupid younger sister. She concentrated and just at that moment, Naruto brought in the bucket and Kareki coughed out the blood clot within her circulatory system. She then focused chakra onto her forefingers and jabbed several around her heart before finally regaining the usual pulse. Arigato. Now, Naruto-kun, I need you to come with me and see Hokage-sama. Naruto thought Hitomi was going to freak out at her decision, but it turns out that Hitomi agreed with her. She activated her once more to check for any other major problems, before nodding, now, don't push yourself. You're not as strong physically as you were before, you know that better than anyone else. Kureki gave a hesitant nod before holding Naruto's hand, and just before she disappeared with Shunshin no, she heard Hitomi whisper, "But your heart is stronger than ever," and that brought a smile to her face. And of course, Naruto still had no idea what was going on. At the Hokage's office, Okage-sama, Hyuga Kureki and Naruto are here to see you. Izumi called through the door. Sarutobi sighed, muttering stuff about crap timing and how he was just going to go home and enjoy some icha paradise. Izumi's eye twitched and replied in a deadly quiet tone, "I'll take that as a yes. If there was one thing a Hokage should be afraid of, that would have to be an angry woman." And Sarutobi had a very good idea what had been the cause of such anger. "Ah, the downfalls to being a pervertnet that I am one, him, please end them to Izumi. My apologies." Izumi huffed and went out of the door, leaving a fairly relieved Sandame in the room. And sure enough, a minute later, in came Kureki and Naruto. "Ah, to what do I owe the pleasure of Kureko-san?" Kureki merely smiled and said, "He's ready. I've already removed the Tenyu Fuin." Sarutobi's eyes widened, "Already? But surely, I thought you were at least going to give Naruto more time to mature." Kureki shook his head, "I'm sure he would have agreed with me. Naruto, with the help of Kage Bunshin, has been more than ready. You should know about Hokage-sama." Sarutobi sighed, "Yes, I know. But I really didn't think that you should teach him. After all, the poison had caused extreme damage to your chakra system, and he specifically told me to watch over you whilst he was away. You know how he feels. That kid just keeps blaming himself." Kureki looked out of the window, "I know, but I've made up my mind." Hokage-sama. Naruto had enough of this random conversation and asked, "What are you talking about? What happened? What is this tensile thingy?" Sarutobi nodded before motioning for the two to take a seat. "Years ago, on the night of sealing Kyuubi, 4 hidden seals were added to the Shisho Fuin 4 symbol seal, and the Haki Fuin 8 trigrams, that is the Shitenrai Fuin 4 divine seal. What Kureki had just released is the seal designated to her. She is the West Protector of the Hai no Kuni Fire Country, Byako. So, the hidden seal on the left can only be removed by her. It was set by Minato to make sure you allow yourself to get used to the fox's chakra before utilizing your chakra to its fullest potential." He took a deep breath and continued, "There were 4 people who had outstanding leadership and abilities that allowed them to be known as the Shifuke 4 Guardians, and they took up their positions as protectors of Hai no Kuni. Kureki is one of them, as you already know, and she is known for her outstanding taijutsu on the battlefield. Her ferocity and precision in her attacks makes her a deadly opponent. However, a few years ago, she had an unexpected injury and so, she has been technically crippled all these years." Kureki blushed, "I'm not that great, Hokage-sama." "Ah, but it's the truth." Now, the other 3 protectors and Kureki were there beside the Yondaime when they fought against the Kyuubi, and so, Minato had asked, as a brother, for them to accept this infant as one of their own and train him to become one of the best and use the Yakai's Chikara monster's strength for the greater good. And therefore, the Shitenrai Fuin was added. "Now, Naruto-kun, I assume you accepted Kureki as your guardian." Naruto still looked confused, but not at all the same. "I treat her as my Nichan. Not my guardian." Kureki blushed even harder, but couldn't help but feel happy at the same time. Sarutobi chuckled, "Of course, now, from today onwards, Kureki will be staying with you. She shall have her position back and the seal on her forehead shall be removed. She is now undergoing an S-rank mission as Konoha's Byako, and you'll be receiving personal training from her. Do not let her down, Naruto, for you still have 3 other protectors to meet and to be able to pass their tests, you have to work hard. Do you understand?" Naruto stood silent for a moment before his grin widened and a light laughter was heard. "Oi, Jai-san, who do you think you're talking to?" His eyes shone with joy and determination, his face was set, "I'm going to be future Hokage, and I'll never give up. From now on, I swear to never go back on my words, that is my believe it." Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and motioned for Naruto to go first as he needed to speak with Kureki, who did so quickly, but not before giving Kureki a big hug, thanking her. He then dashed off to the Hyuga Manor, wanting to tell Hitomi of the good news as soon as he could. Kureki stepped forward, "Hokage-sama." Sarutobi took a puff on his pipe before laughing, "He reminds me of Minato, vibrant and full of energy. A genius in his own right." Kureki chuckled, "Indeed. He is very energetic. But he has untapped potential." "Haha, your leader would have laughed at me saying the term genius, won't he?" Kureki's eyes softened and whispered, "Yeah." Sarutobi nodded, he always believed that the term Tensai Prodigy stands for a baka from heaven. "That kid, he works hard, harder than anyone I've ever known, yet he trains smart. He'll be fine." Kureki bit her lips, "I hope so." "Haha, Konoha's Seiryu won't be beaten that easily. He's coming back in 3 years." Kureki's head shot up, "Really?" Sarutobi nodded, "And he wants me to tell you not to worry about him. He says it's bad for your health." I have to say that I agree. Kureki blushed a bright crimson at that statement, "That baka." "One last thing, Kureki, look after yourself, don't train the kid so much that you can't take it. I don't want you to get injured all over again. Hi, Hokage-sama. Very well, dismissed. And with that Kareki left, but as she stepped out onto the streets, she couldn't help but stare at the moon. Where are your eyes, eh? Chapter 7. Prankster, Naruto. Yelled a certain very pissed off Chunin-sensei. Was the only sound available from a certain sleeping blonde-haired boy. Stop sleeping and get your butt working. Roared Iruka. Oh ho, to say Iruka was pissed was an understatement. He had tried all sorts of nice ways of waking Naruto up, alas, not even using a microphone, and aiming it right at Naruto's ear did the job, so now, he had to resort to the old-fashioned evil ways, namely, take that. Splash. Ah. What the hell, Iruka-sensei? Snarled a very wet Naruto, not to mention cold as well. The nerve of him, it's not my fault his classes are so boring. Suddenly, the whole class that was laughing just seconds ago turned deathly quiet. Naruto blinked before looking up at Iruka once again, only to find his face red with fury, his veins popping out from everywhere possible in his neck and face, his fists clenching so tight that they were turning white, his teeth were gritting, his eyes were glaring with such an intensity that even enemy nins would have been killed. Naruto gulped before giving an awkward grin. Aha, Eri didn't say that out loud, did I? Smash. You're dead. Roared Iruka as he smashed his fist on the desk where Naruto's head was a second ago. Oops, my bad, gotta go. And with that, once again, the blonde took off, with Iruka chasing after him. The rest of the class burst out in laughter at the scene before them. One would think that they could get used to this if it happened every day. Well, they are sadly mistaken, for this has happened for the past 2 years, every single day, and still, nobody could deny the laughter it brought to the class. Even Shino, the ever-so-quiet Aburam, was chuckling. Ino and Sakura were having the time of their lives laughing at the pranks played by Naruto. They had become the best of friends once again after that incident and even got the chance to train with Kareki to increase their chakra control and capacities. Of course, they did train once with Anko, if you could call that training. Naruto had to piggyback them home, seeing how they were totally unconscious by the end of the intensive torture training. And to say Haruno Naoki and Yamanaka Yukiko were angry would seriously be the understatement of the century. Especially Naoki to Naruto, she was always so kind and gentle, oh boy, but when she let out her inner self, dubbed inner Naoki, it was way too scary. Naruto had to reassure her that this sort of stuff wouldn't ever happen again to calm her down. Funny thing was, Anko never knew this happened. Yukiko on the other hand raised an eyebrow as she heard her daughter tell her about how she would get stronger this way and stuff like that, and finally gave in. And so, they trained mainly with Kareki, who was more than happy to help. Both of them thoroughly enjoyed the times they spent with Naruto, and when they entered the academy, for the first year, they were separated, leaving Sakura with Ino and Naruto by himself, along with some others like Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji and Aburam Shino. And so, it led to this other event. Flashback. Hey look. It's that girl with the big forehead. Yeah, Suo ugly. Can you believe it? HMPH, and she thinks she's Suo pretty. Get her. Ami and her gang began to surround Sakura, only to find her scowling. Would you girls move? I'm waiting for Ino. Ami looked stunned, but regained her posture immediately. She smirked. Who? That ponytailed blondie. My, lousy looks, lousy friends. Sakura's eyes narrowed. You don't want to finish that sentence. Ami's smirk widened. Oh, and what are you going to do? Cry. Ha. That Yamanaka has nothing. I'm the queen here. No one messes with me. HMPH, and I heard you even befriend that blonde demon. Smash. A fist lodged itself firmly in her face, sending her onto the ground. Another came and gave her an uppercut, almost breaking her jaw. Almost. Ino landed gracefully and high-fived Sakura. Thanks. No problem, now I see we have some unfinished business. Sakura smirked evilly. Ino grinned. Yep. They dare badmouth Naruto, eh? And it turned into a huge fight at the playground that day. Sakura and Ino emerged victorious, but not before getting scolded. I yelled at Iruka with a big scary head on. They were pouting all along, and when Iruka finally finished lecturing them on the negative aspects of beating classmates up, he asked them why. To say he was surprised by their answer could be reasonable. They were insulting Naru-kun. Yeah, and Ino too. Iruka's jaw dropped. Whoa. Naruto got not one, but 2 girls to support him. Kids got class. No, what was he thinking? Naruto's way too young. And so, he dismissed the 2 of them and went to have a talk with Naruto. Flashback end. Sakura giggled at that memory and looked at Ino, only to find she was smiling as well. It was obvious they were both remembering what had happened. Poor Naruto was eating ramen, only to get yelled at by a very nervous and anxious Iruka, warning him about the dangers of premature relationships and how taking advantage of girls was a very unmanly thing to do and stuff like that. He got so confused that he had run off to Kareki, asking her about all the stuff Iruka said. The next day, a very red-faced Kareki had gone to visit Iruka. He was sent to the hospital for a week after she was done with him. Scythus were the good days. And the funny thing is, even though Sakura and Ino are sure that Naruto knows all the stuff they had been studying in class, he was somehow the dope in class in terms of test results. But outside of class, everyone knew he was one of the smartest guys out there, and his happy-go-lucky attitude made it very easy for others to be friends with him. Here's the thing, Naruto can answer any question Iruka throws at him, however, his test results were never higher than 50%. In fact, it was always 50%. Every single test. Not once did it go below, not once did it go on top. It was amazing, yet ridiculous at the same time. What was the chance of that happening? Apparently a very high chance, seeing Iruka was getting really frustrated at Naruto's lack of interest in his classes. Yo. I'm back. Iruka-sensei has just given us the rest of the day free. Yelled a grinning Naruto as he dashed back into the class, followed by a very tired Iruka. No I didn't. Yelled Iruka as the whole class once again started laughing. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the day rang and everyone cheered. Naruto grinned smugly at Iruka, giving him the I told you look. Iruka sighed as he shook his head in exasperation. Alright, fine, be gone, mumbled Iruka as the rest of the students rushed off to meet their parents. Naruto bid goodbye to Hinata and told Sakura and Ino to wait for him a little before going over to Iruka. Nah, sensei, sorry for all the trouble, but you've got to admit, this is way more fun. His grin must be a disease, it's so contagious that even Iruka found it difficult to suppress a smile. Iruka then became all serious. Naruto, the Genin exams are 2 days away, at least try and pay attention. Naruto grinned and wagged his finger at Iruka. Ah, well, that depends on you then Iruka-sensei. We don't want you hindering our education, now do we? The mischievous glint in his eyes said it all. Iruka merely bopped him on the head and shooed him out of the classroom, not wanting to have any more headaches for the rest of the day. Naruto quickly walked out of the academy, not wanting to let the ladies wait too long. He had promised Yukiko and Naoki-san that he would walk Ino and Sakura home every day after school, seeing how he was free anyway. Naru-kun. Finally, I thought you were just going to stay there and continuously prank the teachers. Teased Ino as she latched herself onto Naruto's back, just like old times. She would laze around as Naruto piggybacked her, that has always been the case, and Ino loved it. Naruto started it, saying how Ino always seemed so tired after school, and so, he had volunteered to help. Sakura giggled at the exasperated expression on Naruto's face as Ino ruffled his hair. They both knew how much he disliked that action. He kept saying it was weird having someone feeling around in your hair. Ino had more than enough stamina after training with Naruto and Kareki, however, she just enjoyed the ride. Naruto knew that as well, but still let her have some fun. Sakura walked beside them, chatting about the latest theories in the academy and how she might be able to use them in her. It has always been known that Sakura was the smart one off battle. She can invent new ways to direct her chakra that could save her wastage by 1 or 2%. She was remarkable in finding faults and creating new ways to overcome them. Naruto always had to thank her profusely for helping his chakra control improve, and she had always hit him lightly on the head, pouting as though Naruto had done something to annoy her. She had repeatedly told him this was what friends did to help one another. Naruto cheekily replied that since he was best friends with Sakura and Ino, he could thank them over and over without getting punished. Sakura merely giggled at that whilst Ino had ruffled his hair, calling him a good boy. Say, are you guys ready for the Genin exam? Sakura asked. Eh? Of course we are. Sakura, what made you ask that? Ino grinned, eyes gazing towards Naruto, who was currently ignoring her for ruffling his hair. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Ino, you know what I mean. We're all ready, but someone seems to be lacking a bit of motivation. Naruto sighed and grumbled, right, I'll focus. I'll pass. Happy. Ino squealed with joy and hugged him from behind, more like headlock time and purpose or not, we don't know. Alright, cut that out. But I really can't be bothered. Besides, even if we pass, we might have to leave each other. I don't like it, Naruto grumbled. Ino teased, oh, you just love our company, don't you Naru-kun? Naruto rolled his eyes, you think? Ino pouted and punched his back lightly, hey. That's not very nice. Naruto shook his head and looked at Sakura, who was happily looking the other way, purposely avoiding Naruto's plea for help. So you two are going to be the death of me. Both girls just giggled at his defeated tone, and once again, laughter filled the air as they chatted on other things. Soon, they arrived at Sakura's house, and so Naruto and Ino bid her goodbye and continued on. Nah, Ino, Naruto whispered. We're arriving. Oh, just a while longer. Mumbled Ino, who was half asleep on Naruto's back. It just felt so comfortable. Naruto was always the gentleman, doing his best to make sure the girls get the most out of his actions. If he wants to make you happy, you won't just be happy by the end of whatever he does, you'll feel the sincerity offered by his actions and the joy he felt for having such a friend. It's a mixture of feelings, and very hard to pinpoint what it exactly is. Nonetheless, Ino really enjoyed these moments with Naruto, for she would just lay on his shoulders, feeling his heartbeat close to hers, almost in unison. It felt warm, soothing, and the way he treats her like a princess is just a bonus. She really appreciates his presence. Like that time, when Ino had gotten a cut from accidentally brushing her hand across a thorn on a rose, he had stayed by her side the whole time, bandaging her finger carefully, and had blown on it for ages, until he made sure that the pain was no longer there. That was when they were 6. And always, Ino found ways to thank him, like preparing bento lunchboxes for him and Sakura, yet his would be a little bit more special, either the designer ingredients. Sakura had always complained about how Naruto gets the most or the best stuff. And Naruto would laugh and split it between the 3 of them, getting a kiss on the cheek from them both. It just seemed so natural, they were like brothers and sisters together. However, a part of her always nagged at her to not think of it that way, but she mostly ignored it. Come now Ino. Time to go. Ino groaned as she slid off Naruto's back and steadied herself before pouting at Naruto, only to find him giving her a short tap on her forehead. Immediately, a small stream of chakra flew into her body through the pressure points, and she was wide awake straight away. Naruto chuckled, now, run along, I've gotta go. See ya. And with that, he ran off, waving back every now and then. Ino sighed and muttered, Baka. Oh, and who may I ask caused my daughter to sign with such extreme frustration? Dusan. Father don't scare me like that. Ino glared at Inoichi, who was currently laughing at the look on his daughter's face. What's going on out here? Yukiko came out and bopped Inoichi on the head, you're an adult, so fooling around. Come on, dinner's ready, Ino-chan hurry up. Ino huffed and rushed into the house, but not before slamming the door to her room, clearly angry. Inoichi chuckled as he told Yukiko what he saw. At the end of it, Yukiko almost squealed after hearing how Naruto and Ino were so close. She had always liked the boy, and Inoichi too was very impressed with his determination and perseverance in real life. The couple talked about it some more before going back in to persuade their daughter to come down to dinner. After all, when it comes to dealing with children, parents have their ways. But Naruto, yo, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba. Whatcha up to? Mendakus I swear if you ask me what this means, Naruto do you always have to be so loud? Mumbled a certain Nara as he laid the next move on the shogi board. Choji was merely munching on chips as he waved hello to Naruto. Kiba appeared to be deep in thought and yelped in surprise, therefore placing the piece in the wrong space. No Naruto. How could you do this to me? Yelled Kiba as he cried mock tears at losing the hard-fought battle. Shikamaru placed a finger in his ear, trying to see if his eardrums had burst, before replying, oh, come on Kiba, you've only made 10 moves anyway, doesn't matter. Come Naruto, you could give me a good game. Naruto grinned as he patted Kiba on the back, consoling him as he wept to Akamaru about how he was so close to victory. Hey Shino. Come on, don't just stand there. How many times do we have to remind you, just come and have fun. You don't have to be that formal. Laughed Naruto as Shino emerged from the shadows. I have no idea what you're talking about Naruto. Me neither, but hey, that was pretty deep. Everyone's sweat dropped at Naruto's lame remark, but dismissed it as Naruto began his game with Shikamaru. It was always quite intense, seeing how the score was almost always tied. Right now, it was 34-33 in favor of Shikamaru. Naruto had found shogi and go to be very relaxing in some ways. True, it's quite hard to think of multiple strategies on the spot, but it allows the body to take a break from the physical stress and let the mind do some work. Shikamaru and Naruto made it a point to at least play one game a day, that way, both can stay sharp at all times. Alright. Now it's 34. Say, Shikamaru, but I really have to run. See you guys tomorrow. Naruto grinned as he quickly ran off. There was silence in the background before Kiba spoke up, that guy. He just doesn't want to lose once he's won, right? Shino gave a nod, indeed, that seems to be the case. Shikamaru merely sighed, Mendakus. Choji laughed, demo, Shikamaru, that was a good move wasn't it? Shikamaru smirked, forcing my queen to protect the king, before backing me into a corner, nice tactic. That guy just keeps coming up with new stuff. Kiba snorted, well, what did you expect? He is Konoha's #1 surprising ninja. He should have been this year's best rookie, but maybe hanging around you has its downsides as well. Shikamaru chuckled, it does seem so eh? No baka. Troublesome dumbus. With Naruto again. Kurekina-chan. I'm home. Welcome back. Dinner's ready, so how's the game with Shikamaru? I won. It's a tie once again. And you left after you won that round right? What? I just didn't want my beloved Nichan to wait too long. Yeah, I'm so grateful. Kureki moved out of the Hyuga Manor after that night and along with Naruto, she moved into another apartment, slightly bigger than Naruto's original one. But this time, she was there to make sure that Naruto had a much better life than before. She really did care for him as a big sister. It was like having a blob of energy alongside you, spicing up your life every day. Some villagers had found it weird that Hyuga was with the demon of the village and had thought Kareki was hypnotized. She sent them straight to the hospital when they tried to save her from the monstrous demon. Pathetic beings. Well, like her best friend always said, when you're dumb, nothing you do can change that. An. More will be elaborated about this comment in later chapters. Kareki had supervised Naruto's training and made sure he mastered all of the styles within Taikai Jusen Shiki. She taught Naruto the lengthened version of the Tsuru style, Ryuidyu Gensu Ken Flowing Illusions Fist, involving the basis and positions of 8 divinations and the 5 elements of nature. It focuses on fluidity, speed, agility and flexibility. Naruto got it down quickly, but has complained that it somewhat goes against his style. Kareki can't see it as well. Naruto is more of a brawler, even though he would think before going in, he prefers to combine speed with strength. He likes to fight his opponents right on, not wanting to beat around the bush. And that totally defies the point of using Ryuidyu Gensu Ken. This style is the final stage of the combined styles of Hibi, Seru and Tsuru. It allows the user to wait for openings and use the opponent's power against themselves. Kareki could only chuckle as she saw his evident disappointment in not being able to show off his extreme power, but cheered up when he realized his speed and agility would increase by heaps. And so, he has now practically learned the style, and so, it's up to him to perfect it. To be honest, Kareki knew the perfect style to fit Naruto's needs. Ryuse's Taijutsu could be described as Naruto's dream style. Speed, precision, strength and power. That's all you need. No techniques are wasted, all strikes must be accurate and straight to the point. That Taijutsu is one of the reasons why Ryusei was the leader of the Shifuke 4 Guardians of Hai no Kuni. But, guess it'll all have to come down to the kid's luck. Thought Kareki as she watched the boy rush through dinner. She knew he wanted to train more and she complied, acting as his sparring partner. Naruto had actually been a very sharp kid. He had often asked her why she kept spacing off at times during training. And so she had told him about a certain aqua-haired brat who acted the same way he did when he was 10. They were quite similar and Kareki couldn't help but feel amused. "Na-chan. Can we start?" "Ah, of course, sorry. Now, Naruto, I will not be holding back this time. I want you to impress me this time. Release the gravity seals, if you can land a strike on me, then you've successfully learned this style. The rest is for you to master. Now, come." Naruto knew what she was testing. Ryuidyu Gensu Ken, no matter what, if you actually learned the entire style, you would definitely be able to land a hit during a fight. No matter what happens, regardless of the strength in the fight, if you are able to go with the flow, seeking out the weakness of your opponent, then you've truly understood the style. And so Naruto charged, his eyes blazing with determination, ready to take up another challenge. If there's one thing about Uzumaki Naruto everybody knows, it'll be the fact that he never backs down from a challenger. Chapter 8. Duties. Today's the day. The big day, the absolutely fascinating day that every single academy student was waiting for, the day for the Genin exams. Everyone was excited, make no doubt about that. But as we all know, excitement can lead to lack of sleep at night and it can also lead to people oversleeping. The best example would be a certain blonde-haired kid snoring lightly in his bed, even when the clock showed 9 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't help that Kareki was at the Hokage's office, reporting on Naruto's recent achievements in minor missions with her. He had trained himself to the limit last night, going over the basics of chakra control once again. He had found out a way to fully utilize Bunshin no, and he was going to make sure he did it right. Kareki left at 7 meaning, "Naruto. Nani? Nani, Nani, Nani?" Naruto sprung up from the bed, twisting his head left and right, trying to find the cause of such an uproar. And he found it, standing right in front of him, was an exasperated Kareki. "Naruto, how many times must I tell you? Never train the day before an important mission. You rest and make sure you stay alive and awake, not go train yourself to death and miss the mission," said Kareki as she gently smacked him on the head. Kareki-na-chan, what time is it?" He gave a big yawn as he got off his bed, trying to blink his sleepiness away. Kareki sighed, 9. Naruto blinked. He stuck his pinky in his ear and cleared off some earwax. What time was it? Kareki clenched her fists, 9. Naruto yawned again, great. It's only 9 p.m. Now I get to sleep more. It's 9 you lazy bum. Almost half of Konoha heard the shrewd desperate cry that erupted from a certain apartment. Nani. At the academy, Sakura was tapping her foot, Ino was trying her best to decide whether she should kill Naruto quickly or give him a slow painful death. He was late. 1 hour late. Yeah. And they were about to get to the bottom of the list of names of students taking this exam. They were currently on Sasuke's in Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike other girls, right now, the name Uchiha actually meant quite a lot. See, where other girls would magically make all their Uchiha fangirl merchandise appear out of nowhere straight away, Sakura and Ino knew that the word held so much more meaning. A name after Uchiha happens to be Uzumaki and there is only one Uzumaki in this whole class and he is Latemianing. He'll miss the examas and he'll lose the chance to become a Jonin with them. Yeah, that would probably be the reason why both girls had an aura that screamed death, and indeed, even Sasuke felt a little terrified at the sight of Sakura cracking her knuckles and Ino fingering her kunai at the most reassuring scene. Iruka sighed as he came to the next name. Uzumaki narrated here he was contemplating whether he should skip it and let others do it first, but he saw the glee in Mizuki's eyes and knew there was no way he could pull it off. Therefore, sighing, Iruka called out, "Up next, Uzumaki Naruto. Please enter the room for your genin exam." Silence. Well, not exactly, the shivering of bodies due to the intensified death aura of the two girls did cause some noise. Calling again. "Uzumaki Naruto. Please make your way into the exam room." Akamaru was whimpering within Kiba's jacket, trying to get his owner to stay as far away from the girls as possible. Kiba however had been dumb enough to ignore it. What Akamaru? They aren't that scary. HMPH, maybe that blonde idiot might even fail. Oh shit. Indeed, what would you do when you had just pissed off two already angered females? Kiba did the most sensible thing. He ran like a girl, and he got caught seeing how the other two ran faster, and the scene wasn't pretty. Uzumaki Naruto, last chance to get into the exam room. Kiba's cries slowly got louder as the two began to seriously vent their frustrations on the unlucky dude who had been dumb enough to test their patience. Mizuki smirked, "Alright then, Uzumaki Naruto, due to his inability to be late and therefore, here I am. So wait the hell up," yelled a certain blonde as he charged into the class via the window and landed onto the floor, skidding to a halt right in front of Sakura and Inand, the figure that used to be Kiba. "Naru-kun." Ino latched herself onto him straight away, whilst Sakura took the opportunity to give him a Hugura headlock, depending on which way you see it. Naruto can't tell, he's seeing stars at the moment. Saw Sakurachin. "Oh, oops, I didn't do that on purpose." Sakura smirked deviously. Ino grinned, "Oh sure, we didn't." Naruto sighed, before giving them his foxy grin, "Sorry for worrying you guys, but I'm here, and I'll be damned if I let you down. Cheer for me." And with that, he walked into the exam room with a somewhat angry Mizuki. The girls shook their heads in exasperation. Their gift to Naruto had been quite unique. Ino bopped him on the head, Sakura shook her head before giving him a small kiss on the cheek, and they both smiled and wished him the best of luck. Kiba was crying by now. It just isn't fair. He was manlier, he was stronger, and he was more handsome, so why was he being treated like this? Naruto was the cause of their anger, yet here he was, being beaten within an inch of his life, yet Naruto was let off with a simple headlock, a bop on the head, and a kiss. Life sucks. Shikamaru laughed as did the whole class, whereas Sasuke just muttered, "Dope" under his breath. Shino chuckled, as did Hinata before she quickly went over to Sakura and Ino and began to chat like they always do. They had become very good friends, with Sakura and Ino acting as big sisters to Hanabi as well. They had fallen in love with the girl, or so Naruto said, when they met Hanabi. She was so cute. Hinata chuckled at the memory. Hanabi was glumped over and over. But still, she liked Naruto Nai-chan the best, and Naruto knew it. He deserved it really. Naruto had protected Hanabi ever since she was allowed to go for walks out of the manor. He was sort of the overprotective big brother. Now, Konohamaru was Naruto's friend and sort of a younger brother. And no matter what pranks he pulled, Naruto wouldn't minbit when that prank seems to involve a certain brunette with wide eyes, namely Hyuga Hinabio boy. Konohamaru was scared out of his mind. He had never seen Naruto that angry. Well, granted, he had rarely seen Naruto angry, but hey, just a description. Anyways, he had thought Naruto would find it funny if the little girl somehow tripped and fell. So he did some stuff and yeah. Naruto had smacked him hard on the head and roared on about how he had the guts to bully his baby sister. Konohamaru almost wanted to wring her neck when she saw the devious smile she had on her face. Almost. She was so cute that Konohamaru forgave her in a second. Naruto didn't though. That proved to be a problem. For a while, every time Konohamaru met Hanabi, he would rub his head subconsciously. Wonder why. Sakura and Ino had a lot of cat whistles and stuff coming to them for a long while. It's undeniable. They are the two prettiest girls in the academy. Sakura was a very diligent student, not to mention that she was extremely polite and friendly. The teachers love her and of course, the whole class loves her. Why? She bumps their average up by at least 5% every test. Now that's saying something. Ino was known to be the gentle caring type, though Naruto had begged to differ, got smashed into a wall, seeing how her hands were able to assist the growth of any flower in Konoha. Her smile was neither a sexy leer like Anko, nor a beautiful genuine smile like Sakura. Just mischievously cute. Naruto knew what that smile meant more than anyone else. It was Ino's signature smile for if you play nice, I love you. If you don't and we leave it there. So you see, there's a reason why no one makes a comment about the kisses given to Naruto. More like no one dares to make one. Besides, it's a pretty common scene anyway, everyone just treated this as a means of friendship. Sure, the rest of the fangirls don't care about what happens to Naruto, but hey, the smart boys from other classes do. Many had tried to win the hand of the two girls be challenging Naruto. Sadly, none survived. They were utterly humiliated by Naruto who had no idea what was going on. It sort of went like this. Uzumaki. I hereby challenge you for the love of that beautiful cherry blossom. Naruto's sweat dropped. Kurso, what exactly is this about? Why, what a youthful question. I shall fight for the love of my life. Sakura-san. Huh? Ooh-oh. Such a cool response. As expected from someone so close to Sakura-san. Okay, not understanding what the hell you're talking about, but it seems as though you are getting the wrong idea. Nuo, impossible. Are you denying me the honor of fighting for my love? Shut up. Sakura-chan is not an object. At that, the boy stopped. His eyebrows raised in confusion. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing. I don't know what your intentions are with Sakura or what this love thing you keep calling is about, but I warn you now. He took a step forward and cracked his knuckles. You dare treat Sakura as an object merely to serve your existence, and I'll beat you up so bad that you'll never become a ninja. How dare you even insinuate such a thing? The boy's mouth dropped open, he gaped for a while, before bowing to Naruto. I understand. My apologies. I have been beaten and totally overthrown by your youthfulness. I sincerely apologize for what I said. Until next time we meet, Naruto-kun. I deem you my most worthy rival. And with that the boy left. Naruto didn't know, but at that time, Sakura and her mother, Naoki, were next door, waiting to meet Iruka to get her prize for being an outstanding student. Every single word Naruto said was heard loud and clear. Naoki smiled warmly at the boy as Sakura rushed to embrace him, thanking him for acting like a baka. Naruto laughed and scratched his head, saying that he really had no idea what that boy meant. Well, who could blame him, he was 9. But Sakura had remembered it till this day, and she really thanked Naruto for it. It was sort of what she had dreamed of, someone to protect her, someone like a prince. Well, Naruto wasn't exactly a prince on first look, but hey, details, who needs them? Sakura had asked what the boy looked like so she could actually see what this youthful suitor of hers looked like. Naruto had raised an eyebrow and said, I don't think you would like him, Sakura-chan. Honestly, you would get freaked out by his posture, not to mention those eyebrows, he swear they're evil. And Sakura had left it at that. And of course, well, she had her suitors, Ino had her fair share as well. Hers had been less eventful, mainly due to the fact that while Sakura retained her image as a nice and shy sort of girl, Ino had been a tigress literally. Anyone that dared so much as flirt with her, well, let's just say that they learned to fear a kunoichi very quickly. One guy had the guts to yell out in front of the whole class how he was such an amazingly handsome dude that Ino should just beg for him to be with her. Ino had an answer to that. Hello mister, meet your new friend. And she had shoved her foot right at his crotch. A large splatter sound could be heard and Ino had HMPH'd and left the room, all the while muttering about senile guys. She had even said thank you to Naruto, who was just about to bash the guy for even daring to suggest his superiority to females. Note, Naruto had his mouth wide open. Needless to say, the guy ended up in the ICU for 3 days. The class has never seen him since. He changed to another class and wouldn't even come within 20 meters of Ino. Yukiko had laughed when Naruto had told her what happened. The look on his face was adorable. He was angry and he was wincing, most likely thinking of how hard Ino must have kicked Shudder. Yep, those were the good times, Hinata chuckled. In the exam room. Okay, Naruto, for the first task, perform a henge no please. Naruto rolled his eyes, he rushed all the way here for this damn exam to do a henju huisuu have a life. But nonetheless, he muttered, henge. And in a burst of smoke, transformed into a perfect Iruka. Iruka nodded and said, well, next perform a standard Kawarimi no replacement technique with anything in this room. Naruto raised an eyebrow, anything. Mizuki growled, just do it brat. Stop wasting our time. Naruto shrugged, fine. With that, he formed the seals and in a second, he swapped places with Mizuki's watch, meaning, ouch. Oops, I was going to swap with you sensei, guess I missed. Replied Naruto nonchalantly. Iruka did his best to suppress his chuckle as Mizuki cursed under his breath. He knew Naruto had done it on purpose, but to be able to swap places with such a small thing no, that required at least high Chunin level chakra control. Many thought Kawarimi to be basic and deemed it useless, but smart guys like Naruto would take advantage of that. If Naruto had a kunai, things just keep getting better. Now, for the final part of the exam, Naruto, perform 3 functioning bunshins please. Naruto grinned and said, bunshin no, and in an instant, 5 bunshins phased into existence. No smoke, meaning no wastage of chakra, excellent. Iruka gave a nod of approval, well done Naruto. Here is your hit I-8 headband with the leaf symbol on it. Congratulations on becoming a genin. Naruto gave one of his rare smiles, arigato na, Iruka-sensei. And with that, he walked out of the class, leaving a very happy Iruka and a very pissed Mizuki back in the exam room. Naruto saw that everyone was gone by now and only Sakura and Ino were left. Naruto blinked and looked at the clock. It was already 10:30. Looks like he actually spent quite some time there. Naruto, instead of tying his hit I-8 into his head, fastened it onto his left arm and gave a foxy grin towards the girls. Both laughed at his childish antics and congratulated him. Good to see you passed, Naru-kun. We knew you cold, but that laziness might just be a problem. Ino smirked. Naruto grasped his heart in mock sadness. My, Ino-chan, I'm depressed that you would think so lowly of me. Sakura giggled and gave a wink at Ino. Come on, Naruto. We're treating you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto blinked. No way did I hear. He gulped. Sakura, did you just say? Ino gave a maniacal grin. Indeed, all you can eat Ichiraku ramen coupon is all we need. And frankly, at the moment, it's all we have. So live with it. Naruto's eyes turned to stars as he yelped in joy and pulled both girls in for a big hug. Thanks. Wow, never thought I would see the day that you two actually encouraged me to eat at Ichiraku. True, even though it tastes good, it is junk food, but special occasions do have their benefits. Naruto grinned before frowning slightly. Sakura-chan, could I hold this offer until tomorrow? I got some things that I need to sort out today. Gomen. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Huh? But Naruto was already out of the room. See you guys tomorrow. Sorry I couldn't walk you guys home. Ino blinked. Did he just? Sakura gave a hesitant nod. I think he did. In unison, they cried, oh my god, Naruto rejected ramen. And if one listened closely enough, they would have heard the voice somewhere outside the academy. No, I didn't. At the Hokage's office. Izumi-san. Can I see Hokage-san for a sec? There's some things I need to discuss with him. Sure thing, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave a smile and quickly entered the office, his face rid of all playfulness. Time to get serious. Hokage-san, something's not right with Mizuki. I'm sure Kurekina-chan has reported that to you this morning. Sarutobi sighed. Yes indeed, but I still find it hard to believe that he would have the guts to do something disastrous. He can't possibly succeed. Jai-san, the scroll of forbidden techniques isn't exactly well hidden anyway, so he could just distract you with an Icha Paradise book and get on with his job. I'm sure someone else is behind this and I can only think of one person. A certain vile Hebe snake bastard. Sarutobi thought for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'll let you handle this one like Kureki requested, but Naruto, do be careful. Naruto laughed. Come on, Jai-san. I was the one to find out about his plot. Give me some credit, will ya? Indeed, Naruto had become suspicious of Mizuki ever since that time he overheard him talking about forbidden techniques and scrolls and stuff in the forests. He had made a Kage Bunshin to follow him and had found out about his plan. That was 2 months ago. It originally consisted of Naruto failing his genin exam and Mizuki convincing him to steal the scroll of forbidden jutsus. The nerve and Naruto had informed the Hokage straight away. So all he had to do now. He smirked. Hokage-san. Plan A is now in action. Sarutobi blinked. Huh? Naruto formed the ram seal quickly and yelled, Warak no jutsu. Perverted jutsu. And in a poof of smoke, a naked and sensual blonde girl with her hair tied up in a long ponytail was standing there in all her glory, with smoke intentionally covering the major parts of the female body, leaving lots of room for all kinds of information. Onaga-e, Hokage-samaya. The female gently nibbled on her forefinger and stared with her beautiful cerulean eyes at the Hokage, suggesting some very intimate actions. The result was instantaneous. Due to the sheer power of the technique against perverts, Sarutobi was flung back from the huge amount of blood lost through his nostrils and was currently rendered unconscious on the ground, twitching. A puff of smoke was seen and instantly, Naruto appeared again, shaking his head. Man, Aja-san, you honestly have to control yourself, stop being such a pervert. And sighing, he made his way to the shelf and muttering a quiet kai, he dispelled and grabbed the forbidden scroll and tying it onto his back, he whispered, Jinjutsu. Akaraka Jiseki. Clear trace and within seconds, he became invisible, then quiet as a cat, he leapt out of the office windows and dashed off towards the forests. 5 hours later, Hokage-sama. Is it true? Did Naruto really steal the scroll of forbidden techniques? Haruka blurted out as he dashed into the office. Mizuki was following him thinking, God damn it, that stupid brat, why did he have to complicate things? Sarutobi gave a grave nod, though inside, he was cursing like mad at Naruto for pulling that off. Haruka, Mizuki, search for him alongside the other ninjas I've dispatched. Now go. And bring him back alive. Hi. And they're off. Sarutobi grumbled as he took out his crystal ball and began to watch the whole event unfold itself. In the forest, that was totally worth learning. He had already mastered Kage Bunshin no, so he figured that he could use some more, and since he was going to capture Mizuki anyway, why not learn a few first? And so he opened the scroll and flipped past Kage Bunshin. The next, however, caught his eye. It was Tajuwu Kage Bunshi no Mass Shadow Clone's technique and Bunshin Daibakuha clone explosion, and he was almost giddy with joy at that. Imagine the pranks no time to be thinking about that, and so, he had set off to practice it. He mastered it within an hour, and seeing how Mizuki probably still has yet to arrive, he flipped further through the scroll. Mokuton. What element huh? Is there even such an element? That element has been extinct for at least 40 years, your Shadame Hokage was the only one in this village to be able to use it. Really? Wosa, can I learn it? Actually, you just might be able to do it. Okay, give it a try. Concentrate on your water and ground chakra natures, clear your mind of all the other ones. But that's so hard. Just do it. Finithier, done. Now, focus water onto your left hand, ground onto your right. Picture it, feel it within you, the chakra movement. The growth of life. A Huhind. Once you get the flow, combine the two forces and see what happens. Really? Sounds a bit too easy though. If it wasn't for my affinities to all elements, you reckon you could even learn this? Alright, calm down Ok, here we go. And he slapped both palms together and placed them onto the ground in one swift motion, Kai Seton no tree birth technique. If he did it right, a humongous tree would appear in front of him just about now. Even Kyuubi was at a loss for words. Kid, you were pathetic. On the ground in front of them was a very small settling. Look at was centimeters tops. That's small. What the bloody hell? I told you to concentrate. I did. Lies. Did you feel the life essence stir within you? Did you feel it? So I thought so. Ah well, might as well copy them down and try them later on. At least you proved that you can control the element, even if that was a totally dismal attempt. Hey. I tried. But it just feels awkward. Like a part of me wants to leave and I'm not too sure about that. I see. Well, we'll discuss this later. Now focus and train. That trader should come soon. And so, Naruto had trained, and it was 7 in the evening already, when finally, a rustle of leaves was heard and Iruka appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto? What were you thinking? How dare you? Naruto yawned and grinned, nah, Iruka-sensei, I only learned 2 while I was here, what's the matter? Iruka sweat dropped, do you know what scroll that is? Nope, but it had loads of, so I thought it might as well. Naruto was enjoying every minute of this. The flabbergasted look on Iruka's face was just too much. Yeah, you were training. Duh. Naruto rolled his eyes. He was getting impatient, Soreliap, he's here. Just then, a huge shuriken flew into view, almost cutting Iruka in half, had it not been for his quick reflexes. Naruto narrowed his eyes and dodged it as well. Who's there? Even though he knew perfectly well who that was. Why did you have to be so damn bothersome? Now hand over the scroll or die a painful death. I haven't got time to play with a demon. Cussed Mizuki as he looked down arrogantly at Naruto and Iruka. Iruka was shocked, what is the meaning of this Mizuki? The Hokage specifically told us to. Do you even think I actually care about what that old geezer says? This kid is Kyuubi. The demon reincarnates. You expect me to trust this little bastard? That's right kid, you're the one that killed all those villagers 12 years ago. How'd you like that huh? The whole village despises you, but that's not the point. Now hand over that scroll, I've got a deadline to meet. Naruto growled as his suspicions turned true, but he knew he needed to play his part, to have Kyuubi and me. His face twisted into some sort of painful expression like he was constipated but, nonetheless. HMPH, the Yondaime sealed it within you, you damn fox. Now hurry up and do as I say, before I kill you. Iruka roared in anger at his tone Mizuki. I will not allow you to insult my student. He is an honorable genin of Konohagakure. He will become the future Hokage. Mizuki. Due to your outrageous attempts at stealing the scroll of forbidden techniques and the breaking of Sandaime's law, you mean Iruka, Chunin of Konohagakure, hereby arrest you. Mizuki merely scoffed at that comment and laughed, you actually think you can beat me? With this power, I am invincible. And with each word, he began to transform, slowly into the body of a tiger humanoid. He grew fangs and claws, his whole body increased in size, his muscles grew larger, and his legs became longer. He now stood at a height of 2 meters, towering above Iruka and Naruto. Iruka gasped in shock at that Mizuki. Ahaha, this is the power of Orochimaru-sama. If I get him the scroll of forbidden techniques, I'll get more power. Now die you pathetic worms. And with speed he had never shown before he appeared right beside Iruka and smashed him right through a tree, knocking Iruka unconscious. Naruto snarled at that, as Mizuki smirked, turning to him, what are you going to do, you demon, give me the scroll. HMPH, over my dead body. That can be arranged. And Mizuki charged, punching at totally random intervals, bashing up everything in his path. Naruto flung the scroll onto a tree trunk before concentrating, his chakra flared and got into his Ryudu Gensu stance flowing illusions. He shouted, take this. All I need is the basics and I can destroy you. Haze. Hirameki Nijuugo Shu. Swift current. 25 flash palms, and fully utilizing his original technique Shumpo, flash steps he dashed in a circle around Mizuki before landing multiple blows, one stronger than the other. Knocking him into the air, Naruto kneed him in the chin before disappearing and ramming his fist into his back. Basically, the muscles protecting the main organs were heavily barraged upon, and after forming a huge combo, Naruto ended it with a hard punch right in the guts, sending Mizuki flying into the ground. Naruto cracked his knuckles. How'd you like that? Mizuki coughed out blood, trying to get the nausea out of his brain. It wasn't just physical damage, the spins and the chakra blowshirt like hell, but his mind was all fuzzy, he lost all focus, feeling the urge to puke. Now, who's the man? Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And in an instant, 200 clones appeared beside them. Haha, someone's dizzy, eh? Beat the bastard up. Hell yeah. Needless to say, the whole village heard a very chilling noo as the clones did their job. Half an hour later, Sarutobi burst out laughing at the figure that was supposed to be Mizuki. Naruto had used extra strength and made sure that bastard felt every single hit. That was some good stress relief. Naruto, scroll. Eh? Karaki-na-chan. Karaki was standing there, expressionless, hands stretched out, waiting for him to hand it over. Naruto had a bad feeling about this, especially the glint within Sandame's eyes. Oh, and so Naruto handed it over. Smash. How dare you use that jutsu again? How many times have I told you not to do that? Karaki hollered as she continuously smacked Naruto with a huge scroll. I told you a million times, but you never listen, do you? How dare you defile the women's pride? Shitcha's really angry. Sarutobi sweat dropped, he had never thought it was this Ariaswood. Is she looking at him? Karaki was glaring at him. God help him. He whimpered and hid behind his desk. Okage-sama, I can't believe that you, him. Right, Karaki, please leave it at that and take young Naruto home. I'm sure he's exhausted. Now, I've got some things I need to do, bye. And with a quick shunshin, he ran for his life. Karaki then giggled and laughed at full volume. Naruto quickly got up and gave her a high five. Told you it would work. Karaki ruffled his hair, earning a grunt of protest. My, looks like we did scare off Okage-sama. Did I hurt you? Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course. What am I made of? Steel. Karaki grinned and said, well, mission accomplished. Shall we? And with a huge nod, Naruto walked out onto the streets, genuinely happy that he had been able to finish this B-rank mission. Amni missed the Tramen feast. Karaki sighed in amusement at the immaturity of Naruto when it comes to food, but as she smiled at the beautiful night scenery Konoha was offering. Minato Nai-chan, he's growing gradually, yes, but I'm sure that one day, he will indeed surpass you. Chapter 9. Success. Yawned Naruto as he laid his head down once again on his desk. This was taking way too long. Haruka had gone off to get the list of teams and he was away for half an hour already. The mission yesterday was quite a drag and Kyuubi had been annoying. He was constantly being berated at for not being able to produce a decent tree. Naruto had found a way to shut him up basically. He controlled what it looked like in his mind, so right now, Kyuubi was in a huge plain, peaceful and quiet. Naruto didn't want to do this, but he had no choice, so he had added a single entity into his mind realm. The fact that Kyuubi was actually howling in fear made Naruto's day. After all, that particular entity was the most frightening thing Naruto had ever come across. Sakura and Ino were worried about him, seeing his exhausted figure, but he had reassured them that he was alright. They were both skeptical, but left it at that. Kiba and the others too tried to find out what could possibly get the most energetic blonde into his current state. Sadly, all failed, seeing Naruto's attention span was really short right now. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Haruka finally returned back to class, a wide smile evident on his face. He motioned for everyone to sit down, which earned quite a few questioning looks, seeing how usually, he would just yell out shut up or something like that. He cleared his throat, and after getting everyone's attention minus a certain blonde he began, now, I am very proud to announce that this year has been extremely successful, and you lot has been, by far, the only batch with a 100% pass rate. I have confidence in you. I hate to tell you this, but the world for us shinobi is totally different from whatever you experience in class. The world out there basically follows one rule. The strong live, the weak fail. It's as simple as that. Haruka paused, seeing the horrified looks on some naive ones and amused looks on others, specifically Uzumaki. Now, here is where we reach a dilemma. What is the meaning of strong? What is true strength? That is the question I want all of you to keep in mind. Maybe, to each of us, strength would come from different sources, for different reasons, yet the sole purpose of being strong should never change. We are shinobi of Konohagakure, we are sworn to protect our village and its honor at all costs. That is a fact, but the ways and reasons for doing it must be pure. By now, everyone was starting to get freaked out. Where the hell was their lousy random speaking sensei? He was supposed to just give them a long bloody boring speech about how they passed and give out the teams. Not to scare the heck out of them. I know how you feel, I was in your place, thinking about this same question as well. What is true strength? Remember that, and hopefully, that should act as a guide for you. Now, I'm sure everyone must be dying to know their teams after what I said, so let's start off. As you all know, Genin teams are made up of 3 Genins and a Jounin sensei. So here we go, team 1. And so, on and on it went. Sakura notably raised an eyebrow as none of her intimate friends had been called yet. Naruto sighed and looked at Ino and Sakura with something like an apology. Gomen, if I had tried harder, the chance of us getting paired up may have been higher. Ino merely shook her head in exasperation and gave a smile. Well, we'll just hope for the best then. And just then, Iruka announced, Team 6, handpicked by the Hokage himself, with Takebetsu Special Mitarashi Anko assigned as the sensei. He paused for a moment, noticing the rise he got out of the remaining Genins. Naruto snorted, thinking, whoever got her as the teacher is royally screwed. So, here we go. Team 6 consists of Haruno Sakura. Sakura's head drooped as she repeatedly slapped herself lightly on the forehead, as though that would make the bad news go away. Ino grinned, tough luck. Yamanaka Ino, came Iruka's very amused voice. The whole class began laughing as Ino's jaw smashed onto the ground, unable to believe that she was experiencing such horror. Naruto sighed, before raising an eyebrow, wondering who the hell would be the unlucky third member. Sure, he had said that he would have loved to be with Sakura and Ino as a team, seeing how their teamwork ruled everyone else in class, but seeing how the sensei was Anko of all people, he decided that he would rather face the girl's wrath instead of the sadistic bitch. So oh, could it be? Hope it's Kiba, then he'll get his ass handed to him over and over. Maybe Shikamaru, indeed, they would work well, Shino. Nah, not possible. Mr. Almighty Ichihaimo. Maybe have not, he's got enough fangirls and boys, let's just not go Choji's too nice, so no, and many other males I should take into consideration. And finally, we have Uzumaki Naruto. As if on cue, the whole class roared with laughter. Kiba was banging his fists on the table, hollering about Naruto's misfortune. Even Shino was enjoying a good chuckle. The worst was Naruto, his eyes basically flew out of their sockets at that, with Sakura and Ino sniggering and muttering about how he had been unable to escape the claws of fate. This isn't funny. You better tell me you're joking. Snarled Naruto as the whole class laughed even harder. Iruka barely suppressed his chuckle as he explained, nope, it says here, Hokage recommendations, Team 6, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto, Jounin Sensei, Mitarashi Anko, there you have it. The Buttmatsugafi Naruto slumped onto the table in defeat, damn the stupid old man for doing this to him, he was sure it was payback for the prank he did yesterday. Iruka waited for the class to settle down before continuing, alright, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji. Jounin Sensei, Hada Kakashi. At that, Kiba sighed out loud, clutching his heart dramatically and laid his hand on Choji's shoulder, oh why? What did I do to deserve this? Of all the Pioplui I teamed up with emo pants. The boys in the class, especially Naruto, roared with laughter at that one, the girls, well, other than Sakura, Ino and Hinata, were basically oozing killing intent. Choji chuckled at the murderous look on Sasuke's face, knowing that things were really going to get interesting from now on. And now, we have Team 8, consisting of Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru. Jounin Sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. Shino merely nodded, clearly pleased that he was on the same team with 2 friends. Hinata merely smiled meekly at the other 2, whereas Shikamaru seemed very relaxed. Naruto raised an eyebrow, eh? Shikamaru, no troublesome comment. Shikamaru smirked, now Naruto, I think I'll let you have that today. Seeing how Hinata is basically the only normal girl in this class and she's on my team, will you have got 20 girls in yours with a sadistic female sensei, I would say you needed more than me. Ino's eyes narrowed dangerously, her voice sweet and nice, what was that Shikamaru? Didn't quite catch it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, nothing that you should know, which is practically everything. I heard that. Too bad I guess. And before Ino could charge over and mutilate Shikamaru, Iruka closed his rolled book and smiled, well, the senseis should be coming soon, I wish you all the best for your futures. Make sure you live up to the honor of being a Konoha shinobi, you hear that? Hi. Sensei. But I have something I need to do now, Saberby. And Iruka quickly rushed out of the classroom, leaving Naruto and the others a tad bit suspicious. Naruto-kun, you don't think? No way. Naruto's eyes widened, and not a moment later, the classroom door slammed open, and in came a brunette with short crispy purple hair tied up by her headband. She was wearing a trench coat over her usual attire of fishnet blouse. Stingy an. I sincerely apologize to all my readers because I cannot, for the love of me, describe a person's attire properly, so please, bear with me for the moment. Lol. With a short miniskirt. Her crazy grin was still there, as if mocking the Genins right in front of her. She had a killer body if you look at the expressions on Kiba's face. Indeed, her curves were very alluring, and to say that Ino was jealous would be an understatement. Hell, even Sasuke blushed at her figure. The only person unaffected by her appearance was Naruto, seeing how he was totally used to her unpredictable actions, and seeing how he was not a pervert, he naturally scowled at her. He had always told her that she wore too little, alas, it always falls on deaf ears, but she did tease him a bit. Now, where is my favorite blonde? All of a sudden, many beams of killer glares were aimed at Naruto, seeing how he was the only male blonde in class. Naruto sweat-dropped Akiba's agitated posture and gave a sigh of exasperation. Oi, Anko-chan, cut the crap. Where do we meet? Anko pouted. Oh, you ruined it. Alright, the usual place, you know where that is. Come on, we don't have all day. And mind you little brats, she turned to the other genins and her eyes narrowed dangerously, that familiar maniacal glint appearing behind those orbs. If I ever find any of you undressing a girl with your eyes again, a kunai appeared in her hand. I'll make sure a very important part of your anatomy is severed, without question. That being said, she poofed out of the class in a cloud of smoke, leaving a totally terrified class behind. Naruto chuckled, then looked over at Sakura and Ino. Come on, let's get going, we don't want her to kill us, now do we? Sakura gulped and Ino shivered a little. Obviously, events of their last training session continue to linger in their minds. Naruto grinned, it'll be fine, knowing Anko, I can tell she's happy. I reckon this is the first time she's ever led a team, let alone a team she trusts and loves. Now let's get there and show her what we got. Right. Instantly, the pressure was off. Sakura and Ino couldn't help but smile at his grin. Right. Confidence seems to have come back, and now that they think about it, Anko was really a very nice person if you exclude the sadistic part and the maniacal part and the sluttish part and the arrogance. Shaking her thoughts, Sakura wondered, Naruto. The usual as in, the training grounds. Or her favorite hangout spot. Naruto grinned, Sakura-chan, isn't it obvious? She likes dango, I like ramen, where do you think we can get those? Later. Yo, nice to see that you guys were on time. Cheered Anko as she took another bite from her dango stick. Naruto shook his head as he yelled, Ajusan. 2 miso ramen please. Sure thing. Of all the places, why Ichiraku ramen? I'm thinking that question is basically rhetorical. Anko pouted, oh come on. I was hungry. Everyone sweat dropped, that's it. Anko grinned, besides, we're better to start off introducing ourselves. So, come on, tell me about your dislikes, likes, hobbies, goals, etc. Come on Pinky, let's go. Sakura twitched a little at her new nickname, but nonetheless, she began, my name is Haruno Sakura, I like my best friends Ino and Naruto and reading novels and well, just hanging out. I dislike perverts and anything perverted. That includes Naruto's no. She ignored Naruto's retort hey. I'll let you know that it is very useful. She continued, my goals, well, I would want to become a strong kunoichi, probably a medic nin as I progress. Anko nodded, okay, you're the next pig. A vein popped out of her forehead at that, but Ino calmed herself, name's Yamanaka Ino. I like gardening, tending to flowers, hanging out with my best friend Sakura and Naruto, basically, I love flowers. I dislike people who disrespect my friends and those who think they're almighty just because they're male. My goal maybe something in the interrogation department would be suitable, seeing how my mind would work very well. Anko was almost giddy with joy at that statement, you go girl. We were just looking for some more recruits and I'll be damned if I cannot train you to become better than me in that department. Alright, finally, our lovable brat. Thanks. Answered Naruto dryly as he sighed, well, you all know me. Uzumaki Naruto is the name. Likes, ramen, Sakura-chan and Ino-chan, training, coming up with new Anko-chan, Kureki-chan, Hokage-jisen. Dislikes, perverts, and their stupid perverted novels. Goal, to become the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen. Oh, is that so? We'll see if you can live up to that. She took out her purse and placed some money on the counter, Tucci-san. Can I get 10 sticks of dango with me to take away? In a sec. Yelled the old man from the kitchen, busy preparing the food. Alright, you guys, head towards training grounds 43 right now, I'll be there soon, time for the real genin test. Hahaha. For some reason, that laugh just sent chills down their spines. At training grounds 43. Naruto, what do you think she meant by the real genin exam? Sakura asked. Naruto shrugged, probably some tests were used to cut down the incompetent genins that passed the academy. Remember how Ruka-sensei told us that the skills we need in the academy and out here are totally different? Well, I'm guessing that we're now going to be tested on that something different. Well done Naru-chan. Grinned Anko as she appeared in a swirl of leaves. Ino raised an eyebrow, clearly explain it please. Anko suddenly grew serious, her face abandoning her usual cheerful expression. The genin exam in the academy was just to see if you guys qualify to be a genin. Whether you actually succeed depends on us Jounin senseis. And to tell you guys the truth, the pass rate is pretty low, only 1/3 of all the students can pass. That's a 67% fail rate for ya. 67, that's just. Anko nodded, each sensei has their own tests to determine if their team is up to standard, and now, welcome to your very own genin exam. Objective of this exam? Find me and attempt to disable me before I finish my dango. That would be about half an hour. Good luck. Oh, and don't forget to come at me with the intent to kill. And with that, she grinned and disappeared into the forest. Sakura and Ino immediately readied themselves, getting into their stances, whereas Naruto frowned. Sakura, Ino, it's not that simple. Both girls looked at him, curious. They could tell he was totally serious, judging from the way he left out the chan suffix. This is training ground 43, the one beside the dreaded 44. Although slightly safer, we can't rule out the possibilities of traps. Besides, think about it, we're genin hopefuls, she's a Takebetsu, skill difference is quite big, surely she doesn't expect us to win. The look of realization dawned on Sakura, teamwork. Ino snapped her fingers, I get it. When she told us to rush at her with the intent to kill, it was merely to get us sidetracked and lose focus. Naruto grinned, exactly. Now, we know she has 10 dango sticks. She says it's going to take half an hour. What do you girls say? Wait, don't know, make that into 2 hours. The smirk on his face was hard to miss and slowly but surely the girls understood his plan and without a word dashed off to their relative positions. After all, they had trained together for so long, one word from each other and they would know how to act straight away. Anko knew their strengths, yes, but would she expect them to fully utilize their skills and use teamwork to give them the final boost? That is what Team 6 is betting on. But Anko in the forest, already on my second and still no movement, what are those brats doing? Slacking. HMPH, I expected better. Which she smirked as she spotted a slight pinkish tinge behind one of the trees 10 meters away. Showtime. And so, sticking one final dango into her mouth, she threw away the stick and dashed towards her target. Secretly she thought 1 down, 2 to go. But then, gotcha. Kaiten. Shikakyu. Fire element. Crimson fireball. Anko cussed as an orb of fire hit her right on, activating the kawarimi she had placed on herself ages ago. Now, Neri-chan, what did I teach you about patience? Naruto growled and formed another series of seals quickly. Ah, but did you know I could do this? Doten. Doryu Taiga. Earth element. Earth dragon mudflow. A stream of mud rushed at Anko, forcing her to dodge it. Damn, when did this kid learn an earth type AB rank 1 no less? However, her face remained neutral as she yelled out, Senijashu. Multiple snakes shadow hands and right on cue, several snakes burst out of her sleeve and coiled up around Naruto firmly, preventing him from moving. Anko looked disappointed, my, you've certainly become weaker. Looks like you failed this time. Naruto merely scowled before giving a grin, you think? And with a poof, he erupted in a cloud of smoke. Anko's eyes widened, Kage Bunshin. Shit. And indeed, Ino was already on it, Ninpo. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no ninja arts. Multiple shuriken clones technique and a whole horde of shurikens flew at Anko, forcing her to evade and land on the right-hand side, good, but not good enough. To Toppa. Wind element. Great breakthrough and with a huge gust of wind, she blew away all the shuriken, neutralizing the threat, or so she thought. Sakura had appeared at that moment, having jumped into the sky, she had yelled, Renkyaku. Toritsum. Storm leg. Tiger claw, and with a war cry, she smashed her leg into the spot where Anko had been just a few seconds ago. The attack caused several cracks to appear on the ground, pretty good for someone who just learned it a few months ago. Maybe I shouldn't have asked Guy about that attack. Sakura's Taijutsu scrolls came from Guy, well, she went to ask Anko, and Anko had gone to Guy. But anyway, the Taijutsu Sakura was using is called Renkyaku, focusing chakra onto one's feet and leg, causing huge amounts of damage to anything it comes into contact with. However, there's a catch, the difference between Goken Hard Fist and Renkyaku is that Goken merely requires one to have large amounts of chakra and channel as much of it into one's limbs as possible. Renkyaku, however, requires extreme chakra control, releasing a precise amount of chakra at that particular moment for it to work. Of course, large chakra reserves are always a plus. Sakura had found it useful, but till now, had only mastered one single attack. It was the easiest for Sakura, seeing how one had to attack from above and gather speed and chakra as they fell. Her chakra reserves were about average, and so, she relied mainly on control. Her accomplishment in this style is around 0.1%, meaning not a lot at all. Anko was surprised by it, but merely brushed it aside. She would never have expected Naruto to suddenly appear behind her, Akuraka Jiseki. Kai. Clear trace. Release. I'll take those, thank you very much. And to Anko's utmost horror, Naruto had stolen her bag of dango and had dashed off with them, along with Ino and Sakura. Her mouth was gaping thin slowly, the flames within her burned ferociously, and she growled, "Get back here, you brats. I'm gonna freaking kill you." As she charged after them. Naruto gave a nod and stopped halfway, forming his seals, Ryu, Tori, Ohitsuji, Yuma, alright, check this out. Harg. And once again, that familiar flame engulfed his hand, yet this time, it was blue in color. The flames looked cool and deadly, and slowly, by using form manipulation, he willed the flames into a spiral around his entire right forearm. Anko, having been angered by the loss of her dango to mere brats, ignored the in-charge straight on, thinking how futile that attack would be if it missed. Naruto grinned and yelled, Imada. Now. Sakura concentrated on her remaining chakra and with all her power, smashed it into a small tree, blasting it towards Anko, giving her quite a shock. She nimbly dodged it but saw that Naruto was charging towards her and yelled, alright, brat. Bring it. This one you should know. K's no Fukuman. Wind element. Wind veil and immediately, a whirlwind began to pick up around Anko, forming a roaring shield around her. Naruto concentrated and yelled, it's over. Ino, you're Q. This is the improved version of my last attack, you're the first to test it sensei. Sika. Kinrin. Azure Flames. Blaze Wheel. Grasping his right arm tightly with his left, he dashed straight at Anko's K's no Fukuman and clashed with it right on, the flames dancing against the whirlwind, going with the flow of the wind and with a huge boom. The fire successfully dispelled the winds with a grinning Naruto looking at a dumbfounded Anko. And right after that, a clear voice rang out, alright. Ninpo. No ninja arts. Mind-body disruption technique. The effect was instantaneous, Anko's movement was effectively stopped for the time being, and it was all they needed. We beat sensei. Said Sakura as she placed a kunai against Anko's neck, thereby signifying their silent victory. Naruto was panting, Sakura was forcing herself to stay alert lest something went wrong, and Ino was trying her best to hold her. Just then, Anko laughed. It wasn't her bone-chilling laugh, nor was it a fake laugh, it was one of pride and joy. I marry you guys. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. I can't believe I'm saying this myself, but that was perfect. Sorda Juban da. That is enough. Her eyes were twinkling in excitement as she said the following sentence, you showed the capabilities of working as a team, fully utilizing your strengths to cover up your weaknesses, brilliant strategies and much more. I am proud to say that you guys pass. Congratulations. Zelensathan, yada. Woohoo. We pass. Hell yeah. Take that. Guess who? Ino immediately released her and ran over to hug her sensei along with Sakura, words seemingly useless as they both wanted to thank Anko for helping them before. They finally understood that all the hard work had indeed paid off. Anko laughed along with them before saying, alright folks. What did you say to some nice dango and ramen before you're dismissed? And amidst the cheers and laughter, little did they know that the strongest Ansatsu Butai assassination unit of all times had been born. Chapter 10. Fun. Boy, I've been wanting to ask, who taught Piggy that ninjutsu? Anko was currently munching her way through her 15th dango stick. Naruto was on his 12th bowl of ramen and quickly swallowed before answering, duh, I did. Ino bonked on the head and muttered about arrogant male blondes with hard heads. Sakura merely giggled at the all too familiar scene before them. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Shuriken Shadow Clones technique. B-rank ninjutsu. Now, explain. Naruto gave a shrug, I felt that it fit Ino pretty well. Seeing how her mind was used to controlling stuff, I reckoned that if she had to duplicate something, it could be done pretty well. And just then, she had asked about it, so I thought, what the hell, and taught her how to do it. Ino has talent with weapons, I'm sure you know it. Anko raised an eyebrow, indeed, but hey, Ino, what's with the incompleteness of the… Ino blushed in embarrassment, Eri didn't have enough chakra to duplicate it any more than 25 at that time. My maximum was 80 I think. Besides, the point of that attack was to distract you, so I figured that amount was just right. Any more, and my Shinranshin mind-body disruption would not have worked. Anko thought for a while, true, but seriously, I had known all along your teamwork was good, but to be able to take it to this extreme, hell, even if I did underestimate you brats, disabling me and humiliating me at the same time was impressive. Naruto gulped down the last of his ramen and glanced suspiciously at Anko, you don't mean to tell me that you're gonna punish us for that, right? Anko narrowed her eyes, her dangerous smile appearing once again. Sakura subconsciously gulped, her muscles tense. Anko noticed it and laughed, relax, the hardest punishment I'll ever give you guys would just be really hard training, I'm not going to like torture you or anything you think. Naruto's sweat dropped, is there even a difference? Anko cheered, apparently not. And continued munching on her dango. Sakura sighed and asked, nah, Anko-sensei, where did you get the Taijutsu scroll from? I really want to thank the guy who gave this to me. Instantly, Anko's eyes widened and made a big cross in front of her chest, no. Do not do that. Ever. Sakura raised an eyebrow uneasily, unsure of what the hell was going on. Naruto however, tilted his head, don't tell me it was. And after seeing Anko nod furiously, Ino and Naruto both began to shiver. Yeah, Sakura-chan, take her advice, for once she's making a lot of sense. Huh? Why? Look, he has the worst fashion sense I've ever seen. He wears green spandex. He has huge eyebrows, and he gives this nice guy pose and sparkling teeth and all. God, that is horrible. Replied Ino, shuddering at the memory of the green beast of Konoha. Sakura was even more confused, aerially. Naruto gave a sigh, look, Sakura-chan, trust me, if you ever see him, you'll know. His name is Mido Guy-an. I know it's Might Guy. But Nuo, Mido Guy sounds more Japanese. So in this fic, we'll do it my way. Anko gave a snort, yep, tough guy, one of the best Jujutsu users to ever be seen in Konoha. Of course, Kureki-chan and her pals are strong as well, but hey, his Goken is damn impressive, I'll give him that much, but honestly, how on earth does he do the even Kurenai can't dispel it? Naruto and Ino merely chuckled at that. That was the first time they had seen Anko get agitated so quickly. Nah, Sakura-chan, how's the style coming? Sakura gave a slight shrug, as a matter of fact, I'm not too sure myself. I at first thought it was just my chakra capacity for a while, but apparently, I was wrong. It's not just pure power. I don't know what I'm missing. Anko gave a nod, very well, training tomorrow, same place, 7 AM in the morning, sharp. Well, I've got a report to fill in and you guys have to rest. See ya. And with that familiar poof, she disappeared. Naruto paid for their meals and gave a yawn, alright, come on, let's get you girls home. Ino pouted, Naru-kun, we're not kids anymore. Naruto stopped for a moment and looked at Ino, then at Sakura. True, they had grown up beautifully and he smiled, thanks back there. Both of you have really grown. I swear, this is my dream team and I'll be damned if I let you down. Sakura, Ino, thanks for being there for me. To say that Sakura and Ino were surprised by this outburst was an understatement. Sakura swore that Naruto was bipolar, one minute he's all happy and lucky, the next, he turned serious. But again, he was too caring for his own good, Naruto. How many times do we have to tell you? The feeling is mutual. Got it. Ino grinned before latching herself onto Naruto's back once again, alright. Since you volunteer to be the gentleman once again, let's go. And amongst the laughter, a busy day slowly comes to an end. Back at Naruto's apartment sometime later. I'm back. Called a very tired Naruto. Oh, how was it? How was it? Kureki almost ran him over, trying to get answers from him. Hitomi was visiting along with Hanabi, and sure enough, in an instant, he was tackled onto the ground by a little white blur, Nai-chan. Naruto laughed, I passed. Same team with Sakura and Ino. Sensei's Anko. Kureki ruffled his hair whilst Hitomi hugged him, good job, Naruto. Hey. I am the best future Hokage you know. Yeah? Nai-chan's the best. Oh, Hanabi-chan. Thank you. Hitomi and Kureki merely laughed at the scene. Those two were just so cute. Ano, Kasen, how did Hinata-chan do? Oh, her team passed as well, and she really liked her team's teacher. Her confidence and skills have certainly grown. She would have come today, but she wanted to make some bento's lunchboxes for her teammates. She told me to tell you sorry. There's no need to apologize. That baka, well, at least she likes her team, and that's a good thing. Haha, Kiba and Chaoji weren't that well off though, they got paired up with emo pants. Hitomi raised an eyebrow, emipants. Kureki chuckled, he means Sasuke. Naruto nodded furiously, Ano saw, Kasen, did you know that he had a stick up his butt? Hitomi burst out laughing at that one. Naruto was still managing to keep a straight face, and it was just downright funny. Hanabi blinked, Nai-chan, you mean he is like Niji? Kureki laughed even harder at that, Naruto gave a huge nod and told Hanabi to stay clear of arrogant fellows like them. However, it soon got late and they had to go home. Nai-chan. Come visit us sometime. I miss you. Smiled Hanabi as she kissed him on the cheek. Naruto nodded and ruffled her hair gently, I will. But on one condition, promise me that you'll grow up to be a good girl. I will. Glad to hear it. Kasen, Hanabi-chan, Oyasumi. Good night. Naruto, come here. Motioned Hitomi as she hugged Naruto warmly, I'm sure Kureki has told you this before, but you're a genin now, things are going to be much tougher from now on, would you be able to handle it? Naruto grinned and returned the hug, clearly enjoying it, Kasen, I swear on my name, that no matter what, before I become the Hokage, I definitely will not give up. Hitomi smiled, that's what I like to hear. Good night. Kureki and Naruto waved as Hitomi and Hanabi left. The moon was out tonight, it was a beautiful sight, Naruto-kun, come on, we need to rest up as well. I'll be leaving for a while. I need to find someone, she'll help in your training as well. Definitely. But for how long? I don't know, could be a few days, could be a few months. You'll try and be back before the Chunin exams. But why all of a sudden? Okijama wanted her back. Right now, Konoha is at its weakest, with most of our strongest shinobis killed or missing in action. We really need all the help we can get. Just putting all the burden on people like Kakashi or Genma isn't going to work. I see. Well, can you at least tell me who she is? Ah, I wanted it for a surprise, but I reckon you can know something about her. She is one of the Shifuke 4 guardians, they all call her Hikari no Suzaku Phoenix of Light. Oh. Ni-chan, what are you known as? I mean, all of you have such cool names. How come? Haha, Naruto-kun, those are names given to us in honor of our skills. I'm known as Yuki no Byako Tigress of Snow. Koreki na-chan, what does she look like? Just like your typical Uchiha, but well, the greatest difference is that her hair is light brown, long and flowing. I've always envied her for her exquisite treatment of her hair. Naruto blinked, oh, I see, Uchiha with light brown hair Uchiha. Koreki gave a sly smirk, oops, looks like I spoke too much. What the hell? Aren't all Uchihas killed in the Uchiha massacre? I thought Sasuke was the only survivor. Koreki merely stared at her nails, admiring them, ah, true, but who said she was in the village when that happened? Ha. Well, at least my nails are prettier. Naruto sweat dropped at that, Urin-chan. Koreki ruffled his hair in reply, causing him to growl, well, you can ask her about everything when I come back with her, but for now, we need to get you to bed, Naru-chan. And sure enough, a loud yell was heard from the apartment, causing a certain purple-haired to grin uncontrollably, don't call me that. Back at the Hokage's office. Ah, Anko, how did your team go? Did they pass? Yes, Hokage-sama, they did exceptionally well. Only took them 15 minutes or so. Really? Whoa, that's a feat. Murmured Asuma as he entered the room, yo, Anko. Yosh. The flames of youth burn brightly this year as well. Yelled Guy as he poofed into the room. Well, looks like we've got a strong batch this year, I mean, even Kakashi passed his team, even if it was by a small margin. Kurenai was right behind him and waved at Anko. Anko raised an eyebrow, eh? Mr. Pervert passed his team. Now that's a surprise. Ma, I can't believe it myself actually. Muttered the famed copy ninja as he walked into the room, reading his beloved latest edition of Icha Paradise. Anko growled, I swear, if you dare read that in front of me, I'll castrate you. Kakashi sighed, before putting his book away reluctantly, some people just don't understand art. Even Kurenai twitched at this. So, Anko, tell us about it. Uzumaki Naruto showed a clear understanding of the test, he realized that teamwork was the way to go straight away. He planned ahead, using the team's strengths to the extreme and in the end, managed to catch me off guard. His taijutsu and ninjutsu were excellent. His, though not as impressive as the other two, is definitely above average. His Akuraka Joseki no was utilized to perfection. More than a few eyebrows were raised after this comment. However, Anko ignored them and continued. Next, Yamanaka Ino. She took Naruto's advice into consideration and while hiding in the shadows, she launched a mini version of the B-rank ninjutsu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no. She minimized the chakra output and used it as a distraction, and finally, her exquisite use of Shintenshin no was the one to finish the onslaught of the three. Her taijutsu is average, her ninjutsu and would be her forte. Last of all, Haruno Sakura, with use of the style rank Yaku Stormleg, managed to pull my attention onto herself, thereby allowing her teammates to wait for an opening. Her taijutsu is of course above average, her ninjutsu is acceptable, and her talent has yet to be shown, however, I have a feeling that she is a natural type, given her superb control of chakra. Hokage raised an eyebrow, oh, and pray tell, what was Naruto-kun up to all these time? Anko smirked, ah, he developed his original technique into something better. He called it the Keen-Rin Blaze Wheel, and it was able to nullify the B-rank wind defense that I pulled up, and mind you, I could tell he was holding back. The wind fueled the fire, and the heat was intense, I had no doubt that I would not have been able to block it had I underestimated the brat. Kakashi raised an eyebrow whilst others gasped, whoa Anko, quite the humble girl today. Are you telling me that he could have killed you if he wanted to? Anko grinned sadistically, are we jealous Kakashi? Looks like someone's technique might rival your Chidori soon, haha. Kakashi chuckled, to be honest, I would look forward to it. If he can indeed defeat my Chidori well, we can tell a lot could be expected from him. But right now, I assume that it is classified as a B-rank technique. Sandaime Hokage chuckled before shaking his head, no, it will be classified as a high B-rank assassination technique, just below your Chidori Kakashi. And Anko, are you certain? If anything, Anko's grin widened even more, hi, Hokage-sama, Genin Team 6, consisting of Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, led by Mitarashi Anko, requesting permission to begin missions. Sarutobi nodded, and with a rare smile, he stamped the report. 4 huge letters in red were printed across the page. Pass. Next morning, Nichan. You make sure you take good care of yourself. Koreki chuckled and patted him on the head, hi, I will younger brother. Now, remember to practice the Hirameki techniques. Well, then, I have to go. Naruto nodded before enveloping Kureki in a huge hug. Be safe. You too. And with that, Kureki dashed off towards the gates, leaving a slightly depressed Naruto behind. Oh man, alone again. Great. Hit, just to let you know, it's 6:45, I suggest you make your way over there fast. Fine, fine, ah well, can't be sad over something that can't change. Let's go. Training. Yeah. Hit, I swear to you have to be bipolar. Eh? What's that mean? I'm just messing with you. I'm not impressed, you know. Oh, really? You don't want me to introduce a certain guy into your cage? No. Anything but that. Kid, don't you dare. Not so mighty now are you? PRRR. What was that? Gee, lazy fox, sleeping again. 15 minutes later. Yo. I'm not late, am I? Naru-kun. Cheered Ino as she gave him a hug. Sakura merely shook her head at her friend's entrance. Honestly, must he be so cocky? I mean, who the hell comes at like 7 AM sharp? As in 7 AM. Not joking. Where's Anko? Asked Naruto as he looked around. Not here yet, well, guess she overslept maybe, she always does that. Always do what? Everyone spun around to see a vibrant Anko with a Cheshire grin on her face. Now, talking behind other people's backs is a very bad habit. Piggy-chan, I think you just caused your whole team to be punished. If anything, her expression turned more sadistic in a matter of seconds. Now, I suggest you run, I'll give you 5 minutes head start. Oh, and if I catch you there will be no mercy. Needless to say, Sakura and Ino dashed into the forest as quickly as they could, leaving an amused Naruto behind. Honestly, do you have to do that every time? Anko chuckled, well, it gets them alert. Now, Naru-chan, what say you we get started? Naruto sighed and muttered, Kage Bunshin no. In an instant, 4 clones poofed into existence. Followed by Henge. And soon, 4 perfect clones of Naruto, Sakura, Ino and Anko appeared. Anko grinned and chucked several scrolls. Here you go, those are the missions for today, make sure you guys finish them all. Naruto gave a silent command and all the clones sped off into the distance. And then, he turned back to Anko, getting into his taijutsu stance, getting an amused chuckle from Anko. Oh, so forward today Naru-chan, ready for my show of love so soon? Naruto deadpanned, yeah, your love is very much appreciated, thanks. Before he turned serious, but hey, who said anything about you fighting me? Anko raised an eyebrow, and what exactly? Naruto had already answered the question, it was the definite stance of Ryuju Gensu Ken flowing illusions fist. Shirataki. Hirameki Hyaku Niju Go Shu. Waterfall. 125 flash palms. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and as he picked up speed, he flashed out his strikes one after another, gathering speed by the moment, never staying in one spot more than a second, and with just that one move, he had totally caught Anko by surprise. The palms were weaving a web around her, faster and faster, slowly, the space allowed for Anko to dodge decreased, and as the attack was coming to an end, Anko was frustrated as hell, Kuzogaki. Shitty brat roared Anko as she blocked palm after palm. It was brilliant. Naruto had worked at this technique tirelessly, it was the second advanced technique in the Ryuju Gensu style. The first was used against Mizuki, the Haze. Hirameki Niju Go Swift Current. 25 flash palms. The word Hirameki flash says it all. To blind the enemy with speed, to dazzle the enemy with illusions, to tire the enemy, to win. Naruto wasn't going for a win here, he just wanted a much more interesting head start. Hell, he knew his team would need it. And so, as he dashed off into the woods right after that attack, with a very pissed off Anko right behind him, along with the screams of Baka shot at him from Sakura and Ino, Naruto found it all very amusing. In fact, he had no idea what the joy deep within his heart was, he laughed. Hard. He finally found out where he belonged. He was wrong when he thought he was going to be alone again. No, I still have them. I'm not alone anymore, Eva grin up. And so, with Naruto's continued laughter and Anko's constant, I'll teach you to laugh after I'm done with you. Team 6, with 2 very reluctant girls and a very amused boy, began their first ever training session with their beloved sensei. Oh, you brats. You'll know why I'm known as Konoha's snake mistress for a reason. Naruto no Baka. Now he's got Anko sensei all crazy. Oh crap. Gotta leave this spot. Honestly, I hate to say it, but Naru-kun's got some nerve to rile up Anko. Sigh. Ah. She found me already. Mina, asobi no jiken wa kaishi da. Everyone, time to play. Chapter 11. Encounter. This is it. You shall have no mercy. Now die. Roared Naruto as he flung 4 kunai with deadly accuracy towards the target. Whether it was by skill or pure chance, the target gave a wild meat before getting into an insanely awkward position and avoiding all 4 by a few centimeters. Naruto landed on the tree branch, slowly inching his way towards the target, his grin getting more sadistic by the moment. Come on, say hello to your executioner. And just then, two fists bashed him in the head, sending him onto the ground. Naruto no baka. Look what you've done. Yelled Sakura as she quickly helped the poor cat out of the less than ideal situation. Damn it. I was so close to killing it another punch. Ino merely sighed at her team leader. Honestly, Anko appeared at that moment. Yosh. Congratulations on completing the real 5th mission. Hey. What's wrong with Naruto? Naruto was currently being stomped into the ground by Sakura for daring to murder the target of the mission. It was dear Ank, a simple retrieval mission. The fire daimyo's wife had lost her Kyuu pet cat, Tora-chan, and so, Team 6 was sent to find it. The Hokage felt that letting clones do all the missions would not be enough, so occasionally, he would order Team 6 to actually participate in a mission. And the fact that they've been assigned the same mission thrice is saying something, especially the fact that Naruto hates that cat with a passion. Sakura-chan, just let me slice a limb off it. Naruto. How could you? Look at it, all scared and shivering cooed Sakura as she petted the cat. It's a devil. Look at this. Just look at all the scratches this little blob of crap gave me. Naruto yelled with demonic eyes. This time, it was Ino that smacked him on the head. Naruto, language. Naruto spun around faster than a Hyuga can do. Kaiten, Nani, what? I'm a freaking shinobi. I can swear like a sailor for all I care. Again, another smack. Are you two doing this for fun? Smack. Bri were pushing it. Smack. That's it. Give me the cat. It's gonna die right now. Roared Naruto as he charged at the terrified animal, who quickly dashed out of Sakura's hug and made a run for the forest, with a maniacal Naruto ride on its tail literally. Anko, Ino and Sakura couldn't help but sigh. Jesus, it's just a small cute cat. Naruto just has to be so Blessame did not just say that. Damn Shikamaru for rubbing off on me. Well, technically, you can't blame the poor fellow for wanting revenge on the cat. During the first retrieval mission, just as the cat was about to be caught, it clawed at Naruto's jewels and oh boy, had it not been for the years of training Naruto had endured, he would have been hit right on. So obviously, Naruto had a reason for the grudge, even if he is a bit too enthusiastic and sadistic to carry it out. Anko sighed, long day coming up. At the Hokage's office after the mission. Oh my Tora-chan. I missed you. Screamed the fire daimyo's wife in glee as she continuously rubbed her blubber-like cheek against Tora-chan's face. The comedic tears coming from its face is more than enough to prove that really, the owner is the reason why the cat runs away. Only Naruto seemed to be enjoying every minute of this. He could be heard whispering in glee, that's right, hug him tighter. Mwahaha, tighter, suffocate him, that's right. Multiple sweat drops were seen on the shinobis present in the office. Sandaime Hokage cleared his throat and made a mental note to not assign Naruto's team this mission anymore, for fear of the young blonde's sanity. After the little scene, the fire daimyo's wife left with her cat, and so, Team 6 is currently waiting patiently in front of the Hokage's office, except Naruto for another mission. With Naruto's clones, in just 3 days, they've completed 36 missions, that's like 12 per day, and so the Hokage has ordered them to do the rest themselves, in order to keep them occupied. Oji-san, what's next? I swear if I see that cat again. A murderous aura began to surround Naruto, and if one could see inside of Naruto's mind, they would find the very impressive sight of Kyuubi guffawing at Naruto's antics. Naruto, your team's next mission. Well, seeing you have so much stress, I'll give you this one, here, your 40th D rank. There have been constant complaints from females that a certain pervert is peeping on them at the hot springs. Find out what is going on. Or so it says, do you accept? Asked a very amused Hokage, knowing full well who that pervert is. My disciple, enjoy your life today, for it's about to come to a short end. Sakura, Ino and Anko were furious, their eyes were spitting fire, and for a second, they seemed more powerful than Kyuubi himself, which he had stated whilst quivering within Naruto. Of course we accepted. Right Naruto. Both teenage girls glared at the blonde, making him sweat drop. Why are they angry at me? Probably because you're a male, and males never win against the opposite sex. You've got a point. Kid, for your sake and mine, I suggest you agree quickly. Besides, this will be another chance to get into their good books. Like duh, I get to relieve my stress and destroy the pervert. Well, yeah, I almost feel pity for him almost. You just like seeing others beat up by them, eh? Like hell yeah. Why should I be the only one to suffer their wrath? What? Yeah, you're whipped. Shut up. Right. Naruto quickly snapped back into the real world. Definitely. We'll take it. It's about time that bastard got totaled. He announced determination in his eyes, though they secretly stared at his teammates to see what their reaction was. Sakura was smiling widely, and Ino was cooing at how Naruto was such a gentleman. Yeah, that was the right choice. No doubt. Banko grabbed the scroll, and after giving Naruto a quick ruffle on the head, she motioned for the team to follow her. Okay, this will be your first ever solo mission, as in without a sensei following you. Naruto, I trust that you'll finish this mission with the utmost efficiency, are we clear? Naruto merely stared at her. Her hand was in her pockets, inching ever so slowly towards her wallet. Her mouth was drooling slightly. Her eyes were wide with excitement. Naruto deadpanned, you just want to go any dango eh? Banko faked a pout, oh so smart. But anyways, bye. And off she poofed. Naruto sighed, this is ridiculous, our sensei choosing food over us, dango no less. Kami must be a female should not have said that. Ino and Sakura were giving off their devil auras again. What was that Naru-kun? Mind repeating that Naruto? Naruto gulped and immediately changed the topic, so, who's ready for some pervert beating? His grin was there again, only to falter when both girls, blushing crimson, smashed him into the ground. Kaya. Naruto no baka. And nu. Hentai. And with that, both girls, still blushing, marched off towards their destination. What the hell did I do this time? I think you should rephrase that sentence. I just said pervert beaten to hell, how can you misunderstand that? Don't look at me. Just give it up. Naruto sighed as he picked himself up and glared in the direction where snickers could be heard. Haruka was seriously stuffing his fist inside his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. The Hokage was chuckling and the others. He rolled his eyes and ran off towards the hot springs, intent on making that certain pervert pay for his mishap today. At the hot springs, didn't you think that we were a little mean to Naruto? I mean, I'm sure he didn't mean it that way. He always hated perverts. Ino whispered to Sakura as they hid in the bushes. Sakura bit her lips and hesitantly nodded, guess we overreacted. We should say sorry. Both girls sighed and looked towards Naruto who was currently sitting like 10 meters away from them, facing intent on looking anywhere but at the girls, just in case the girl accused him of being a pervert or something. 2 pairs of subtle footsteps were enough to alert him. He turned his head slightly and giving a small smile, he asked nervously, what's up girls? His slight twitching was noticed and both girls immediately gave him their usual friendly hug. Naruto, we heard you wrong just know so, we're here to apologize. And just how in the 9 levels of hell did you interpret what I was saying? You don't want to know. Naruto sighed and shook his head, it's okay. Stuff happens. Now, come on, we've got a mission to grab. Sakura and Ino looked at him, totally confused as to why Naruto suddenly got angry. In less than a second, Naruto charged past them with Shunpo and snarled, you dirty son of a bitch. Found ya, you sick pervert. Both girls merely stood there dumbfounded before turning around to see an old man with long spiky white hair squatting at a small crack on the wall of the female side in the spring, giggling in a very perverted fashion all the while. But apparently, Naruto's shout got his attention and in a second, he turned around, eyebrow raised, and forming a ram seal, a huge poof of smoke was seen before he appeared once again, seated on something that looked like a huge as totif, you ignore the swords and metal bracers it wore. And as if on cue, the toad's tongue flung out and wrapped itself around Naruto, totally ignoring Naruto's yelp of surprise, it raised high up into the air before slamming him down straight into the hot springs. Atsui. Aitai. Hot. Ouch. Aku, stop yelling that loud brat. If the beauties found out and ran, what am I gonna do? Grumbled the old man, eyebrows still raised, face set in a totally lazy expression, left arm supporting his cheek, eyeing Naruto with distaste. He had 2 significant thin strips of red from the bottom of his eyes down to his chin. His forehead protector had the word Aburo oil on it. He wore an olive-colored outfit with a red singlet vestingy on top of it. Again, apologies because I seriously can't describe clothes. Sakura's eyes widened for a moment before yelling out, Naruto. Ino was flabbergasted by his appearance and stood rooted to the spot. After a few seconds, Naruto dashed out of the hot spring and Kinrin was ready. You'll pay for that. The flames seemed to react to his anger and turned golden blue, take that. Ino yelled, Naruto. Stop it. You might kill him. After finally getting out of the initial shock, the old man looked amused, what's that? A Mashiroi interesting, let's see how well it stands up to this. And to Sakura and Ino's utmost surprise, chakra began to gather on the old man's left hand and quick as a flash, the chakra formed before their eyes and took on the shape of a sphere, with the chakra within spiraling furiously, just like a mini hurricane. Naruto, not one to be put down, increased the intensity of the attack, allowing the rings of flame to spin even faster and yelled, alright, you asked for it. Ginka. Kinrin. Golden flames. Blaze wheel. The old man's grin widened, nice power, now let's test it, Rasengan. Boom. Both attacks clashed, causing quite an explosion to occur, but luckily, they were in the wide space behind the hot springs, so close to no damage occurred. Naruto at first thought he was winning, but soon, he was pushed to a draw before slowly, he felt he was being caught within the spiral. What the? And right there, the attacks cancelled each other to reveal the pervert smirking, and with one swift grab, he caught hold of Naruto's hand and flung him back into the hot spring. Atsui. Hot. HMPH, Gaki, not bad, able to hold your own with a low-level Rasengan. Name? Naruto coughed before he was helped out of the spring by Sakura and Ino, all shocked at what just happened. This old pervert just nullified Naruto's strongest assassination attack. Who the hell is he? Uzumaki Naruto. The best ever future Hokage. Yelled a panting Naruto, trying to get on his feet. His chakra was almost used up, seeing how he went through loads of missions today, and the toll of the cage bunshin was having some effect on him. The old man looked stunned for a moment before smirking, Uzumaki huh? I see. So, where did you learn that seems pretty strong for even a Chunin? And seeing you're just a brat, you're genin at best. Naruto looked offended and snarled, I made that I created it. The old man stared for a moment, yeah made it. Yourself. You're able to manipulate your element this early? Naruto huffed, hell yeah. Now who the heck are you? You old pervert. The old man glared, shut up. I was doing research before a stupid brat like you interrupted me. Oh really? Research isn't that just peeping on naked women in baths? Now, what happens when a person yells? Normally, the people within the range of 2-5 meters would be able to hear. Okay, what happens when a person yells in a wide open space? That 5 meters changes to 10. And finally, what happens when that person happens to be Uzumaki Naruto, aka, loudest person in Konohagakure? Everyone hears it including the naked women bathing in the hot springs. And what was their reaction? Hiya. Screamed the women before they dashed out of the hot springs, clinging onto their towels, running for their lives. Baka baka baka. Look what you just did. Cried the depressed pervert before glaring at Naruto right in front of his face, now you ruined my research. You damn brat. Gee, whatever pervert. Brat. Pervert. I'm not a pervert. Whatever. We have proof. Stop trying to. The old man shut him up with the next sentence, the smirk growing wider by the second, I'm a super pervert. Mwahahaha. His fingers stroked imaginary assets as he said this. Naruto could only stare as he gritted his teeth, Kuza actually admitted it. Just as they were about to resume the staring contest, Sakura finally spoke up, Yaoyura Jiraiya-sama right. Ano Densetsu no Sanin no Gama Senin that toad hermit of the legendary three ninjas right. Naruto frowned, Sakura-chan, how can you still call him Sama? Ino bopped him on the head, baka. This is Jiraiya-sama. Even if he is a pervert. The old man gave a small mysterious chuckle, ho. Looks like someone recognizes me after all, that's right, I am Jiraiya. My name is known throughout the lands, for my handsomeness, my strength and my writing skills. I am the legendary Toad Senin, Jiraiya-sama. All throughout his speech, he was doing that weird dance thing as an introduction and ended in the position with him standing on his toad and his right hand stretched out, palm open and that same proud smirk on his face. And sure enough, the crows got their cue and came flying into the scene, yelling out in voices that seemed to say, ahoidiot. All three sweat dropped. Are all strong people weird? Let's see, Hokage Jaisen, smokes and a pervert, check. Mitarashi Anko, sadistic bitch, check. Pada Kakashi, reads perverted books and is always late. Check. Yeah, Kit, you finally found the trend. Naruto snorted at that, no comment. Jiraiya sweat dropped before jumping off the frog that poof at a moment later. So what brings you three here? We were sent here to find a pervert that females kept complaining of. Turns out it was you. You're lucky Anko-chan isn't here, she would roast you. Jiraiya paled at that, your sensei. Naruto smirked, Mitarashi Anko. Jiraiya gulped, right, got it. And he cleared his throat, so, you're the his hands made a funny motion. Naruto raised an eyebrow, if you're talking about my tenant, then yes. Jiraiya nodded, well, you should know that I taught Yondaime when he was alive then. Sakura and Ino gasped, really? I thought that was just a rumor. Naruto stared at him long and hard, that jutsu what is it? Huh? You don't know. Ah, I see, Sarutobi didn't tell you, did he? No matter, you're not old enough. But how about I make a deal with you? Naruto narrowed his eyes, what deal? Jiraiya whispered, I'll train you and your girls if you keep quiet about my research. Sakura and Ino froze, keep quiet about this pervert. Kodaoru I refuse Naruto answered without hesitation. Nani? I hate perverts. End of story. So don't try using it as a way of bribing us. Sakura and Ino aren't my girls, I hate it when people refer to Kunoichi as objects. His eyes were cold, as though some bad memories were brought up. Sakura and Ino stood behind him, ready, just in case the Sannin decided to punish Naruto for his retort. Naru-kun. Jiraiya stared for a moment before laughing, yep, to alike. Ma, report me if you want. But still, I want to train you. That surprised everyone, especially Naruto, huh? Jiraiya grinned, that's the spirit I like, consider yourself lucky, after all these years, you'll be the first person ever to learn this from me, behold, the second hardest air rank, created by the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, Rasengan. Chapter 12. Warmth. Urahete balloons, growled Naruto as he repeated the procedure once again. It was so damn annoying. I mean, who the hell holds a balloon filled with water and just practices trying to make it explode all day long non-stop? Apparently, Naruto does. And he doesn't like it one bit. Oh, he can do it alright. Yeah, with 2 hands. Lame. He wasn't happy at all when he found out that he finished the exercise within a day, note, as in 3 hours using 2 hands when you're supposed to be able to do it anytime, any place using 1 hand. His chakra control was good, no doubt, but Licky just won't work. No idea why the heck it doesn't. Jiraiya was guffawing at the look on his face when he failed to burst that goddamn balloon for the 100th time, and just as he was going to bash the old man up, he heard a quiet mewing and spun aroundly to find Tora-chan playing with his balloons. It rolled the balloon between its paws, left and right, and bang. And just like that, the balloon burst. Naruto couldn't handle it anymore, he was this close to going berserk, or so quoted by the legendary pervert Sennin. Sakura and Ino sighed and knew what Naruto was thinking. He got beaten by his ultimate enemy Shamath Shame. And so, here was Naruto once again, trying to figure out the control required. He just found it extremely difficult to maintain several different spirals at the same moment. His keen Rin Blaze wheel required 1 raging flame spiral, and that was it, but the Rasengan apparently required at least 5 spirals. And that proved to be a problem. Sure, Naruto's chakra control was good, but not that good. And Naruto, being the perfectionist, kept going at it, intent on getting it, and so here he was, at training ground 43, once again, willing his chakra to blow up the stupid oh damn it's the 50th. Just then, 3 figures popped back into view, yo. Naru-kun. How's training? Cheered Ino, feeling extremely happy that she played a major role in the recent missions. Naruto merely grunted and shook his head. Sakura pouted, hey. We just came back from a B-rank assassination mission. Give us some credit. Anko chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair, earning her an annoyed glare. Aw, what's wrong, brat? Cat got your tongue. Naruto sighed in exasperation and stood up wobbling, before giving a small smile at the girls, before asking about the mission and congratulating them. Genin Team 6, led by Mitarashi Anko, has officially completed their 5th assassination mission. The first 2 had Anko leading them, teaching them what to do, the next 2 were led by Naruto, seeing that he was the captain of the team, and this latest one was done basically by Sakura and Ino alone, with Anko supervising them, or admiring their handiwork, as she called it. Each of the 3 Genins has been killed. Of course, it wasn't pleasant at all, but at least they've learned to cope with it. They had all gotten it on the 2nd infiltration mission. It was supposed to be simple, a C rank, however, due to unforeseen circumstances, they were forced to retreat and well, they got confronted and Naruto, as captain, killed the leader and forced the others to scatter so that a path was cleared. That was his first shinobi kill. Sakura was protecting Naruto and without even realizing it, snapped a shinobi's neck with her Toritsume Tiger Claw. She had been deeply traumatized by that incident for a while, but Naruto and Ino eventually cheered her up. Ino actually had it worse. Her kill was gruesome in a mental sense, for that's what it was. It was a family that her father taught her, only to use in severe conditions, and well, yeah, Ino used it then. It was called Ninpo. Kyufurasu no Ninja Arts. Terror Lash technique where it allows the user to probe deeply into the enemy's mind, bringing out one's true fears and placing them in a mind-induced oblivion. It was horrible, the ninja Ino used it on had slashed at his own face with a kunai multiple times before killing himself. Ino just stood there in shock, rooted to the spot, had it not been for Anko, she would have killed herself too, for this has a side effect, namely, the user would get glimpses of what their enemy had experienced. It had taken Anko days of continued counseling to calm the girl down. Her father, Inoichi, was more than shocked that she had to use that so soon and apologized to her profusely and blamed it all on himself for teaching it to her. Ino had finally recovered, with a much stronger resolve this time around. She understood the harshness of life and so did Naruto and Sakura. They grew strong and now had an even better understanding of each other. They treasured their times together even more and rarely ever quarreled. This latest mission was something like a test. Naruto had proven in the 2 missions that he led that he possessed superb leadership qualities, a quick cunningness and excellent combat skills. In fact, the last mission showed off Naruto's strength and therefore, there wasn't much room of performance for Sakura and Ino, hence this time round, Anko ordered Naruto to stay and practice the first stage of Rasengan whilst they went to collect another B rank. He had sent a Kage Bunshin with them, just in case. Naru-kun, so did you succeed? Chirped Ino as she plopped herself onto the grass beside her favorite blonde besides herself of course. Naruto sighed before holding the water balloon in his hand once again, getting there but not quite. Indeed, several forces could be seen acting on the sides of the balloon, giving it quite a rough surface, but not enough to penetrate it fully. Danko gave a whistle, not bad, dude, enough for one day, we're all getting some dango and have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I've requested a surprise for you guys. Sakura and Ino immediately backed away from Anko, skeptical looks on their faces, whereas Naruto merely snorted, yeah, surprises, one day, I swear I'll die because of your surprises. Anko pouted, hey. That's not very nice. Wasn't meant to bitch. Oh ha. That's what you get for messing with me. Anko cheered before looking at Sakura and Ino with a slight jerk of the head towards Naruto. Well, I gotta go then, my precious dango awaits. Bye. And with that familiar poof, she disappeared from the training grounds. Sakura and Ino looked at each other before sighing and Ino started, Naruto. Said blonde just sat there, eyes closed, seemingly meditating, but then he spoke, sorry girls, can't walk you home tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. He got up and grabbed 5 more balloons before heading towards the lake, trying to find some clues in making the control easier. An hour later deep into the night, Naruto was lying on the ground, totally tired out. He growled and got up once again, and just as he was about to try once more, something stopped him. The soothing sounds of the waves flowing his eyes with an edflow. He quickly rushed to the lake and grabbed a few pebbles before flinging them as hard as he could into the water. And then, slowly, he watched, the ripples grew, larger and wider, and slowly collided with the waves, and slowly, he began to see the situation in a new light. Multiple spirals revolving around and affected by that one. He grinned, finally feeling hopeful after hours of pointless trying, before grabbing a water balloon and concentrating, closing his eyes, picture-eyed a huge sphere, spirals within, unruly, yet controlling, yet silent his eyes flashed open, chakra forming the exact same patterns that Iro Sennin used to make with his water balloon, and to his utmost joy, the balloon burst into pieces. He had done it. First stage is not just completed. He mastered it in 28 hours. He gave a huge sigh of relief before crashing down onto the ground, fully expecting the cold hard surface to welcome him, but instead, a pair of slender arms wrapped themselves around him and laid his head down on her lap. Ino Naruto gasped, shocked that she was still here. And there she was, in all her glory, smiling gently at him as she lightly massaged his face. Naru-kun, you shouldn't stress yourself like that. Sakura and I were so worried. Naruto's mouth opened, as if to argue, but then, he closed his eyes and smiled, arigato na, Inohime. That grin was still stuck on his face, yet it was different. Ino knew it too and blushed. The only time she had ever seen Naruto grin that way was when he was staring at her. Naruto, they had shared some alone time together quietly, and during her trauma, Naruto had been a perfect gentleman, accompanying her through the chaos of her mind, protecting her, reassuring her. Well, to others, it might not seem too special, but Ino knew better. It just doesn't know how to put it. The way Naruto smiles at her always causes her heart to flutter, and she would feel dizzy with joy for some reason. Was it because she knew that smile was just for her? Or was it because she liked his attention on her? She couldn't remember when it was that she had stopped treating him just like a friend. She wasn't sure what had caused it. She just knew that way she felt about Naruto was totally different from before. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, before smiling, Ino, you look beautiful right now, you know that. He raised his hand and gently caressed her cheek before whispering again, relax and let your hair down sometimes, eh? Ino bit her lips, Naruto, I have to thank you for that time. Naruto closed his eyes, it was nothing, clearly remembering what exactly happened. Flashback, Ino. What are you standing there for? Run. Yelled Sakura as she barely dodged from her assaulter. She had just taken out another kumonin and was slowly but definitely making her way to the exit. Ino didn't reply as she stood there, trembling at the thought of her mentally crippling a shinobi and causing him to commit suicide. Those terrible sights, those horrible illusions had felt it when she used that, and she saw his fears. She clutched her arms around herself, trying to stop the shivering, but to no avail. It was horrible and disgusting. She felt the urge to puke at the mere sight of the bloody shinobi. She couldn't help it, she couldn't move, shush. At that moment, just when Ino let down her guard, another huge kumonin got behind her and raised his, it all ends here bitch. Die. But she felt nothing. She didn't even feel the fear of dying. She just stood there, totally accepting the blow, wanting it all to end. The killing intent, the chaos, the pain, the death, everything. Just end it, and she had closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Ajino. Please. I'm begging you. Cried Sakura as she watched helplessly from the side, battling the last 2 shinobi along with Anko. Anko for the first time seemed anxious, damn it piggy. Stop freezing up like that. Get out of his way. God damn it. Don't die, Ino. But the voices were just blurs to her. All she could hear were the screams, the cries of pain, the shrieks of fear. Let it all end was all that she could think of. But then, it wasn't to be so. Get the fuck away from her, you bastard. roared a furious Naruto as he stood right in the way of the Zanbato and took the hit for Ino. Ino was shell-shocked, totally rooted to the spot, before crying out, "Naruto." Slice. Blood, everywhere. He was held on by Naruto's arm, and quickly, he smashed his keen run into Kumonin's chest, effectively ending his life. The cut was a deep one, he was bleeding profusely, and looked to be losing consciousness. When he looked at her, his eyes were red, slit and downright menacing. He grabbed Ino's blouse roughly and pulled her close to him, cerulean eyes staring into pale blue. "Ino. If you ever dare think of dying on us just like that, killed by some pathetic Kumonin who is of no importance, I swear to God that I'll bring you back from hell and kill you again." Those words hurt. A lot. Or they should. But Ino didn't feel it. She didn't notice the words. It was Naruto's face that she focused on, and for a moment, she felt her heart wrench. Naruto was crying. Silently, but crying nonetheless, tears were falling down and his face was full of sorrow, and she couldn't help it, she hugged him tightly, never wanting to let go, wanting to rid him of this pain. The pain she caused. Naruto hugged her back and whispered into her ear, in the same gentle tone that he had reserved for them Sakura and Ino only, "If you were dead what am I gonna do?" Ino bit her lips and restrained her tears as she saw the pain in his eyes, the fear of being alone, the dread of losing a precious one, and she had broken down. She burst into tears right there and clung onto Naruto, crying out her apologies over and over. Even when Anko and Sakura came to calm her down, she hugged them both and only kept murmuring, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Flashback end. Naruto's injury healed after a few days, but the scar remained. But he never blamed Ino once, he instead berated himself for not showing her enough care and concern. Sakura had been devastated by her actions, and through all these, the three had gained a stronger bond. That was on their fourth mission. And the reason why Naruto was allowed to practice by himself whilst the other three went again. Anko didn't want the girls to become too dependent on Naruto, and also, she wanted Ino and Sakura to try out different tactics, just in case Naruto couldn't be there in time. And of course Anko knew that the main reason for Naruto not being able to concentrate on a supposedly easy task for him was because of that mission. He couldn't take the shock. Ino could have died had he been a tad slower, and that thought was eating him inside out ever since. It hurt. To know that you couldn't totally protect those precious to you. And Naruto had been so confident as well. Kureki was absent, and that had been another reason as well. He had no one to confide in. It was cold, the apartment. Just like before, and certain doubts resurfaced once again. The stress it had been causing him lately, well, had a lot of negative effects. Jiraiya knew it as well, after all, he got the reports of the missions of Sarutobi, but he had to restrict himself from helping Naruto, for he knew that if he was unable to overcome his fears, he would not become strong. He had to do it by himself. And Naruto did. He meditated, had a long talk with Kyuubi and finally got over it. He hadn't forgotten about it, but he knew what to do. He would train to become so strong that he could protect all his precious ones. He would become the Hokage. And this was just a milestone, further strengthening his beliefs that he was right. He could let it go, but he wouldn't give up. But now, here he was, in Ino's lap, gazing into her eyes, feeling the love and care she had for him, and he knew why. Of course he should have known earlier. Kureki had teased him forever about it. He really was a dope. He loved her. He loved Ino. And so, he slowly got up and placed his hands on her shoulders, willing her eyes to peer into his very soul, that concern, that care, that bloody frustrating thing you call love when you don't even know about it. That. Ino felt numb. She had realized it long ago, deep in her heart, but she had just kept telling herself to treat Naruto like a brother. But after Thatch couldn't lie any longer. It wouldn't be fair to Naruto or herself, and that was why she came tonight. She needed to tell him, she had to tell him. Here she was, mesmerized by his gentle gaze, joy dancing in those cerulean orbs. They didn't have a moment's hesitation. Their lips met fiercely, the need of warmth, the want of love. It was passionate and gentle. Simple and clean would be the right words to describe it. It was just an action, a very intimate action to let the other know that right then, right there, he or she was the only person in their mind. It was sweet and bitter at the same time, the joy of knowing that the other feels the same way, and the grief of bad memories. For a moment, all was still. It felt good, it felt great, it felt brilliant. Nirvana, heavenly, bliss whatever. The warmth feeling of love. It's complicated. The kisses they had were short and quick. Both were unsure of their feelings. Both were immature. Both were only 12. And so they pulled away, gasping for breath. Ino, shocked that she had the courage to give away her first kiss so suddenly. Naruto, stunned by what just happened. They didn't know if what they did was right, they were only 12, and it was far too early to decide. But they do know one thing, that at least, the kisses weren't for naught. They liked each other. More than a friend, but less than a lover. Friends with benefits some would call them, but they refused to take it that way, and they knew it. Naruto sighed before taking Ino in his arms, pulling her into a light embrace. For now. Ino complied, for she too was confused. What she did was an act of impulse, but really, did she really love Naruto? Was it an act of gratitude or was it true love? She didn't dare say. Just like before, she didn't dare venture. The world is a stranger to her. Already was scary and threatening. She didn't want to get hurt or make some stupid mistake. She was 12. He was 12. They just became teenagers. And so they just lay there, clinging onto each other, for fear that the same familiar cold may engulf them, the need for warmth apparent once again, only this time, they had someone to care for. They had someone to be with. The loneliness disappeared. Simultaneously, two sighs of relief were heard. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. All the troubling events and the tense situations they encountered dissolved into nothing. They were over it. And they were glad. Because they got over it together. And so they cheered. Just some distance away, a certain figure lingered for a while longer before heading back. A sad smile was evident on her face, the sorrow and regret could be seen, but an odd bit of happiness seemed to be present. She left quietly, just like the way she came. The next day, Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, greeted Naruto as he entered the Hokage's office 1 minute before the clock struck 8. Both girls smiled and returned it before facing the Hokage just as their sensei appeared in a swirl of leaves. Sandaime Hokage smiled warmly at the three, pleased to know that things were back to normal, before chuckling, alright, glad to see all of you on time. Now, as Anko requested the day before, I hereby grant you the permission to carry out your first air rank mission. All three looked surprised and pleased at the same time. 1. It meant that the Hokage trusted their skill and their sensei. 2. It meant extra pocket money. 3. The fact that the normally strict and paranoid Iruka sensei was smiling at them in pride was a bonus. Naruto grinned widely, so, what do you have in store for us? Anko grabbed the scroll of the table and faced them, the assassination of the tyrant of Nami, no Kuni Wave Country, Gatu. Chapter 13. Battle. Asn't that HMPH, sure thing. Naruto frowned at that name. He had heard it many times, especially from Anko, and since then, he has been itching to kill that bastard. Sakura and Ino, however, were confused as to the sudden fury Naruto was showing. Anko saw that and explained, Gato is a powerful shipping magnate whose shipping company is actually a front for smuggling illegal goods and dealing drugs. He takes control of Nami no Kuni Wave Country shipping routes and creates a monopoly by isolating the country from the outside world, preventing free import and export. He was the one responsible for turning Nami no Kuni into a poor, hunger-stricken country. Gasps of shock were heard and Naruto cussed, that good-for-nothing piece of shrimp blubber hires missing nins and mercenaries as bodyguards and tries to kill anyone that dares oppose him. I heard from Ibiki that one guy called Kaiza, supposedly the country's hero, got killed by him. Anko tilted her head, really? How did Ibiki know? He didn't even tell me. Naruto deadpanned, oh yes he did, but you were too drunk for the sake. And well, it was because he was right there at that time, interrogating several mercenaries for information. Hokage Jai-san, who ordered this mission? Sarutobi chuckled before motioning towards the door, come on in. All three gulped, wanting to know who actually had the courage to stand up to this tyrant. And in came Jiraiya. Q-face fault. What? Hiro-senin. Akagaki. Growled Jiraiya as he smacked Naruto on the head, I told you not to call me that. Then why don't you stop your perv miles per hour? Naruto was about to reveal it before Jiraiya clamped his hand onto his mouth, looking nervously at a peeved Anko, nothing important, nothing at all. Q sweat drop. Aki, I just came to lecture you on your second stage. Can't you show some respect? Jiraiya groaned, exasperated. Naruto raised an eyebrow, so, you didn't order this mission. Who is it then? That would be us. Spoke a soft voice as a blue-clad figure entered the room, followed by Karekina-chan. Akari. Welcome back. Naruto was ecstatic, for there she was, Hyuga Kareki, along with an amused female. Nice brat you got there Kair-chan, so Hessa, Hokage-sama. Oh ho ho, welcome back, Minagi. It has been a while hasn't it? Indeed, Hokage-sama, 6 years muttered the woman with light brown hair, her eyes were an onyx black, with a tint of light red almost pink around her pupils, yet they held such power that one wouldn't dare to offend. One could even say she was arrogant, given her posture and smirk. She was wearing standard ninja gear, the only difference was that hers were made up of blue, crimson and white. There was a scar on her cheek, but it didn't hinder the beauty, far from it, it brought out a more feral side of her and made her all the more desirable. Naruto gaped, so Zoyor. The woman chuckled before turning to Naruto, hi, Uchiha Minagi, at your service. Anko. Squealed the lady as she ran towards the purple-haired and gave her a big hug, which surprisingly, was returned immediately. Minagi-chan. You're back. Finale was getting so boring. I know. Oh, Anko-chan. To say the rest were disturbed would be an understatement, Naruto's eyeballs were flying out, oh my god, there's two of them. Sakura and Ino were along the same lines until Sakura snapped out of her confusion, but I thought all the Uchihas were. She didn't know if she should continue the subject. Wanagi sighed, no, I'm still her and alive and kicking. I left Konoha 6 years ago, and somehow, I was lucky enough to miss the massacre. HMPH, I doubt he would have been able to kill me then, I'm not the Hikari no Suzaku for nothing. Besides, I've already obtained Mangekyo Sharingan and am more experienced, so I might have been able to stop it. Her eyes flashed red and in an instant, 3 tomatoes appeared in her pupils before connecting together to form the Mangekyo Sharingan. I've some very bad memories of my clan, so I would appreciate it if you don't bring it up. Sarutobi frowned, Minagi, it wasn't your fault that Obi adjusted. Her tone sounded angry for a second before she returned to her soft voice, let's just get the mission objectives over with and I'll give you the information I've collected. Hokage-sama. Kureki and Anko could be seen glancing at each other and shaking their heads. Sarutobi nodded reluctantly and said, okay, Team 6, Assassination of Wave Tyrant Gato, A rank. And also, I would like you to take up a C rank mission of helping out Team 7, led by Hada Kakashi. They are supposed to be escorting a bridge builder, but I fear that missing nins may be involved. Naruto noticed the tension in the air as the name Kakashi was mentioned and immediately stood forward and said, understood, we shall do our best to accomplish the mission. Sakura, Ino, we meet at the main gate in half an hour. Both girls nodded before giving a bow to the Hokage and leaving the office. Naruto was about to leave too, but then, a question had been in his mind, Hokage Jai-san, no disrespect, but is it Team 7 we are to protect or is it just Uchiha Sasuke? Managi's eyes narrowed at that, Sasuke. Ah, that arrogant little brat. Sarutobi sighed, Naruto, you know the council. Indeed, so that's why Kakashi was chosen. Haha, Inu-san. Ah well, good to be able to see him again. Hoi, Iro-senin, what's the second stage? Jiraiya drooped his head and sighed, there's no way that you'll stop calling me that, is there? Nope. Grinned Naruto. Jiraiya sighed and threw him a rubber ball, about the same size as the water balloon last time. Jiraiya smirked, now burst at. And as he raised the rubber ball in his hand, that familiar shaking and squirming of the ball was seen once again before it exploded into powder. While Naruto gaped at Jiraiya. Kureki and Minagi looked surprised, is that? But they were stopped by Naruto's enthusiasm, cool. Ano-sa, do you reckon I could use that and put it in my Kinrin? Jiraiya thought for a moment, you should be able to, besides, it's just form manipulation. It should be easier this time round. But I've got an extra mission. He threw the ball to Naruto's left hand, burst to it once if you can. Sarutobi and the others were treated to the scene of Naruto gaping like a fish and sputtering to Twatwo at once. That will teach you to call me Iro-senin. Well then, time to get to my Urham. Bye. And he quickly poofed off, in fear of the female's wrath in this room. Naruto muttered a string of curses before Kureki tapped him on the forehead. Naruto, what have I told you about language? Not to swear in front of ladies, muttered Naruto. Wanagi and Anko chuckled at the scene of the ever-strict Kureki, lecturing a pouting Naruto on the importance of manners. That scene was way too familiar. After Kureki finished her speech, Naruto was almost falling asleep. Anko, sensing the rage within Kureki at the sight of a drooling Naruto, immediately grabbed him and yelled, sorry Na-chan, don't want to be late for our mission. And Shunshin to the main gate. Wanagi was laughing hard at the shocked expression on Kureki's face, as was everyone in the office. Haha, Kair-chan, you got outsmarted. Trust Anko-chan to come up with something like this. Sarutobi waited for the laughter to quiet down before speaking to Minagi, so, I reckon you'll take up the kid's training of ninjutsu. Wanagi closed her eyes for a moment before breaking into a wide grin, of course. After all, how often do you come across a brat with 5 elemental affinities? I must get him to learn combinations of Themuo, the joy. Everyone sweat dropped at the possibility of another pyromaniac awakening. Uchiha Minagi, Hikari no Suzaki self-proclaimed #1 pyromaniac of the world, touching the prankster Naruto Jitsai, trouble seems to be looming ahead. At the main gate, alright. Everyone ready? Anko cheered as she arrived along with a dizzy Naruto. You would too if you got taken along for 5 Shunshins in 10 seconds. Sakura and Ino rolled their eyes at her enthusiasm and quickly went to Naruto's side, trying to get his eyes to stop seeing star somehow. When all else failed, they just smashed his head onto the ground and surprisingly, it worked wonders. Ow, grumbled Naruto as he stood up, facing 2 amused girls. Nah, let's just get going. I want to finish this mission fast. Anko nodded, well, team, get in formation. I want you to know that fighting missing nins at level will not be a surprise. In fact, Minagi-chan had told me of the missing nin Mamachi's Abusa appearing recently. He seems to have an apprentice with the ability to control ice. So we better be careful. Sakura bit her lips and with a quick nod, she dashed off, leaving the trio behind. Naruto and Ino gasped in surprise, for Sakura usually takes rear, Naruto the front, with Anko and Ino flanking them on both sides. Saw Sakura-chan. Wait up. Naruto rushed after her, not wanting to take the chance of her stumbling across enemies. Anko and Ino followed soon after checking that there were no enemies within 200 meters of them. Naruto soon reached Sakura and saw her wiping at her eyes. "Sakura, what's wrong?" Sakura turned her head away for a moment, not replying, before turning towards him, giving a weak smile. "Nothing, I'm just anxious to start." Her eyes were slightly red and she seemed tired for some reason. Now that Naruto looked closely, her eyes seemed to be evading his gaze. "Sakura, you can always tell me," Naruto began, but was cut off when Anko and Ino dashed in front of them. "I'm fine." "Really?" And she pushed Naruto away gently before leaping off to catch up. Naruto looked at her from behind, somehow feeling helpless of the situation. There was definitely sorrow within her, but what could have caused it? All of a sudden, he felt it. "What you ate this chakra feel like strangers, definitely not Konohan Inoi Fox. I'm trying to sleep here, in case you didn't notice. We've got company. HMPH, fine. Use it if you have to. You got it." He channeled some of the fox's chakra into his legs before dashing off with amazing speed. And sure enough, there they were, Anko and Ino, fighting off two mask-wearing missing nins, both wearing gauntlets equipped with spiked chains. What's more, 5 other AIM missing nins reign seemed to be there as well. Anko growled and yelled, "Senijashu." Multiple shadow snake hands and bound one unfortunate enemy onto the tree. She placed one kunai in her mouth before holding one in each hand. She crossed her arms, "Ninpo." Chika Cage kunai. Underground shadow kunai. She flung the in her hand onto the ground before forming the seals, Yuma and. Immediately, the ground around her blew open and 20 erupted from both sides, successfully taking out 2 more nins. Ino formed her own seals and took in a deep breath. Kaiten. Hausenka no fire element. Immortal Phoenix Flames technique. It was a C-rank amateur fire ninjutsu, which Anko had taught her after finding out her primary element was fire. The fire burned fiercely and struck the other 3, temporarily distracting them. Sakura was holding off just fine against the 2 Kiri missing nins. Renkyaku. Torigari. Storm legs. Tiger hunt. This time, she leapt up into the air and swung both legs down, creating 2 vertical shockwaves of chakra, slicing through the chains that were about to bind her. She then followed it up with Byaku Rai. White lightning once again, 2 more shockwaves, only this time, they were horizontal and slightly more powerful than before. But even that was enough as the 2 Kiri missing nins were sent flying into the trees. Naruto joined in the fray quickly, wanting to make sure the AIM nins won't interfere. Fuetin. Tatapa. Wind element. Great breakthrough wind meets the already inflamed nins, causing an inferno to occur, blasting the nins to oblivion, effectively taking them out. Anko finished it. Ninpo. Hibidoro Rasu. Ninja arts. Snake mud rush. She plunged her hands into the ground and flinging the kunai in her mouth straight at the remaining 2 AIM nins, the kunai marked a spot in between them and as Anko finished the technique, swarms of snake erupted from that exact spot and terminated them. The kunai had Anko's blood on it and therefore, the snakes were able to appear at the right place. This technique was quite taxing on her chakra reserves before, but now, it could be used freely. The only downside was that it could only be used to catch an opponent when he's off guard. Stronger nin would have evaded easily. Naruto on the other hand, had other plans for the Kiri nin, Mokuton. Tsukun Shibari no root bind technique and rendered the 2 of them helpless, with the roots holding them in place, before he held a kunai at their throats. "Where is?" The 2 nins look horrified for a second before quickly hiding their shocked expressions. "We don't know any gatos." "What are you talking about, Erg?" yelled out one of them in pain as Naruto plunged the kunai into his shoulder blade. Naruto grimaced at his action, but knew that he would have to continue if he wanted these 2 to break. "Anko-sensei, do they look familiar?" Anko frowned. Kiri no Inikudai demon brothers, Chunin level missing nins, whereabouts currently unknown. Least in the bingo book. She then smirked and took out her toys for interrogation, namely loads of different types of kunai made to impale different parts of the male anatomy, precious parts at that. The demon brothers gulped before whimpering at the sight of a maniacal Anko. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Look, either tell us, or I'll just let her have her way with you. It won't be nice." They were positively shaking by now, and Naruto smirked as one of the brothers got a glazed look before losing consciousness. Naruto, seeing that, smashed the other one unconscious before stepping back and waiting. A moment later, a surge of chakra expelled from him, and sure enough, there was Ino, back in her own self, grinning. "Shintention Seiko. Mind-body transfer success." She then proceeded to tell them the details of the whereabouts and how the AIM nin were actually reinforcements for Zabuza and that Team 7 had defeated the 1 Kaidai already and had gone a few hours ago. Sakura stopped for a moment. Our speed should be around thrice theirs, considering they are walking. I think we can catch up." Naruto nodded. "Alright, Ina, stay here with Anko to make sure she doesn't go too overboard or something." He rolled his eyes at Anko's indignation. "Hey. I'm your sensei brat. He then turned toward Sakura, "We will try and catch up to see if we're of any help." Anko grumbled about annoying brats who think they're so cool, whilst Ino merely nodded before hugging Sakura and whispering something in her ears. Sakura gave a quick nod and followed Naruto ahead. Meanwhile, Anko had awakened the two nuns and was waving her toys in front of their horrified faces. Now, let's play." Up ahead, Suga. Swirling Fang roared Kiba as he attempted to smash the Bunshin into pieces, only to find he was blocked by the huge Zabuza carried. Nikiden Sensha. Meat Tank Bullet. Unfortunately, even though this attack carried huge power, the speed and flexibility caused its downfall. Zabuza merely swung the blunt side of the blade towards him and smashed him into the trees. Meanwhile, the real Zabuza was having a laugh as he held the renowned copy ninja Kakashi in his Suro no water prison technique. "Haha, Kakashi, look at those maggots. Just look at them. Crushed. Hahaha." Kakashi cursed as he watched helplessly. Sasuke was having the beat up of his life. The Mizu Bunshin easily avoided his strikes and proceeded to rain punches on him. The skill difference was just too big. He coughed up more blood as the Bunshin gave him a solid punch in the gut, causing him to double over. The Bunshin raised the Zanbato high, time to die. And in one swift move, he swung it down swiftly. Kiba and Choji watched in horror as Kubikiri Hauchu head cleaver reached its mark. Kakashi roared in anxiety, "Sasuke." Just then, when all seemed lost, a clear voice rang out, "Fuetin. Furiatin. Wind element. Wind dragon missile." And just as the technique name described, a huge swirl of wind formed the shape of a dragon and blew the Mizu Bunshin of Zabuza to pieces. Zabuza growled out, "Who's there?" Silence, then a feminine voice replied in the form of an attack, "Rinkyaku. Toridajeki." Tiger Strike. A huge shockwave of chakra was sent flying right at Zabuza, only for him to block it with his, before Naruto and Sakura leapt into the fray. HMPH, brats again. Well, let's see how you cope with these Mizu Bunshin. No water clone technique. In an instant, 20 or so water clones appeared from the sea, forming a circle around the actual Zabuza and Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened, "Naruto. Wanna use numbers? Bring it." Cage Bunshin. No 50 clones appeared, all with that smirk on their faces, intent on bringing this eyebrowless freak down. Naruto took in another deep breath along with 24 other clones. Kaiten. Kakaku. No fire element. Great fireball technique. The rest of the clones, however, formed different seals. Fuetin. Rinkuiden. Roaring wind missile. And as the balls of wind chakra collided with the huge fireballs, the ferocity of the attack increased tenfold and together, all 50 clones yelled out, "Nijo Kentai. Jigoku no Hono. Two elements combination. Hellfire." And to Zabuza's utmost surprise, all the Bunshin were wiped out in one move, and he had to create a barrier of water around himself to prevent the scorching heat from harming him. Shit, who the heck is this guy? But just when he thought it was over, Suiton. Tepudama. Water missiles. And to his amazement, Sakura began kicking balls of water held together by chakra at him. The control she must have had to be able to hold the water together and still fire it off at such an alarming speed. Having no other choice, he released Suro no to dodge to the sides, only to find Naruto with a spiraling mass of blue flames around his arm, charging right at him. Sika. Keenrin. Azure flames. Blaze Wheels. Zabuza gritted his teeth, "Bring it on the brat. I will not lose to a mere shrimp like you." No water element. Water dragon missile technique. Naruto ignored it and merely yelled, "Sakura. Cover me." Said girl was already on the move, Renkyaku storm legs. And to say Kakashi was shocked was an understatement. Even he would not have dared to charge straight at a freaking 3-story high water dragon. But apparently Sakura dared as she stored chakra into her legs and leapt into the air. Everything went in slow motion. The awed and shocked cries of her name were blurs to her ears. She concentrated, waiting, chakra pulsing, ready to be released in a moment's notice, and there it was. The water dragon was within range, and so she unleashed her strongest attack so far, Rauden. Dragon Break. She backflipped in the air, a huge vertical shockwave was emitted due to the sheer strength of her kick and sliced the whole dragon into two, rendering it useless as it dissipated back into simple water molecules. Everyone's jaws were firmly attached to the ground, unable to believe that a Taijutsu attack from a genin beat a B-rank water ninjutsu from an A-rank missing nin. But Zabuza couldn't care less, for Naruto was already on him, take that. And smashed his attack directly onto the Kubikiri Haucho, forcing Zabuza to be on the defensive. Zabuza gritted his teeth at the sheer force of the attack, Kubikiri Haucho felt like snapping, and that was saying something. He pushed as hard as he could, unable to believe that he would come to a draw with a kid like this. But when he noticed Naruto's expression, he was dumbfounded. The brat was grinning. Here he was, pushing like crazy against his attack, and he's grinning. Oi, is that all you got? Now. And he got all serious, Hiketsu. Reject. And as expected, the explosion of fire nature chakra blasted Zabuza back a few steps, but not enough to defeat him, however, it was all Naruto needed, Suriha Hajimaru. It begins. What the fuck? Zabuza's eyes bulged out when he saw that the female was preparing to launch another attack at him. He knew he wouldn't be on time. Heck, his arms were exhausted after holding the damn prison for so long and having to push against an air rank assassination technique, not that he knew it, and now. As Sakura backflipped, she unleashed Rauden, and following that, she twisted her body and gave a somersault before bringing her leg back for one last attack, Kaichu. Victory bird the chakra emitted this time vaguely took on the shape of an eagle with widespread wings, charging right at Zabuza's torso. Without giving any time to react, Zabuza was hit right on and flung back into the sea, creating huge waves as he impacted the water surface. Sakura finally landed gracefully with a twirl of the body, before smiling at Naruto warmly, Narusaku Kombi Kajeki, so no Ichi can't say. Naruto Sakura combination attack number 1 complete. Hiba, Choji and even Sasu could only gawk at the power of the combos these two have shown. Kakashi however, got down to business. Abunai. Look out. And quick as a flash, he blocked the Kubikiri Haucho with a kunai. Naruto had foreseen that in carrying Sakura bridal style, he leapt back onto the banks. Sakura-chan, are you alright? Sakura was panting, that last attack really took a lot out of her. Ah, just let me rest for all Egomina, Naruto, if I had more chakra, that last attack might have finished him, she gasped when Naruto chuckled and gave her a light kiss on the forehead. Baka, we're still genin, that last attack was already effective beyond our imaginations. Now, just rest and watch the show, Kakashi-sen will take care of it from here. Sakura blushed at the close contact and gave a meek nod before turning her eyes on the battle. It was still tightly matched. Kakashi had lost a lot of chakra with the Sharingan on and well, just activating it is a strain. Zabuza, although still having at least half of his chakra, was low on strength, meaning that now, having too much chakra is taking a toll on him. Chakra is created by the essence of life, and well, when your body has not much stamina left, and still creating chakra will obviously take a toll on your performance. Zabuza grunted as once again, they clashed. They have been through loads of attacks, but all of them seem to be countered at the right moment. No water element. Water Fang bullet technique and along with him, almost simultaneously, Kakashi was forming the exact same seals and yelled out as well, Suiton. No. Both attacks clashed once again, still as a draw. Tazuna, the bridge builder gaped, they have super timing. They are super alike. AN. Just to let you know, this guy always or mostly adds the word super to descriptive terms. Naruto nodded. Ah, Sharingan allows the user to completely copy a mere few milliseconds behind the actual user. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, all prove useless in those Aishover. Beside, if the user himself is weak she would be unable to react, but given Kakashi-sen's skill level, even with a lack of chakra, he is able to keep up, and so we can see, Mamachi's Zabuza is actually on a slightly lower level compared to Kakashi. Sasu gritted his teeth as he looked at the battle before him. Why? Why was he so weak? He just got saved by the dope of the class. Not to mention Sakura as well. A girl him, and Ichiha. Kakashi apparently had enough and predicted Zabuza's line of thought before blasting him off with a Suiton. Daibakufu no water element. Great waterfall technique. Right after that, Kakashi fell onto one knee and began to sink underwater, totally exhausted his chakra source after forcibly exchanging 15 different ninjutsu attacks and countless other taijutsu hits. Then all of a sudden, he was helped up by a purple-haired, "Oi, Kaka hentai. Are you alright Kakashi?" Kakashi blinked a few times before focusing on the face of Mitarashi Anko. He gave a weak smile before fainting into her arms. Anko cursed and death glared Zabuza, who was currently gasping for breath on the banks, exhausted as well. "Oh, you shall pay. You shall pay," roared Anko as she flung 5 kunai at Zabuza, pinning him to the tree, before yelling, "Dakujashu." Poison snake hand and this time, an extra large purple python emerged from her sleeve and dashed for the Kiri missing nin. At that moment, several struck Zabuza, and he gave a strangled cry before dropping dead onto the ground. Anko stopped her attack before glaring at the apparent new arrival, who allowed you to interfere. The masked nin replied, "Ah, but it is my job to kill the Nukanins. Missing nins, I thank you for your assistance, but I must go now." And in a swirl of mist, he or she had grabbed Zabuza's torso and vanished. Anko cussed out loud and swung the python onto the spot where Zabuza was a few minutes ago. The acid of the python burned through the tree, dropping it in one swoop. Naruto had always known that Anko had a soft spot for Kakashi. After all, they were in the same squad for years in the Anbu. Sakura gasped as Ino appeared suddenly, worries etched all over her face. "Are you alright?" "Oh, Sakura," cried Ino as she pulled her into an embrace, "I was so worried. Anko-sensei was alert all of a sudden, and we dashed after you soon. Are you hurt?" Sakura smiled gently, glad that her best friend was showing her such care and concern. Even if Shinover mind arigato, Ino. Atashi wa. I'm fine. Naruto smiled proudly at her. Sakura was the heroine of the day, if it weren't for her, I would have been killed. Honest. It was the truth, had Sakura not been there, he would definitely have lost out to Zabuza in the end. Sakura blushed at his praise and shook her head. Your keen Rin held him off, that's the main feat. You allowed us to perform. Ino chuckled before pulling the both of them into a group hug, you both are the heroes. I'm just glad that you're safe. Tiba however was limping towards them, yo, Naruto, great attack. And Sakura too, man I need to get training, or else I'll be surpassed by the dope won't I. His smirk was evident, but the pain can be seen in his winces. Naruto laughed, yeah, whatever dog breathes. Choji. You alright? Said Male gave a quick nod before grinning, you guys were great. I've never seen anything like it. Ino cooed, well of course. It's the first time they've shown it. It's one of a kind, the Narasaku Kanbi Kajeki. They came up with it the other day. At that, Naruto and Sakura both blushed. Tazuna then came over, if you guys don't mind, please stay over at my house tonight. It's the least I can do for you to help us out. May I know your names? Naruto grinned, this here is Haruno Sakura, and that is Yamanaka Ino, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Taichu of Genin Team 6, Takubetsu and Satsubutai. Special Assassination Squad I can't tell you about the mission, sorry. Oh, our Jounin sensei, Midarashi Anko. Anko gave a slight nod before slinging Kakashi onto her shoulder, well, let's move. Sorry but this pervert here really needs urgent attention. Azuna apologized and quickly led the way. Just before they're all gone, Naruto helps Sakura up and is about to leave. But neither of them realized the hateful glare sent their way by a certain Uchiha. Chapter 14. Confession was the only sound heard from an exhausted blonde as he slept peacefully in his bed. He was dead tired the day before, having fought Zabuza all out and having to constantly stay alert to see if any other missing nins might attack. Sakura and Ino were already up, fixing breakfast along with a lady in the house, Tsunami. Tazuna had replayed the whole scene to his family and a vague one to the villagers and visitors, gaining the Konoha Shinobis quite some reputation. Sasuke seemed murderous when Tazuna had praised the blonde genin, along with his pink-haired teammate, saying their teamwork was flawless and had style. Kiba and Choji were nursing their wounds and Sasuke, well, he was brooding as usual. Kakashi too was asleep, with Anko by his side, looking after him. Just then, said blonde weakly opened his eyes, Yonak. What time is it? It's around 10, but you should rest some more. You need it. Sakura and I will guard Tazuna temporarily and we can learn more about Geto and see if we can come up with a plan. In the meantime, you and Anko-sensei will stay here, looking after Team 7. Oh, and breakfast is in the fridge. Well then, bye. And with that, Ino was gone. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, she just decided everything by herself. Ooh, girls are weird. Kid, I thought you knew that ages ago. Hey, I needed more proof. Alright fine, be that way. God damn it, I used too much chakra. I need to do some basic exercises to get back in shape. He finally got up, went and took a cold shower before appearing in the kitchen. Anko was there cooking whilst a pretty lady with black hair was cleaning everything up. A short kid was quietly munching away on the last of his toast, brooding, which Naruto found quite amusing. Whoa, Anko, are you cooking? Who's gonna eat it? Naruto asked in a cheerful tone, indicating his presence for the first time since his arrival at Tazuna's home, also, scaring the heck out of the kid and the lady. Anko seemed unfazed, Kakashi is. He just woke up and he needs energy. That hentai pervert, I swear if he does something stupid again. All the while, she was cooking with superb skill, the aroma of her dish filled the entire kitchen. Naruto loved this part of Anko. She was really a very caring woman and her culinary skills were godly. Naruto had learned a great deal from her and could never thank her enough. Anko ni-chan, where's Team 7? One's out playing with his puppy, another's out trying delicacies, and Uchiha's brooding. Again. Said Anko with minimum fuss as she flipped the pancakes out onto the plate and poured syrup over it. She then placed it in front of Naruto, eat up. The food in the fridge will be your bento. I know you like sweet stuff in the morning. Anko scooped the remaining pancakes on another plate and took it into the room, Gaki, hurry up and eat. I expect you to be out there with them in half an hour. Naruto grinned, alright, I did Akamasu. If you don't know what this means, I swear. He basically inhaled the food. It was times like this that made Naruto giddy with joy. Anko knew it too. The kid loved this attention. That's why she cooked. Only people in this world to ever taste her cooking in the past 10 years could be counted on one hand, namely, Naruto, Kakashi, Kureki, Kurenai, and sometimes Hokage. Even Ibiki had never tasted her cooking before. Kakashi looked at the plate in her hands, then at the smirk on her face, before chuckling, arigato. I take it that you enjoyed it. Anko giggled, yep. Needless to say, both brother and sister held similar smirks that day. Not that they know it. But Sakura, Ino and Tazuna, alright, let's get working. roared Tazuna with vigor as him and the crew started their project once again. Sakura and Ino stood guard, side by side, enjoying the cool breeze that blew through the area every now and then. It was comforting, after all, they did just have a very anxious trip. Ino noticed Sakura's awkwardness and couldn't help but frown. "Sakura, what's wrong?" Sakura had been slightly cold towards her throughout the trip, even now, she couldn't help but feel that something was forcing them apart. Though, in reality, she knew what that particular something is, she wanted to see if she was right. Sakura cringed as Ino asked her the question. She had been trying to avoid answering that, knowing that it wouldn't help at all. She had meant to be that way, but well, her mind basically acted on her own, with inner Sakura taking over. "Nothing important. Minor stuff, sorry Ino, let's just forget this." Sakura held her breath. She really didn't need this right now. It's a mission, and the last thing she needed was for her foolish desires to clog her senses and mess it up. Ino bit her lips before giving a slight nod. An awkward silence followed, tension beginning to increase ever so slightly. It felt weird. Throughout the years, they had never so much as had an argument. But no, Ino sighed, well, guess this is the whole growing up crap. Sakura hated herself. But that wasn't the problem. She couldn't decide why she hated herself. Because she was acting cold. Or because Ino had beaten her once again. No, she was sure it was neither. It was much more complicated than just a rivalry. She sighed, "I can't believe this, if only." But at that moment, a voice broke the ice temporarily between the two. Come on. Stop acting so down. Let's get moving." Cage Bunshin no, and in an instant, 50 grinning blondes appeared and went over to the workers asking how they could help. The workers were slightly unnerved at 50 replicas staring at them, but got over it and gladly accepted their help. "Naru-kun, you should have rested today," pouted Ino as she checked him over for any unhealed injuries. Sakura nodded, "Yeah, the two of us were enough really, or did you think that we couldn't cope with a single guarding mission?" Her eyes narrowed at the thought of Naruto looking down on them. Naruto chuckled, No, I just wanted to keep you guys company, besides, what better medicine than laughter and joy along with you guys." His foxy grin was seriously contagious, and the way he said it, damn, it was just impossible to get angry at him. The tension slowly dissolved, and for the rest of the day, the three chatted cheerfully whilst Azuna and the other workers, along with the 50 blondes, carried out their tasks. Sakura and Ino had offered to help more than once, but Tazuna had refused, saying that he wouldn't allow two ladies to waste their energy on small tasks like this, and that he really appreciates the fact that they were guarding him. Naruto was slightly angry at the fact that Team 7 was clearly neglecting their mission and dumping it onto his team, but after Sakura and Ino's explanations, he calmed down a little. Kiba and Choji were injured quite badly, and even though the Uchiha hated to admit it, he had broken a few ribs from that beatings Abusa had given him. Soon, the sun set and the group once again found themselves escorting Tazuna back home. It was a sad sight. The streets were bare and the people were poorly clothed. Children were thin and sickly, the adults were no better. One child had gently tugged at Sakura's dress and asked for sweets. It was heart-wrenching to see that even children had to resort to begging to obtain their food. Honestly, not even the basic necessities were available, and if one was to say who was the most affected, it would have to be Naruto. He hated it. He couldn't bear to see the children fishing stale food out of the garbage or running around, trying to find anything edible or useful for their parents, whilst the adults wandered everywhere, trying to find jobs. It was a horrible sight. It was just like his childhood, he could almost see himself in the child's place, only the reason was entirely different. In Konoha, if he couldn't find food, he could at least steal them. But here was nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it tore at him to see kids rushing to him, asking him whether they could have some food. Azuna gave a heavy sigh, "It has been like this for years. That is why I need you guys to protect me. The bridge is our only hope. We must finish it. Otherwise, we'll never be able to survive." Sakura and Ino found within themselves a new strength. Now they had one more reason to accomplish their mission. Both girls had lived in luxury for the past few years compared to these kids. Ino could only smile sadly as the little girl squealed at being hugged by her. She even commented how nice Ino's hair was and that it brought a silent tear to the blonde's face. Sakura did the best she could. She gave her bento to the 5 kids and watched in sadness as they cheered that their dinner was solved. Their parents, themselves and probably some others as well. Their dinner consisted of a single bento. It was disheartening. She gritted her teeth and vowed to make that tyrant pay. Back at Tazuna's house, Hiba and Choji basically recovered and apologized profusely to Team 6, swearing that they would make up for today. Naruto grinned and told them it was fine. Meanwhile, Sasuke had chosen to ignore the others and stuff himself with food, saying he needed it for training. Sakura and Ino both cringed as they thought of the poor children once again. Naruto frowned and sighed before lightening up, "Kakashi-san." At that moment, Kakashi limped into the room with the help of Anko and crutches. He gave a weak smile before nodding gratefully towards Naruto and Sakura. Thank you both for helping me out. Sakura blushed and Naruto smiled. Well, I kinda want to apologize. I should have taken him out due to the surprise factor, but didn't and gave you much more trouble. Gomen na, Inu-san. His eyes teasing Kakashi as that familiar grin lingered on his face. Kakashi chuckled. Ah, that's nostalgic isn't it? Indeed. Grinned Naruto as Kakashi ruffled his hair. When Naruto was young, every time Kakashi saved him from the mob, he would always pout and mutter that same sentence. Gomen na, Inu-san. Kakashi was the leader of Anbu and sported a mask shaped like a dog. And Kakashi would always ruffle his hair to let him know that it was no big deal. Kakashi was probably the only one who got away with ruffling his hair. Naruto truly thanked the ex-Anbu for saving his life countless times. It was sort of a brotherly bond they shared. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the sight of his sensei praising Naruto. Hell, so the blonde deserved it, but why? Why did it cause such anger within him to arise when Naruto is in the spotlight? No, contrary to popular belief, he couldn't care less that he was in Uchiha. No, that wasn't the point. He was Uchiha Sasuke, brother of Itachi, and an avenger. His clan was no more and dwelling on the past is futile. He knew that much. That was why he struggled for more power. He needed it, him, Sasuke, not some stupid carefree blonde. He needed to kill the clan's traitor to at least make up for his weakness years ago. What would a happy-go-lucky blonde know? Just then, the kid yelled out, why do you keep trying anyway? You'll all just die. What's the point? Gato would just kill you all in the end. Biba looked pissed, Choji frowned, Sasuke ignored the brat, Sakura grimaced, and Ino scoffed, we're not cowards little boys. We will win. The boy, Inari, cried out, shut up. What would you guys know? It was then Naruto spoke, what do you know? His voice was a whisper, but everyone felt the coldness within it. Kakashi and Anko gave each other a glance before sitting back, wanting to see how this plays out. Inari slammed his small fists onto the table, this country is in shambles. No one can save it. The scumbag Gato kills anyone that defies him. There will never be a hero. We'll always live in despair and poverty. Nothing can save us. That's what I know. More than you ever can. All you do is laugh and grin stupidly all day long. How can you understand our pain? Surprisingly, it was Sakura that blew up, listen here kid, and you listen good. I don't care if you say that to any of us. But you have no right to talk to Naruto like that. You hear me? She was glaring at the boy, who merely stared defiantly, HMPH, as if that dumb blonde knows anything. I'm sure he has a happy family at home waiting for him, living in all the luxury, having all those friends with him, what would he know? Kakashi had to grip Anko's hand tightly to prevent her from mutilating the bastard child right there. She was fuming. Needless to say, Sakura and Ino were too, though Team 7 was confused as to their sudden change in emotions. Throughout all these, Naruto kept his eyes closed, he didn't say anything. Then, he chuckled lightly, but anyone could hear the bitterness within it. That same smile was on his face again, filled with melancholy. His voice was still a whisper, is that all? Had enough shouting? It was gentle and coaxing. Totally unlike the Naruto Team 7 knew. Even Kiba and Choji, who were his closest friends, found it somewhat awkward to hear the outgoing Naruto speak in this way. Inari's mouth dropped slightly, wondering what on earth he was on about. Naruto continued, does it feel good, letting it all out? It does, doesn't it? Placing the blame on something is always easier. The rage you feel, the helplessness you experience, it just makes it all better if you actually have something to vent out on, right? Naruto shook his head slightly, you not only blame Gato, you blame me, my teammates, my senseis, the workers, Gato's men, yes, all that I understand. But most importantly, you blame yourself. Inari's eyes widened at that, his mind blank, not knowing what to say, but he didn't need to, for Naruto just went on. It hurts doesn't it, when you fail to protect someone? When you're all alone and nothing can erase your fear. You are afraid for your precious people, yet you are helpless. The vulnerability is killing you every single day, isn't it? Everyone felt a chill run down their spine as Naruto said these words. It was like he knew that feeling so well. Only Anko and Kakashi knew how true those words were. Well, Inari, let me tell you that I am an orphan. I have no idea who my parents were and lived my life alone all these years. I got kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 4. I got spat upon, kicked, beaten up, anything. I had 54 assassination attempts by the time I was 7. I was charged triple the price for everything I bought. I barely lived off with the allowance I got. I had no one, nothing. His eyes were cold blue, remembering and reliving his experiences. I lived off the garbage bin. Everything I was allowed to buy was either expired or poisoned. If I was to step into a hostile shop, I would get flung out immediately. I nearly died twice in my life. Once was at the age of 5, where I saved Hyuga Hinata from Akumonin, the second was at the age of 7, where I was beaten within an inch of my life by the villagers and some other shinobis on my birthday. So tell me Inari, do I know your pain? His words struck deep within everyone present. Tsunami was holding her hand, covering her mouth in shock. Tazuna was staring at him in disbelief. Even Sakura and Ino, who had expected something like this, couldn't believe that this was the real extent of things. Anko turned her face away, not wanting them to see her tears. She couldn't do anything. She had tried adopting the boy as well, when he was 5. She had tried numerous times. But the bastards in the council had rejected it, saying that they would not allow some demon spawn to live with a snake bitch like herself. Kakashi closed his eyes, till now, he could still remember that night. The night where small 7-year-old Naruto was bleeding profusely on the ground, just lying there, and the way he screamed for forgiveness on the hospital bed was etched deeply into his memories. Inari was shocked to the core. But Yutho, how can you still be? Naruto opened his eyes, his cerulean orbs gazing intently on Inari, because I never gave up. Sure, my life was hard, but so what? I'm not the only one in this godforsaken world that has it tough. There are others out there, worse than even you and me. Just today, I witnessed once again, children begging for food. 3-year-olds have to help their parents with their jobs. That alone is enough to be a wake-up call. Why do you think I'm able to laugh? You think it's easy? His rage was apparent. The poor boy was shell-shocked, rooted to the spot by Naruto's fierce comments. I found my precious people. I found a goal. I believed in them, and I will continue to do so even if it means my life. I trust them, I found my will to live. And guess what? More people want to be in my way, so be it. I don't give a damn who Gato is to you, or me. I don't give a crap that he has a freaking missing nin army behind him. All I care about is that I will kill him. Simple as that. I don't try. The moment you try, your confidence drops. You don't. You just do it. You believe in yourself and do it. If I can take 9 years of prejudice and suffering, why can't you stand up for yourself? Why are you crying by the window side with your father's photo? You think we don't know? Your grandpa told us all. We know and we sympathize, but that's pointless. All we can really do is carry out our mission and kill that bloody bastard. Only then will you be freed. So step up and act like a man. Face your fears, erase them, damn it. Crying doesn't help you, does it? So what will you do? Fight like the hero that everyone could be? Or run like the coward that most choose to do? Naruto spun around and walked out of the house, slamming the door in the process. All was silent. It was a lot to take in. Tazuna made a choked expression before turning towards Kakashi, his eye to set. Kakashi gave a heavy sigh before nodding gravely, every single word. In fact, it was probably much worse, but the kid never gives up. He learns to cope with the sadness and grows stronger from it. Inari shivered and began to sob once again, even the Tsunami found it hard to swallow all these. Kiba and Choji were shocked beyond imagination, and Sasuke suddenly had a whole new respect for Naruto. Granted, he still felt the blonde as a threat, but the loneliness, well, Sasuke knows a different type of it, but he knows it all the same. Ino sighed, before nudging Sakura, go on, he always listens to you at times like this. Sakura bit her lips, before rushing out as well, intent on finding Naruto. Ino chuckled bitterly. She felt horrible. She couldn't and didn't dare go and comfort Naruto. Why? Because she fears that she might mess up. She finds it hard to read Naruto when he's all serious, but Sakura has no problem with it. It has always been like this before. When Naruto acts all playful and cheery, Ino could tell what he's up to straight away, but whenever he gets sad or angry, only Sakura was able to calm him down. For now, she could only hope that Naruto would listen to Sakura once again. She didn't know why, but she didn't dare follow. A part of her told her that she would regret her decision, but she didn't care. If it was for the good of Naruto, it was worth it. With Naruto, he took in a deep breath and let it out. Too much stress these days, and really, that Inari kid had just given him a reason to spill out his pain. He just wanted the kid to know that really, being afraid doesn't help. It never helps. He knew that 5 years of crying brought nothing. 2 years of trying got him friends. That's all he needed to know. Just then, he heard the silent footsteps and sighed, Sakura, don't worry. I am fine. But then, a pair of slim arms slid around his waist and her petite frame hugged him from behind. No, you're not. You're anything but fine. Naruto, feeling the pain isn't wrong. Don't blame yourself. Her words were soothing, her voice was light and gentle. It was so familiar, every time Naruto felt sad, Sakura had always been there for him. Naruto chuckled weakly before turning around and looking her in the eyes. Sakura, tell me. What is wrong with me? Sakura didn't flinch at all, her gaze met his emerald staring into those sky blue orbs. Everything Naruto. You feel angry at your loss of self-control. You feel disgusted at the treatment the kids receive here in Wave, you feel sad remembering your own childhood, you feel horrible at your scolding of Inari, and most of all, you feel sorry for leaving us 5 years ago. She whispered as she caressed his cheek, a small smile on her face, the care and concern was overflowing. The tears in her eyes glittered in the moonlight and Naruto felt his heart wrench. Sakura. She shook her head gently. Naruto, we're always there for you. Trust us. Let us carry your burden as well. Naruto sighed. Am I really that obvious? No. You aren't, but we learn. I learn to notice the subtle changes in you. I try my best to understand you. I care for you, Naruto. I really do. Her voice was like a whisper, gentle and sweet. Naruto gave a heavy sigh. Then why are you so cold to me? Sakura's eyes immediately looked aside, not daring to meet his gaze. But he didn't give up. Tell me, what is it that you're afraid of when you saw me yesterday? Why was there sadness in those beautiful eyes of yours? Why do I feel the pain in you? Sakura spun around and made a move. I'll go get Ino. However, she wasn't given the chance when Naruto hugged her from behind this time. You were there, weren't you? When I kissed Ino, it was you, wasn't it? Sakura bit her lips and struggled to get out of his grasp. Naruto, let me go. Please, don't bring it. Yuppie, know you like Ino. I know, just let me go. I'll get Ino. Naruto hugged her even tighter, his voice whispering into her ears. No, I won't let go. Not like 5 years ago, because I know, the moment I let you go I won't ever see the real you again. Sakura melted at those words. She couldn't help it. She liked Naruto as well, and she was devastated when Ino got to admit it before she did. She was reminded of her helplessness when Naruto, for her safety, let her befriend Ino, so that at least, she won't be lonely after he broke all connections with her. Can you imagine the pain? The pain of a 7-year-old boy, forced to give up his friendship just so that his two best and only friends could be safe. Can you imagine the determination he must have had and the sorrow he must have endured? Sakura, look at me. Look me in the eye. Naruto turned her around, gazing into her lovely eyes. He saw it there, the pain and the subtle jealousy, the sadness. I like you, Sakura. With all my heart. I swear it. He sighed before saying, close your eyes. Sakura tilted her head, not understanding what he wanted to do. Naruto closed his eyes too. Come on, close them. Relax. Trust me. She smiled slightly before giving a slight nod and closed them. Naruto lifted her chin and bent his head, giving her a long, lingering kiss on the forehead. He then pulled away and gently caressed her cheeks and kissed her eyes ever so gently. Sakura sighed in bliss as she felt his breath on her neck, giving her small butterfly kisses before she was pulled into his arms. He could hear his whisper, Gomen. But this is all I can do for the moment, forgive me, Sakura. She felt them, the hot droplets of pain, he cried, the tears of fear. And she shook her head slightly. Naruto, it's enough. They just stood there, listening to each other's heartbeats, enjoying the embrace, both silently praying for a way to solve this. The moon had never seemed so bright, yet the scenery had never seemed so cold. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video. Till that, take care.